I was born by the river in a little tent, but oh, just like the river I've been running ever since. It's been a long time coming, but I know a change gonna come. But oh, yes it will.
I wanna be with you. 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 If I didn't ride blade on curve, would you still? If I'm in my mind at work, would you still? Keep it 100, I'd rather you trust me than to. Keep it a whole 100, don't got you, I got nothing. I got something.
No time for tears, wasted water's all it is, and it don't make no flowers grow. Good things might come to those who wait, not for those who wait too late. We gotta go for all we know. Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two of us.
Just the two of us.
Just the two of us. Building castles in the sky. Just the two of us. You and I.
I got diamonds, 2 inches, and slides in both ears. Dice rolling on the Las Vegas trip tonight. Slip that on and we might miss the fight. Fuck a night, I keep the koala in my shorty bag. You know she want a mom and she tattoo that ass. I'm a lover boy, she love the toys. Keep it coming, you a rider. This that roll myself a J and count my figure shit. This that stepping out, I feel like I'm that nigga shit. I drop 30 on this room, we ain't gon' flip the shit. If I catch you nothing off, then it's gon' be your body.
Is this real? Temperature's rising, I don't wanna feel I'm in the wrong place to be real. Whoa, and I'm longing to love you just for a night. Kissing and hugging and holding you tight. Please let me love you with all my might. The reasons that we're here. The reasons that we feel, I feel as it won't disappear. After all the reasons why, all the reasons we're alive, all the reasons love.
I don't know if you could take it. No, you wanna see me naked, naked, naked. I wanna be a baby, baby, baby. Spinning in his red just like he came from Maytag. Like a wristlet on the brown. When I get like this, I can't be around you. I'm too little to come down and on it. Cause I can do some things that I'm gon' do. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, 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 thoughts. Wow, wow, wow. When I'm with you, all I get is wild.
Oh, you wanna leave me, but I refuse to let you go. If I have to beg, plead for your sympathy, I don't mind, cause you mean that much to me. Ain't too proud to beg, and you know it. Please don't leave me, girl. Ain't too proud to plead, baby, baby. Please don't leave me, girl. Now I've got a love so deep in the pit of my heart, and each day it grows more and more. I'm not ashamed to come and plead to you, baby. If pleading keeps you from walking out that door, ain't too proud to beg, and you know it. Please don't leave me.
Crowd going wild, FYF ranked #1, you better say it loud. Intellectual talk, but Fuck your feelings. Elijah 1, 2 overrated. Kobe still a realist. Top 10 all time. Now how they cut the line? Magic Johnson, Draymond Green, one in the same kind. Fuck your feelings. Fast break, stop and pull a J. He got how many rings? Nothing else to say. With the team, live streaming, play by play. This the dream, full steam on the road to 100K. FYF, blow the whistle, man, we too official. Better check the film, we not one of them. The greatest to ever ball above the rim. They wasn't with me shooting in the gym. Cut the small conversation, debate on major levels. This the playoffs, baby, bring that pressure, we never settle. Cross and spin, getting it in, I wanna win. That teamwork got us headed to the ship again. Started small, then turned into big dogs. They treat me like the GM, I just make the call. No matter who my op is, I'ma stand tall. Then pull up to the game, fresh like I just left the mall. 100K, 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 check the score. We gon' bust the shot clock, fans running to the floor. All I hear is go this and go that. Man, your team suck, hang it up like a coke rack. I love the game, I admit it, I can't quit it. Step in front of me, man, your ankles gon' get the business. Been a legend like Moses Malone, way ahead of my time. This the greatest sports show ever, I just had to remind. FYF, blow the whistle, man, we too official. Better check the film, we not one of them. The greatest to ever ball above the rim. They wasn't with me shooting in the gym. Cut the small conversation, debate on major levels. This the playoffs, baby, bring that pressure, we never settle. Cross and spin, getting it in, I wanna win. That teamwork got us headed to the ship again.
FYF Sports, man. It's Lamont, man. We back. Man, I got another show for y'all, man. Salute, man. I see you in the chat, Jamel. Najee the Chosen One goes 2000. Max. Hey, Max, it got to be a long intro. YouTube be on some BS with the notifications. They don't be notifying people. You know, so as soon as you hit that live button, you can't just really dive into into what you're talking about. You gotta let it sit, man. Yeah, back to back, Go James. I think you're gonna I think you're gonna want to come up here and come on an open panel after this one. They not gonna like, and this don't stem from, see, a lot of people gonna look at this show, right? Like a lot of the people that don't like LeBron James. Right. When we talk about like the Kwames who we talked about in the last show, even Muggsy Bogues, who for whatever reason made his weird comments about LeBron James, right? All of the people that have a disdain for LeBron James, y'all, they say stuff that motivates me to respond. Like I have to respond. It's so flagrant that I have to say something. It's so stupid that I have to say something. Salute to Herb, man's garden, man. He says great content, man. Appreciate that. We got real 6, man. He's back. He says I got LeBron 13 all time. And look, real. That's I mean, if you have LeBron at 13, I don't have to agree with that. But if your criteria puts LeBron at 13, then salute to you. I'm not here to debate where you rank LeBron. If you have him wherever you want to have him, that's where, like, everybody sees the game of basketball differently. Everybody appreciates something different from the game of basketball. So I can't expect you to see it the way I see it and have him where I have him ranked. Right? Hey, Mahari, and also Mahari, I see you in the chat, Mahari. I was listening to some of the the Audible podcast that we was doing, man. We got to get back to doing the audio podcast, man. Those things was kind of fire. So we got to get back to that, Mahar. You got my number. We got to get back to cooking on that. We got Jarrell Robinson. He's calling real a clown. It's not even that. It's just like, I mean, I don't agree with LeBron at 13 because I'm curious to hear the other 12 guys you have ahead of him and whatever criteria that you have that puts him ahead of him. I just think at this stage, I don't care how you try to get trickery with your criteria and how you formulate it, I just don't see you finding 12 guys that you can confidently just put above LeBron James. And I don't care how you rework and rewire your criteria to finesse it, because that's what it will ultimately have to take. And that's just according to me, though. He says, I'm just kidding. I got him third. He says, I don't think the Zesty Jeffries want to be on the panel with FYF. They don't, man. Like, I always let people know when I go live, feel free. If I've called you out, if I said something about you publicly, feel free to hit the link and we can have a conversation about it. Right. But see, when I go to some of these channels, like when I go over to Man Down Sports or even the Sports T channels, you know what they do? They even have the call-in line protected. Right? They don't have a call-in line like this where it's open panel. You can come up. You know, they have a phone line. If they see your number calling in, they could just hang up on you. Go to the next caller. They could pretend as if you never called in. They doing one caller at a time. No, man, no. We ain't about to do all that. They putting time constraints on how long you can say something. No, we're not doing that. There's a reason why a lot of people don't like even when Go James Kingdom have his lives. It's a reason why a lot of people strategically avoid hitting the link. Like the one thing I've noticed is people like Willie. Willie will go over to Go James Kingdom live. For whatever reason, this Willie guy won't ever come over to FYF Sports, especially in the setting where it's just me and him. I don't know why he just avoids it. The guy named Judah Morneth. I mean, this guy named Judah Morneth will type. I'm talking about encyclopedias in the chat, in your comments, but he will not click the link to save his life. Salute to Dr. Maggie. Yeah, shout out to Willie, but Willie just is a chat warrior supreme. And then when I see him ultimately get on the panel on Go James Kingdom channel, he just up there making himself look like a dang fool. Salute to True the King in the chat as well, man. I'm talking about Judah's comments. Judah's comments and my comments be so long. I'm talking about you got all this time to type all of this. Like when I say long, I want y'all to just go look through my comments and just go find one of Judah's comments. It's long as hell. It's crazy how long it is. They say exactly. They say because they can say what they want, they can lie, and they can get the hell up out of there if it don't sound right. But see, today what we're gonna be talking about is so there's this new narrative going around, and I don't know if Muggsy Bogues started it, but I think when Muggsy Bogues said it, it's a lot of people that have been co-signing, attaching themselves to the statement. So Muggsy Bogues made himself look like a complete buffoon because he went on a podcast and said that the difference between Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant and LeBron James is LeBron James's free throw shooting. He says that those other two guys, Kobe and MJ, are far more skilled than a LeBron James. This is the new sentiment, right? I think Carcino and Kwame Brown were talking about it yesterday. Kwame Brown said it on his show. He says that LeBron James is not as skilled as Kobe or MJ. That's what he said. And like I say, my question for Kwame Brown, if we ever got Kwame Brown back on the panel, would be Kwame Brown in the 20 games where LeBron completely dominated teams that you were on. When LeBron was out there getting 38-point triple doubles and 38-point double doubles on your neck. Let me get this comment out here. What was so unskilled about that? How was he unskillfully just dominating the hell out of you? Right, but that's the only thing I would ask you. So I just think that when people like Kwame Brown say things from that angle, and then he tries to pretend this is just my basketball perspective because I'm an NBA player, you're just not very credible. Because it's not like you did anything on the basketball court to stop this unskilled guy. You did nothing to slow him down. You did nothing to stop him. You have a losing record versus him. Salute to Michael in the chat as well. I mean, it's just crazy. Salute to Autism Boy in the chat as well. Appreciate you guys pulling up. So what I've done is, you guys, because I think when you hear like people like Muggsy Bogues talk about skills, when you hear all these people talk about Kobe is more skilled, when you hear people saying that Jordan is more skilled, what are y'all talking about when y'all say skilled? What is y'all definition of skilled? When y'all say skilled, what are you referring? Because when a lot of times when these idiots start talking about skill, what's the first thing that they say? Footwork. Is that what skilled is to you on a basketball court? Mid-range jump shot. Is that what skilled is to you? Out of all the skills on the basketball court, every skill that you could possibly have that lends to winning a basketball game on the offensive side, on the defensive side, the versatility side, the intangible side, and all the skills that you could talk about, it seems like these Jordan and Kobe fans reduce skills down to footwork and mid-range jump shots. That's all they do. So what I've done, y'all, is I've put together a very comprehensive list of essentially almost every skill that lends to winning basketball games in the NBA. And what I've done is using stats, using analytics, or even in some cases, potentially using the eye test. We're going to rank where Jordan, Kobe, and LeBron fall in all of these subsects of skills, right? Because there's a multitude of skills that you need on the offensive side of the ball to be effective and efficient. There's a multitude of skill sets you need on the defensive side of the ball. There's also a multitude of just versatility skill sets that you need to be able to deploy some of the weapons that you have. And then some of the things that you need to be skillful, you just have to be born with. They got to be God-given gifts. You know, for example, to be an elite shot blocker, sometimes you just might need an unbelievable wingspan that's just God-given, that might lend to your ability to be a much better shot blocker than another player. Basketball is not necessarily a fair sport. Basketball just in general favors players that are bigger, stronger, and faster. Players that are bigger, stronger, and faster, they just can play the game of basketball at a much more efficient level, primarily because that's just what's king in the game of basketball. And it's like I say, it's just unfortunate that people with those gifts, like a Kwame Brown, with the size, with the strength, with the athleticism, just completely throw it in the garbage can. And then run around trying to tell us that a guy like LeBron James with those very same attributes, but actually put the work in to be great, you try to convince us that he's not skillful. Let me share my screen with you guys real quick. I'm going to take you guys through a very quick presentation. I'm going to try to get through this as quickly as possible, and I'm going to drop the link, and I'm going to go ahead and bring you guys up here. Hold on one second. And while you guys are at it, make sure, salute to Jason Brown in the chat. Make sure y'all hit that Cash App to support FYF Sports, or hit us in the PayPal, FYF Sports Debates at yahoo.com. Make sure y'all support, man. Salute to Jason Brown in the building. Oh, man, one of the OGs of the channel, Peter Bag Juice. Peter Bag Juice. Man, Peter Bag Juice, you got to stop going up on Go James Kingdom channel, man. Make yourself look crazy, man. Your takes be in the garbage can a little bit. I think you need to think a few of those a little bit more sometimes. He is skilled. He's just not more skilled than Kobe. And please don't bring Mike into this conversation. We're about to find out, Boy Wonder. We're about to find out. Because, see, the problem is, Boy Wonder, is this. I don't know what you mean by skilled. Because the last time I checked, when I talked to Jordan and Kobe fans, the only thing that y'all call skilled is footwork and mid-range jump shots. That's the only thing that y'all see as skill on the basketball court. Footwork and mid-range jump shots. That's the sad reality of Michael Jordan and Kobe fans. Fake Kobe fans at that. Share my screen with you guys real quick. We got a little quick presentation for you. Right? This is comprehensive breakdown of LeBron, Jordan, and Kobe's skill sets. Offensive, defensive, versatility, and intangibles. And if you don't agree how I've put together where these guys rank in each of these subsets, that's fine. When I drop the link, you can come up here and try your best to explain it to me. But we about to find out. Right. So let's get to part one of this right here. Offensive skills. Let's just get to the metrics that we see most. Scoring efficiency. Scoring efficiency. Well, it's easy to identify scoring efficiency because that's in your numbers. LeBron James has the highest field goal percentage. He also has the highest true shooting percentage of these guys. Jordan comes in second. Kobe comes in third. Finishing at the rim. LeBron 73% at the rim. Jordan 67%. Kobe 62%. Finishing at the rim. These are all skill sets in basketball. Right. So in scoring efficiency, we got LeBron at 1. Finishing at the rim, we got LeBron at 1. Let's go to mid-range shooting. Mid-range shooting, we'll give that to Jordan. I feel like Jordan, even though we don't have all the numbers to support because just some of the games don't exist, I will give Jordan mid-range shooting. Kobe second, we'll give it LeBron third. The film doesn't lie. We know that LeBron, for a long duration in his career, just simply struggled with that mid-range shot consistently. It just wasn't an area that he was able to dominate like he was able to dominate beyond the three-point line and also dominate at the rim. Jordan, Kobe, LeBron with regards to mid-range shooting. Let's go to the next subset. We got three-point shooting. And in regards to just the skill set of three-point shooting, LeBron James. Right, 34% regular season, 33% at a higher volume and a higher efficiency than both Kobe and Michael Jordan. Kobe Bryant, 32.9%. In the playoffs, 33%. He was high volume, but not as consistent as LeBron James. And then we have Michael Jordan, who in the regular season, 32.7%. In the playoffs, 33.2%. He was a low volume three-point shooter. So unlike Kobe and LeBron, we know three-point shooting was not in Michael Jordan's bag because he was a low volume three-point shooter. He did not do it much. It was just an aspect of his game he was not confident in, not a core part of his game. So the rationale behind the three-point shooting is that LeBron edges out Kobe due to higher percentages and increasing reliance on the three-pointer in his game, while Kobe's volume and reputation as the three-point shooter placed him second. Jordan obviously third because three-point shooting just really wasn't a part of his game whatsoever. We go to free throw shooting. Muggsy Bogues talked about this. You know, out of all the elements of basketball, Muggsy Bogues said it was free throw shooting that was the biggest separator for Jordan, Kobe, and LeBron. That's what he relied on. Former NBA player. I think his brain might be just as small as everything else. But Jordan has the highest he's the best free throw shooter in this particular aspect right here with a career of 83.5%. Kobe second, 83.7%, and LeBron below 80%, 73.5% for his career. Not necessarily saying that any of these numbers are bad. It's just where we rank them. LeBron just happens to be third in this particular aspect. So the rationale behind this is Jordan's mechanics at the free throw line was just a little bit better, right? He was a free throw merchant, especially early on in his career. He went to the free throw line a ton. He made a ton of free throws, and he accumulated a ton of his points from the free throw line. Same with Kobe, consistent from the free throw line, and LeBron, seemingly free throws has been one of his weaknesses. We just have to accept that. All right. We can go to another offensive skill set, playmaking and vision. Playmaking and vision. Assist and also assist percentages. LeBron James obviously going to be first in this particular skill set right here. LeBron James assist percentage 36.9% for a career, 7.3 assists per game for a career. Jordan comes in second with a 24.9% assist percentage, 5.3 assists per game for his career. Kobe is going to be last in this particular category. He has the lowest assist percentage, 4.7 assists per game on his career. All right. So the rationale behind this is very simple. LeBron is the best playmaker of the group. I don't think anyone will contest that at all. Akin to a point forward, Jordan was an underrated passer. Kobe could facilitate, but he preferred to score. So we have LeBron James just coming out on top in this offensive skill set of playmaking and vision. We'll go to post scoring. All right. When we go to just pure post scoring, we got Jordan at number 1. Jordan's bread and butter was to operate from the high post high elbow out of the triangle and a lot of ISOs. And he did a hell of a job at that right there. So we got LeBron number 1 in post scoring. Jordan number 1 in post scoring. We got LeBron at number 2. We got Kobe third. And the rationale again behind this, Jordan's footwork, obviously the iconic fadeaway that he started to develop later in his career. That just became staples in his game. I think the triangle defense that put him at that elbow, the spacing that the illegal defense gave him at that time, just allowed him to thrive as a post player back to the basket, not necessarily having to worry about a significant amount of help being rotated over to his way, and he could dominate guys out of that one-on-one matchup from the high post. Let's go to another skill set in the game of basketball. Offensive skill set, offensive rebounding. This is another easy one right here. The numbers will tell you this. Also, just the intangibles that these players have will tell you the answer to this as well. LeBron, first out of this group in career, offensive rebound percentage at 3.9. Jordan, second at 3.3. Kobe, third in this group at 2.4. So LeBron, like I said before, his size gives him an edge, while Jordan is an excellent offensive rebounder. As a guard, he just does not beat out somebody like LeBron James. So we got LeBron James first. With regards to the skill of offensive rebounding, we got to give that to LeBron James. We're going to go to off-ball movement, screens and cuts, right? So when we go to screens and cuts, there's a lot of people that, when you go to some of these channels that don't know anything about the game of basketball. I know I've heard Sports T say it. We've heard Carcino say it. All of the people that talk without any data, any understanding of the game, they just try to go off of common themes that they hear from haters. Well, again, that does not necessarily hold any weight in this particular context, because when you go to off-ball movement and screens, right, when you go to Synergy Sports and you look at all of these players, points per possession without the ball in their hand, off of screens and cuts, LeBron James scores an astonishingly high 1.79 points per possession, according to Synergy Sports. Kobe, off ball, is second in this group at 1.59 points per possession. And then Jordan is third in this group at 1.29 points per possession. Michael Jordan fans are the best. Says Synergy doesn't cost $1,000 to get a membership. No, it doesn't. Because Synergy used to cost a lot. But now that it was been sold, they've now kind of formulated for just the general public to actually be able to get accounts. Generally, it's a resource and a tool that universities and schools with sports programs have. Not your everyday person walking around is going to want or need to have access to Synergy. But if you like these numbers, and you want numbers that you can trust, numbers that have been vetted, a ton of video and a ton of work has been put into the accuracy of those numbers, then you want to go get that Synergy Sports membership. So when we talk about off-ball movement, LeBron rounds out this list at number 1, right? At number 1 as well. The rationale behind this, well, we got to take it to Synergy Sports. We're not going to rely on flawed eye tests. There are a lot of people that say LeBron can't play off-ball. These are people that are just making things up on the fly just so they can say something negative about LeBron. Just like we showed you in that scouting report from the Toronto Raptors, LeBron excels at moving without the ball and scoring efficiently as a cutter or screener. Kobe is also highly effective off ball, but he often played more in isolation. Jordan's era and style had him primarily as an on-ball scorer, making him less reliant on off-ball movement. And again, that was just the NBA in the 90s. The best players in the 90s did not need to move a ton off ball with the illegal defense. They just needed to get themselves isolated on one side of the court and cook guys in one-on-one matchups. And we saw all the great players of the 90s do something similar to that. Michael Jordan fans, he says, I saw the big numbers on their websites. I have to look further. Well, hey, like I say, Michael Jordan fans are the best. Actually, the guy that created Synergy, he actually stays out here in Arizona, named Scott Mossman. He coaches at Nelson University. He created Synergy. I'm going to have him on the show pretty soon here. I know their season's getting started. Tyson says, please clarify points per play. No, points per possession. Points per possession. All right. And I'll get into the details of what points per possession mean later. But for the sake of just trying to move on and progress through this, I'm not going to try to define that for you right now. We can define it later if you don't understand it, or it's something you can easily Google. It's a very common basketball term that was more so popularized by Synergy. All right. So we have that one right there. When we go to offensive skills, passing in transition. Passing in transition. It's a skill that a lot of people don't talk about. It's a skill. You know, when I'm just in practice, there's so many times where I'm watching my guys throw death passes. I call cross-court passes in transition one of the worst passes in basketball, right? Trying to throw full court passes up the court instead of pushing the ball at least to half court and then advancing the ball. All right. A lot of people don't have this skill set in their bag. When it comes to passing in transition, we got LeBron at number one. Obviously, he's the best playmaker of this group. He's definitely the best in transition of this group as far as scoring and passing. We have to give passing in transition to LeBron James. We're going to give second to Jordan. Jordan, again, a much better passer than Kobe. Very solid, especially scoring in transition. But we've also seen him make a ton of plays in transition as well as a passer. And third, we got Kobe as passing in transition. So LeBron's fast break decision making, his ability to pass ahead, to give the defense and to pass ahead of the defense, giving his team an edge. Jordan also was elite, like I mentioned, but often looked to score in transition. So this is why we have LeBron at number one. So we got one-on-one playmaking. One-on-one playmaking is the next offensive skill set that we're going to be talking about. I have Kobe number one in one-on-one playmaking. I got Jordan second. And then I have LeBron third in one-on-one playmaking. What's my rationale behind having Kobe number one in one-on-one playmaking? Kobe's elite footwork, his handles, scoring ability in isolation. I think he's probably the best ISO scorer of these three. Jordan was more methodical, while LeBron, though capable, relied more on his physicality. And I just think when you're talking about one-on-one playmaking, I just think anything one-on-one, you just have to give it to Kobe. He excelled there, and he not only excelled as a one-on-one playmaker and scorer, he excelled in what I believe to be the toughest defensive era of all time against some of the toughest on-ball defenders of all time in an era where the defenses were no longer handicapped by the illegal defense rules. The league had unleashed the defenders. They unleashed teams' defensive schemes. You can play zone, you can load up, and Kobe still was able to dominate as a one-on-one player. We have to give that to Kobe, and I just as a one-on-one player, I know a lot of people want to put Jordan ahead. I just don't see it. I just don't see it at all. We're going to go to catch and shoot. I think catch and shoot shooting is a skill. It's a skill, an attribute, again, often overlooked, but it's definitely a necessary skill to have in your bag. When we go to catch and shoot shooting, I got, again, Kobe at number one. I got Jordan at number two. And we got LeBron third here. And how do we lend more credibility to this? Well, when we reference back to that scouting report from the Toronto Raptors, what did they say in that scouting report about LeBron James? One of his weaknesses was catch and shoot shooting. It's just being very consistent here. Kobe, great off the catch and shoot, even beyond the three-point line. Jordan, great catch and shoot player in the mid-range. And I think LeBron, albeit good at times with catch and shoot, he's just not as good of a catch and shoot player as Kobe or Jordan. Kobe's ability to shoot off quick screens, quick releases. Jordan was efficient, like I said, but more focused on the mid-range. LeBron has improved over his career, but he's not as comfortable of a catch and shoot player as Kobe and Jordan. We'll go to offensive creativity and passing, right? When you think about offensive creativity, who do we think about? Well, we think about Magic Johnson, right? The creativity. Well, we have to put LeBron at number one in this particular category. We're going to go with Jordan second, even though I feel like Kobe and Jordan are distant from LeBron in this particular category, but we have Jordan at a distant second and Kobe at a distant third. LeBron's ability to make difficult passes, create opportunities for teammates in dynamic ways. This elevates him, I believe. Jordan was a solid passer, but again, more inclined to score. Kobe was efficient, but he just was not as creative of a passer as a LeBron James. And I think even if you have a disdain for LeBron James, these are just things you have to agree with. All right, let's get to the next one. All right, efficiency and isolation. As I mentioned before, I think Kobe might arguably be the greatest one-on-one player of all time. So we got Kobe at number 1 here. We got Jordan second. We got LeBron third in this particular asset. We got Kobe number 1. The rationale behind it is Kobe's scoring versatility and isolation just gives him an edge. And then not just an edge. To me, it's who he did it against in the time frame that he did it in, which clearly puts him at number 1 in this particular offensive skill set. He's followed by Jordan, who was more focused on mid-range and post moves. And then we got LeBron at third, who's definitely efficient. He relies again on physical mismatches more in isolation, more so than actual moves. So, we take away a few points from LeBron for that. All 3 great nonetheless, but when we have to rank them, I got Kobe atop this particular list. We go to volume scoring. I feel like an offensive skill set, being a volume scorer, we have to give that to Michael Jordan. He was a volume scorer. The one thing he was always going to do, make or miss, was score the basketball. We got Jordan first, 30.1 points per game for a career. We got LeBron in second in this category. And even though LeBron is looked at as a pass-first player, I mean, as a volume scorer, he's still been able to dominate, averaging 27.2 points per game for his career. We got Kobe third at 25 points per game. And then the rationale, obviously, like I said, Jordan led the league in scoring for 10 years. He was probably one of the most prolific volume scorers next to Wilt Chamberlain. LeBron's ability to score in a variety of ways puts him second. And then Kobe was great, but didn't have as many scoring titles. So let's go to the next offensive skills. We got offensive position versatility. Your offensive position versatility, right? Your ability to play multiple positions. I think this one's easy. LeBron, number 1. LeBron has played all 5 positions and been elite at all 5 positions. Jordan comes in, him and Kobe are very close. I think LeBron has distanced himself in this particular category. Jordan second, he played small forward. Very occasionally, he played small forward. Same with Kobe, who played shooting guard, some small forward as well. But LeBron's ability in this particular aspect right here to play every position at an elite level, he just distanced himself from Jordan and Kobe. The skill set that he has to be able to play every single position at a high level, that's just something that Jordan or Kobe could never do, no matter how hard they tried. As Jordan and Kobe stayed mostly within traditional guard roles, and they were never asked to go outside of the box and do anything with regards to defending power forward centers or even point guards for the most part. Let's go to shot creation for teammates. Another extremely vital skill set, right? Another extremely, and George, I know you're going to say that category's trash because it puts LeBron at number 1. But at the end of the day, having guys that can do multiple things on the basketball court is extremely valuable. But I wouldn't expect you to really understand that because we don't hold you in high regard as being an astute basketball mind, right? There's a handful of people that I would really expect to grasp and understand that concept. You're not one of them, George, but salute to George. We got shot creation. It's the next offensive skill set. Shot creation for teammates. How do we know that this is a vital skill set, right? Early on in Jordan's career, Jordan's teammates weren't the greatest, right? Jordan could go do all of the scoring himself. He had to go try, but as opposed to creating shots for his teammates, spreading the wealth around, giving his team a better opportunity to win games, Jordan went out there and tried to do it all by himself. He said, if you guys don't already have it in your game, I'm leaving you behind. I'll try to do it all by myself. And it led to a ton of losing. Conversely, the shot creation that LeBron James was able to manufacture for his teammates early on in Cleveland, right? We saw the direction that it propelled that Cleveland Cavalier team. So we have, in this particular category, we got LeBron number 1. His ability to create shots for his teammates, understand ball placement, where they want the ball, finding their shot pockets, knowing where they excelled on the basketball court. Not only was he able to do it successfully, but he was able to elevate a ton of guys, lead teams that we never thought could win 60 games. We're winning 60 games because he had guys like Boobie Gibson looking like borderline all-stars. because of his ability to create shots for his teammates. So my rationale is LeBron's playmaking is unparalleled. He's constantly creating shots for his teammates. Jordan was more of a scorer. He could pass, while Kobe's tendency to take over limited his assist opportunities. So we know Kobe was just the ultimate bad shot taker. When the going got tough, Kobe just shot the ball more. We've seen Jordan in crucial moments at least have some propensity to try to pass the ball or make the right pay, while LeBron James has been elite in that aspect. Lastly, in offensive skills, before we move on to defense, we'll just go to basketball IQ. Basketball IQ, again, is just one where subjective. You weigh it and view it how you want. I have LeBron first in this particular category, Jordan second, and Kobe third. LeBron's understanding of the game, ability to read defenses, allows him to adjust a lot of things mid-game. Jordan had what we call best killer instinct, but didn't adjust his game much, while Kobe often just relied on difficult shots when the going got tough. Also, let me give a big shout out to Sean Talks, man. He just donated $15 through Streamlabs, man. Salute to Sean Talks, who's always heavily supporting FYF Sports, man. Always coming through donating. And like I say, you guys, when we move these streams over to Streamlabs, whenever you send those messages through Streamlabs, whatever message you want to send is going to be text to speech, right? So we're going to turn on that text to speech. And so it's going to turn your donations into text to speech messages, so you can also have a voice on the show as well, even if you don't want to come on the panel. But basketball IQ rounds it out. I got LeBron number one in that particular aspect as well. We got sports. We got Sporting Page. He says Jordan is number one in basketball IQ. Just Sporting Page. But as you say, but if you're going to say Jordan is number one in IQ, you would have to explain it to me, because, like I say, IQ to me means sometimes looking around you and saying, okay, this is what I got to work with. And then you have to ask yourself, as a great player, how do I maximize the talent that I have around me, whether the talent is great or whether the talent is flawed and not necessarily that great? And I believe that only the highest IQ players are able to look around and adjust their games to the talent that's around them. We saw Jordan early on in his career. He could not adjust his game. He struggled to win. He was going to consistently push against the grain and just score until the Bulls brought in superior help to help him. Right? We saw that same issue with Kobe Bryant in his career. When the Shaqs weren't there and all the other great players weren't there, Kobe, score. Y'all better bring in some help or I'm out. Score. But he didn't alter his game. But the one thing we've seen with a guy like LeBron James early on in Cleveland, what does he do when he gets to Cleveland? Okay, let me look around. Nah, not the greatest talent. We might not be able to win a championship with this bunch, but how do we maximize this? Let me modify the way I play the game so that this group that we have right here, we can go win. And I never saw Jordan do that in his career. You know, even later on in Jordan's career, in 95, when he would have needed to make modifications to his game, when they didn't have Horace Grant. Horace Grant was on the Orlando Magic, right? They didn't have that elite power forward. What modifications to kind of make up for that deficiency did he do? There were none. They just had to the only way Jordan teams got better is if they just brought in competent pieces right out the gate. Right? The Bulls didn't start really winning until Pippen evolved into a competent piece. Jordan didn't make any significant changes to his game. He was still Jordan, who was score driven. And so I think when it goes to IQ, your ability to adjust the way you play the game to get optimal results, that's IQ. And I think the people that don't make adjustments, because you guys talk about it all the time with coaches. For example, with Darvin Ham, y'all talk about, oh, Darvin didn't make any adjustments. That's why the Lakers was losing. Keep that same energy, because Jordan and Kobe lost a lot because they failed to make any adjustments. And not necessarily lose. When I say lose, what I mean is optimize what they have around them. And I don't think Kobe ever optimized what he had around him during the Kwame Brown years. I don't think Jordan ever optimized what he had around him during the Orlando Wolves years. And like I say, but again, you guys might have a completely different definition of basketball IQ. I don't know where it stems from or what the logic is behind it, but I'd be curious to hear it when you guys come up on the panel. Let's go to the next category. We got defensive skills. We'll just stick with the basics, the easy ones. On-ball defense. On-ball defense, to me, again, more of an eye test. Okay. Right. There's a lot of games that's not on video. Right. You really kind of have to just look at his game. On-ball defense. I got to give it to Jordan as far as on-ball defense. I feel like Jordan's game defensively had a lot of holes. But when he keyed in on you defensively and he was just guarding you, and that's all he had to really focus on, he was elite at it. And I think I got Kobe second and I got LeBron James third in this particular category. This is just one element of defense. So Jordan was known for relentless ball pressure. He did win a Defensive Player of the Year award, even though I feel like that year he wasn't even the 5th or 6th best defensive player, but he still got it. Kobe's defense of tendencies, they did kind of mimic Jordan's, especially as an on-ball defender. And LeBron's strengths, to me, were in his help defense. That then takes us to help defense. So with regards to help defense, rotations and blocks, I got LeBron number 1 in that particular category. I got Jordan second, and then I got Kobe third. LeBron's size, his IQ, this all makes him elite at rotating and covering ground as a help defender. Right? Jordan was also a decent help defender, but Jordan's defensive IQ really exposed him to turning his back on his own man a ton, and he gave up a ton of points. He gave up a ton of points to his own individual matchup because he did something that I feel is a defensive sin called ball watching and ball hawking. And this is one of the reasons why Jordan's man, the guy that he was responsible for defending on a night in and night out basis, generally tend to barbecue on any particular night. Salute to Doe Eyes in the chat. Doe Eyes, I did get your email. I'll be responding to you probably tonight or so. Let's go to the next one right here. So we got LeBron first in help defense, Jordan first in on-ball defense. The next one we got is help defense. Help defense, rotations. Again, I got LeBron first there as far as the help defensive rotations. Jordan second, Kobe third. Defensive IQ. I got LeBron first, Jordan second, Kobe third. Right. I think LeBron's ability to read opposing defenses, LeBron's ability to anticipate plays, LeBron's ability to adjust to more complex defensive schemes with constant switching, varied schemes, that all places him above Jordan and Kobe. And I think statistically, and this was a neat stat that I found that actually helped me make this particular decision. So LeBron's teams, when he's on the floor, by defensive rating, are a top 10 defensive team when he's on the floor throughout the duration of his career. But when you remove LeBron James for the duration of his 20-year career, when you remove LeBron James from the floor, those teams generally on a year-to-year basis, when LeBron James is not on the floor, they drop to a bottom tier defense in the league. Now, when we do that same analysis with Jordan and Kobe, and this was really more so with Michael Jordan. Jordan on the floor, his team was a really good defensive team. But then when you take Jordan off the floor, there's no drop off. They're still a really good defensive team. And the same thing you notice with Kobe. Kobe on the floor, pretty good defensive team, top 15 at least in defensive rating. Take Kobe off the floor, they're still a top 15 defensive team. So that tells me right there, it starts to look like those teams defensively are just great defensive units, as opposed to LeBron James, who's having more of an impact on the defensive side of the ball that a lot of people don't like to give him credit to. Hold on, we got Michael Jordan fans. He had a comment. He says, is this just at peak? I'm guessing. No, it's not. This is for career. I don't do all that peak stupid stuff. I don't know why y'all even bother with that. Peak? Y'all don't even know what peak is. Everybody has their own definition for peak. I don't do those non-basketball terms, all these created terms. Peak. You know what peak is? Peak is just your way to section off a part of a career that you like and then try to put that player over another guy. That's all. You're just sectioning off careers. I don't do all that. This is not peak. I don't do the nonsense. Let's go to defending elite scorers, right? This is another metric that you're able to find if you go to Synergy Sports. Even if you go to his last few years, Michael Jordan fans are the best. Even if you go to his last few years. For example, the year that the Lakers went to the Western Conference Finals, the Lakers were a top 5 defense in the NBA that year. Credit to LeBron James and Anthony Davis, right? Even though they had defenders on the court like a D'Angelo Russell and an Austin Reeves, who so many Laker fans proclaim they can't defend. Top 5 defense, really good defense. Got to the Western Conference Final. So I don't know what you're necessarily referring to over the last couple of years. But let's get to defending elite scores. And so this is the way Synergy Sports calculated this. So on a year-to-year basis, how well did you defend any player that was top 20 in scoring points per game? And so throughout LeBron James' 20-year career, defending the top 20 scorers in the NBA, elite scorers average 16.5 points per game versus LeBron James. These are scores that are the top 20 in any particular year. Kobe is second at 19.1 points per game allowed versus the top 20 scores. And Jordan is third on this list versus the top 20 scores in the NBA. He gave up 22.7 points per game. Doesn't this number also reflect my findings of 1988 when I literally went game by game by game and identified Jordan's matchup? And what did we find? That Jordan gave up approximately about 22 points per game to essentially everyone in the NBA. His individual matchup, because his tendencies defensively are to do what? As what I said earlier. He ball hawks and he ball watches. He will turn his head completely away from his man. He doesn't see man in ball. And he just zooms and he will stare down the ball. It was just one of his flaws. So Jordan's third on this particular aspect as far as defending elite scores. To me, that's a skill set that you need to have. And Jordan just doesn't have it. Kobe comes in second. Let's go with transition defense on the fast break. We got to give this one to LeBron James. And I know there's no traditional stats that can help you delineate this one right here. So this is another one of those skill sets where we're going off the eye test. But when we look at LeBron James's athleticism, his ability to fly up the floor, I mean, he has probably one of the most memorable chase down blocks of all time. And it started to become a staple of his game, right? When you see LeBron hawking you down in transition. It's something that I think Jordan was decent at, but I think LeBron excels higher than Jordan primarily because of his athleticism. And then Kobe, obviously third on this list. And like we say in my rationale, LeBron's legendary chase down blocks, his recovery screed, and makes him elite in transition defense. Jordan, again, effective. Jordan more so effective in intercepting fast breaks, while Kobe, defensive focus, tended to be a more half-court oriented focus as a defender, not necessarily a great transition defender in regards to Kobe Bryant. Let's go to contesting shots. I think contesting shots is a skill set that your traditional fan just won't talk about. Remember what did I tell you guys about defense? All these people that want to divulge and get into these conversations, they don't like talking about defense. But when you talk about contesting shots, make or miss, we got Jordan at number one. The one thing you got to give to Michael Jordan, he was going to get up in the air and contest a shot. Whether it was to the detriment, he was going to go up and go contest. And you got to give him credit at least for that. But again, it's not the greatest defensive tendency to have. At times, it can be a detriment. But in this particular aspect, we just have to give it to Jordan because I believe he did it the best of this group. We'll give LeBron second, right? And then Kobe, obviously, third. I think he was the worst shot contester of this group right here. Jordan's intensity on defense. He constantly contested shots. He never wanted to give up easy looks. And then when you go with the second guy on this list, LeBron's size, his wingspan, it just made him excellent in that area as well. When we go to steals per game, steals per game. Obviously, Jordan's going to be number one as far as steals. Whether the numbers were, at this stage right now, it hasn't been proven yet. So because it hasn't necessarily been proven yet, we still have to give Jordan credit for all the steals that he's been able to amass. So when you just go into steals per game, you got to give it to Jordan. We got LeBron second, and then Kobe's going to be third in this particular aspect. It's not one that's really debatable because the numbers are the numbers, and you just have to fall with what the numbers say. Another defensive skill set, fighting through screens. Your ability to fight through screens, not giving up on plays. I got Kobe number one. I mean, just think back on the Olympics when Kobe just completely ran through Paul Gasol. That wasn't something that Kobe just did right then and there. That was something that Kobe Bryant always did. He was always willing to get through screens, get skinny, or just go right through his chest and let the refs make the call. We got to give that to fighting through screens to Kobe. Jordan, number two in this aspect. Jordan did an exceptional job of always getting skinny. If you go back and watch some of those games versus the Utah Jazz, when they were trying to run that pick and roll, Jordan did a great job of a concept of what most college coaches call getting skinny, getting up on the ball handler, not getting screened, and not allowing that gap for a split. Jordan was great at that. And then we got LeBron James third. And I think one of his weaknesses defensively is that, and I've been critical of LeBron James for this, is when he screens, sometimes I feel like he gives up on plays from time to time. And I think this is something that he's done throughout his entire career. Is it justifiable? I mean, there's really not justifiable. There's probably a reason for it because he exerts his energy in other places so much. But the one thing LeBron has shown us is that if he gets screened, not likely that he will blow through that screen and continue to fight. But there are a number of reasons for that we can talk about later, but you still have to place LeBron third with regards to fighting through screens. Defending the post. I got LeBron James number one on this list, Jordan second, Kobe third. I feel like LeBron's size, strength, it just allows him to guard post players more effectively. Just remember what I said at the beginning of this. Sometimes when you're bigger, stronger, faster, it just makes you naturally better at something than smaller players, right? Jordan's competitiveness definitely made him a strong post defender despite his size, and Kobe was capable, just a little less effective. But at the end of the day, LeBron's size, strength, and speed, his athleticism, his defensive IQ just sit him at the top of this list. And there's really not much argument there. Like there should, like to some of these, even though some of these are subjective, you really shouldn't argue these too much, no matter who you're a fan of. And salute to Tyson in the chat as well. Duke Blaylocks, I see you as well. Let me drop that in the chat one more time for you guys. We go to another defensive skill set. We got pick and roll defense on the ball handler. I got LeBron James at number one in pick and roll defense. I got Michael Jordan second. And then I got I got Kobe Bryant third. My rationale behind it, and salute to MC Two Wheels. Salute, man. Rebranding, I see you in the chat. I see everybody in here, man. Make it salute, man. Appreciate you. Make sure y'all smash that like, hit that PayPal, hit that Cash App if you want to support the channel. My rationale behind having LeBron James as the best pick and roll defender. LeBron James dominates this category due to his ability to defend the pick and roll in a guard, because he's doing it in a guard dominant era where where we've seen more pick and rolls than ever before in NBA history in this particular area. It happens on every single possession, off ball screens, pin downs, all these things are going on. And then this is a guard dominant era. So not only are you going through pick and rolls, but you're having to defend pick and rolls with some of the greatest basketball players of all time from the perimeter, guys like Kevin Durant, Steph Curry, Kyrie Irving, Luka Doncic. These are the guys that you have to defend out of the pick and roll. LeBron's still able to do it at an elite level, right? So his success in containing elite scores, right, including MVP caliber players like MVP Derrick Rose, MVP Steph Curry, right, defending across multiple positions, right? This all highlights his defensive versatility. Now, Jordan's quick hands, his lateral movement, they made him effective in this area, like I just talked about. Jordan was one of the best at getting skinny, getting up on screens, not getting screened, right? But Jordan did it in an era where you're not looking at a ton of dynamic guards, right? So to get up on a screen on John Stockton, maybe it's not the same as getting up on a screen and defending as Steph Curry. A little bit different. And when you can do it at an elite level where Jordan still gave up a ton of points, where as opposed to LeBron, who is in a more offensively driven era where the guards are much better, he's still able to be much more elite at defending these players than Michael Jordan. You got to give him credit for that. Help side shot blocking is the next category. See, I know a lot of you guys hate these categories and you don't like the fact that these are actually skills that are necessary on a basketball court. But they are. Help side shot blocking. LeBron gets number 1 in that. Jordan second. Kobe third. LeBron's ability to block shots, chase down blocks is iconic. It gives him an edge with regards to help side shot blocking. Jordan, excellent timing as well. We see, and then there's a ton of highlights out there. You guys have seen it with Jordan coming from the weak side, massive shot blocks. And then Kobe, though he was capable, he just wasn't a great help side shot blocker or even defender for the majority of his career. All right, we got defensive communication, directing teammates, directing traffic, making sure your defense is aligned. I got first. I'm giving that to LeBron James, one of the best communicators we've ever seen on a basketball court. Jordan second, Kobe third. Like LeBron's vocal leadership, ability to direct teammates on defense, it gives them an advantage. Jordan led more by example, and then Kobe's communication was just less frequent, but it also was effective. So I got LeBron James a top defensive communication. Lateral quickness. I think lateral quickness is a skill set. I got to give that to Michael Jordan. Kobe second, LeBron James third. For as athletically gifted as LeBron is, I just think laterally he's just not as quick as some players. I think it's been one of his weaknesses, and it's one of the reasons why he has a ton of chase down blocks. Right? Because he gets beat laterally, but he's able to use his athleticism to catch up and block the shot from behind. But it's still a weakness of his. We put him third on this list right here. All right, we got defensive playmaking, generating turnovers via deflections. LeBron James is first in this particular category. LeBron James, over the course of his 20-year career, according to Synergy Sports, averages 6.2 deflections per game. 3.9 of those deflections resulting in turnovers. Jordan is second on the list with 3.9 deflections per game. Two of those resulting in turnovers. And Jordan's numbers are a bit skewed because his numbers are only from 1991 on up. Hope if we're able to recoup all of the games prior to 1991, maybe that looks a little bit different. But because we're missing so much film and footage on Michael Jordan, it's hard to count deflections because it wasn't a stat that was counted prior, prior to them keeping stats over all these games. Go James King. He said everything is Go James. Why you look, man? We'll see what the conclusion is at the end. I don't know what it's going to be. We got chase down blocks. I think chase down blocks is an element that we've been talking about because it touches on other aspects of defense. But when we just talk about the ability to recover, LeBron James clearly outclasses Jordan and Kobe in this particular category as a chase down shot blocker. Ability to recover if you get beat. The ability to take away transition buckets from the other team. LeBron is best at that. Right. Iconic, mind you. Let's go to switchability. Switchability, like, and especially in today's era, we're being able to switch and guard multiple positions. How do we know this is important? Because look at a guy like Rudy Gobert. He's a defensive player of the year, but he gets no respect from fans because fans say, oh, he can't guard Luka Doncic. Oh, he can't guard Kyrie Irving. Oh, he can't guard Steph Curry. You guys actually do appreciate switchability. You know, you act in this particular context, you're gonna pretend, but we know you guys actually care about switchability because you will barbecue a great defender like Rudy Gobert because he has no switchability. When it comes to LeBron James, he's number one in switchability. He can switch to all 5 positions. I have Jordan, number 2. Jordan could defend 3 positions. And then I have Kobe third on this list because I feel Kobe could competently guard 1 to 2 positions. But LeBron's ability to switch onto any position makes him the most versatile defender in this regard. Defensive consistency. This is another subjective stat, but I got Jordan number 1 in defensive consistency. I got LeBron second and Kobe third, right? Jordan's defensive effort on a night in and night out basis, it was relentless. He was prone to making a ton of mistakes, but he was a relentless defender, even though he made a ton of mistakes. LeBron, while effective, he's definitely had moments of inconsistency. I've talked about it over the last 2 years. As he's gotten older, his defense has become more inconsistent. We will see moments where he can guard Nikola Jokic for a few quarters, but then we'll see stretches of games where he takes off a ton of plays. And I know that a lot of that now is because of age, but it just is what it is. And like I told Michael Jordan fans are the best, I'm not about to just consider a peak. I'm going to consider everything. And in this particular regard, we got to put Jordan at number 1. We got LeBron at 2, and we got Kobe third. Next category, we got versatility and intangibles. All right, positional versatility. We got LeBron number 1 here in positional versatility. LeBron can effectively play and defend all 5 positions. Jordan, second on this list. And then we got Kobe third. LeBron's size, speed, IQ, that's all allows him to play any position on the court. Not just play any position. He's played all 5 positions at literally a Hall of Fame level. It makes him the most versatile. When we go to athleticism, speed, vertical, agility, LeBron's first. Because in this particular context, LeBron's vertical has actually been recorded. And it's not the fake 48 inches that Jordan fans just threw out there for LeBron, for Michael Jordan. And then Michael Jordan has to come out. And what does Michael Jordan say? I've never even been tested. I've never did a vertical jump test. You got Jordan fans that will run around saying the man can jump 48 inches in the air. And Jordan comes out and says, I ain't even never done a vertical jump test. Now, the only person that did measure it, it's recorded in a book, was Jordan's athletic trainer. And he says, when I recorded it, he had a 42-inch vertical, not a 48. I don't think that Jordan fans realize how high you are in the air if you have a 48-inch vertical. He says, I have a source that says he got measured at 43. Well, I have Michael Jordan's trainer that's saying that he measured it at 42. It's in a book. That's what's documented. So do I trust your source, Michael Jordan fans are the best, or do I trust Michael Jordan's trainer? Because Jordan said, he says, Jordan himself said, I'm not going to be impressed until I see somebody do a 360 from the free throw line. Because only somebody with a true 48-inch vertical is going to do a 360 from the free throw line. Zach LaVine did it. He has a true 48-inch vertical. Zach LaVine went between the legs from the free throw line. That's a true 48-inch vertical. Scottie Pippen jumped and dunked from the free throw line in a dunk contest, and it didn't even look like he was trying. Y'all got to stop with this nonsense, man. So the rationale behind athleticism, LeBron's combination of speed, strength, and vertical is unmatched. Jordan is explosive. Kobe was athletic, but LeBron's combination of all three makes him superior in this regard, and it's not close. Remember, and when it comes to athleticism, Jordan and Kobe are distant second and third. LeBron has separated himself by long margins in this category, and it's not close, unfortunately, for Jordan fans. We got versatility, skills. We got adaptability. Peter Bagjuice says, athleticism is a skill now? Peter Bagjuice. Yes. How athletic you are is a skill. It's a part of your skill set. It's a part of what makes you who you are. How athletic you are determines how good your crossover is. How athletic you are determines how well you can finish at the rim. Your athleticism is literally connected to every single thing that you do on a basketball court. You're not going to be a great defender if you don't have an ounce of athleticism in your body. So when you go to the gym, Peter Bagjuice, and we see that one guy that is non-athletic, there's a reason why we call that guy food. There's a reason why we target him on every ISO. Because I don't care how fundamental he tries to be defensively. Because he doesn't have the athleticism to do anything that can keep up with me, I'm going to go barbecue him. Your athleticism is tied to everything. The fact that you want to pretend like it's not a part of your skill set, that's just you being mad because LeBron is the best at it. Thank you, Twin Man. I cannot believe how, and then I literally just told Peter Bagjuice about saying stuff that just makes absolutely no sense, like he does when on GOAT James Kingdom show. And then he says something like athleticism is a skill set. Yes. Peter Bagjuice, athleticism is the exact reason why you can't hoop. It's the exact reason why you got barbecue soufflé on the JV high school team. You had it all figured out in your brain. Your body just wasn't functioning and keeping up with all the stuff you had going on. You wanted to cross them over. You ain't had the speed. You didn't have the hip mobility. You wanted to go finish, but you got a 7-inch vertical. You can't go up and finish with the trees when you barely get off the ground. How you tell me a great finisher that can't jump and get off the ground? Mingle Justice says Michael Jordan definitely more athletic than LeBron James. How? What standard? But what metric? Mingle Jester. Definitely how? Definitely because you say so? LeBron has a higher vertical than Michael Jordan's recorded 42 inches or reported 42 inches. LeBron is faster up and down the court than Michael Jordan. The only thing athletically that Michael Jordan might have over LeBron James is lateral quickness. Jordan did not jump higher than Bron. Mingle Jester, what he does, y'all, is he will say these things, and he will say it with a lot of fervor and energy. But he won't have nothing to support it. He just says, Jordan a better athlete. How? I don't know how. He just is. But how? Being athleticism is something that we can actually track and monitor. We can see how high you jump. We can see the athleticism in your style of play. When you go up and get blocks out the air, we see your athleticism. Like, for example, as crazy and wild as JaVale McGee was, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to know he's a superior athlete. He can jump out the gym. He can fly up and down the court. All the other stuff, okay, questionable. But If you can't identify the elite athlete of the three, that means you're just biased. Salute to Jeremiah Smith, man. He says that's Lamont. Yes, man. You know I've been cooking. I told everybody I'm gonna be giving you guys at least 3 live streams a week. So I'm gonna try to hold my word to that, man. I'm gonna try to keep them going, man. When we go to durability, or no, let's start with adaptability because that's the next one here. Adaptability to era and style of play adjustments. We've literally seen LeBron James kind of adapt to almost 2 to 3 different eras or styles of basketball. And he's been elite in every style that he's seen. I got LeBron number 1 here. I got Jordan second. As the NBA started to change, as Jordan got older, Jordan looked a lot different. Same with Kobe. As the NBA started to change, Kobe looked a little different. Right? LeBron's ability to thrive in multiple eras, more physical or even less physical, more scoring or even less scoring, and adjust his style of play makes him the most adaptable. Jordan dominated his era, but didn't face the same stylistic demands. Kobe excelled, but didn't have the same versatility in adjusting his style of play. These are facts. Durability, longevity, minutes played. Are we going to argue this, Mingo Jester? Are we going to argue durability, longevity, minutes played? LeBron is number 1 in this category. It's a skill set. Your best, what's the best thing you can do? Your best ability is availability. LeBron James, number 1 in durability, longevity, minutes played. Jordan, number 2. Kobe, third. LeBron's longevity, his sustained peak performance over 2 decades put him ahead. Yeah, Jordan was durable in his Wizards years. Yeah, Jordan played 82 games, but he looked like an old man out there, chucking up a ton of shots on a bad team. LeBron, and Jordan fans even notice, LeBron's old. You guys still got the same expectation of LeBron at 40 as he had when he was 27. See, when Jordan was old with the Wizards, y'all had no expectation. Y'all just hope that he can pull off another 20 point per game, even if they got barbecue souffle. Y'all had no expectation to win. The fact that LeBron's pushing 40 and y'all still treat him like he's 25, 26, 27 tells me that you know he's the most durable. You know his skill set has been sustained over 20 years. But you guys know this already. Let's go to more versatility. Defensive switchability. Defensive switchability we're going to talk about. I got LeBron number 1 in defensive switchability. Jordan second, Kobe third. LeBron's ability to switch onto any player on the court is unmatched, making him the most versatile defender in his group. Jordan could effectively guard multiple positions, but wasn't required to switch as often in his era, or switch onto as many dynamic positions. And the same with Kobe. We've seen Jordan stifle some of the greatest point guards. We've seen LeBron stifle some of the greatest point guards. We've seen LeBron have to go guard Nikola Jokic and do it at a high level and actually sustain. We've seen LeBron have to switch from guarding Kawhi Leonard onto Paul George in one single possession. And in that one single possession, he did a hell of a job at stopping both those guys. His defensive switchability is second to none. We can go to offensive position versatility. We just talked about defensive versatility. Let's talk about offensive position versatility. I got LeBron James number 1 in offensive position versatility. Jordan second, Kobe third. LeBron's ability to act as a point forward or a post player puts him at the top. Jordan and Kobe, great scorers, but they were just primarily guards with less positional flexibility. LeBron has literally played every single position in the NBA. He's been listed as literally every single position in the NBA. He's been listed as a point guard. He's been listed as a small forward, shooting guard, power forward, and a center. And when you look at his numbers and what he's been able to do at each position, he's literally has Hall of Fame-like numbers at every single position that he's played. Unmatched offensive position versatility. Another skill set, the ability to adapt to different roles. I got LeBron number 1 in this category. Jordan second, Kobe third. LeBron has thrived in multiple roles. He's thrived as a primary scorer and looked like a Hall of Famer. He's thrived as a playmaker and looked like a Hall of Famer. And even facilitating for teammates and depending on the team needs. Jordan and Kobe were both hyper-focused on scoring. They did take on the duties of playmaking every now and then, like Jordan did for a stretch of maybe like 10, 15 games or whatever early on in his career, where he was averaging double-digit assists. But as the Jordan fans say, how impactful were those numbers? Because the last time I checked, once again, they were getting barbecue souffled while he was trying to accumulate those assists, while he was running. And we know it wasn't necessarily natural because he was running to the stat table to check his numbers. Do I have X amount of assists? I'm trying to get this triple-double. So it wasn't even organic. It was never an organic part of his game to do it. It's natural for LeBron James to be a primary scorer. It's natural for LeBron James to be an elite playmaker. His ability to adapt to different roles. We've seen him do this on multiple teams, multiple situations, multiple players, multiple types of all-stars, even instances where he's able to do it with no all-stars on the roster. We can't say as much for Kobe and Jordan. Playing in different offensive systems is the next one. We got LeBron James number 1 in this one as well. Versatility skills. Jordan second, Kobe third. LeBron's success in various offensive systems. We have Miami's pace and space system. How many people say that wherever LeBron James goes, they run the LeBron system? This is something that you'll hear Man Down Sports say. This is something that you'll hear Sports T and Carcino say, because they are, remember what I always been using the last couple of live streams, they are stupid. They pretend to know the game. They don't know what pace and space is. They don't know what a pace and space off. They don't know what Miami was running. LeBron James excelled in Miami's pace and space offense. LeBron James excelled in Cleveland's isolation-heavy offense. LeBron James has excelled in the Lakers' hybrid offense. It showcases his adaptability. And when I say excelled, I mean won championships in all various systems. Now, I want you to ask yourself, outside of the triangle, how much did Jordan win? Could he win? Outside of the triangle offense, how much could Kobe win? How much did he win? Could Kobe and Jordan play in different systems? Because we saw Kobe in Mike D'Antoni's system. We saw Kobe in a lot of different systems. But they looked hot garbage. Maybe he got to his numbers, but they looked like walking garbage cans. They lost. Not my fault. I didn't do this. This is what, get mad at them. Michael Jordan fan says, LeBron James fans are not the best. I'm not here for LeBron James fans or Jordan fans. I'm just here to let y'all know the truth. Because Michael Jordan fans, once you pick a side, and then what happens is, I mean, people like Michael Jordan fans are the best. You pick the side. So your basketball aficionado, sports, fitness, and rants, you just got to take everything that he says as gospel. And then when you run around trying to regurgitate the things that Rance says, then you start running around looking crazy. You know, because he done popped some steroids. His mind is all over the place. He ain't thinking correctly. Not very trustworthy information. But we got LeBron first in this particular category as well. Let's go to some more versatility skills. Handling defensive assignments across positions. We got LeBron number 1 in this particular category. Jordan second, Kobe third. LeBron's defensive versatility allows him to guard players from guards to centers. We've seen it. Jordan's quickness, tenacity allowed him to guard most guards on the perimeter, and same with Kobe. but they did not have the ability to handle various defensive assignments across positions. Effectiveness in transition. I got LeBron number 1 in regards to effectiveness in transition. LeBron, position player, and right. Jordan was also an elite transition player, but he was just more focused on finishing. And then Kobe often excelled more so in the half-court setting. We got Twin Man said sniffs and rants. That's what it is, man. Man, sports fitness and rants is a different breed. Peter Bagju says, man, you've relabeled the same skill 3 different ways. What same skill? What's the same skill 3 different ways? If you don't understand it, just come up here and tell us what you don't understand. Because the one thing that I've explained, Peter Bagjuice, is that a lot of these things connect to each other. So when we talk about transition, when we were talking about offensive skills before, we were just talking about as a transition player. Now we're talking about your effectiveness in transition. 2 different things. Positional versatility. Just because you don't want to accept it. These things are very, very different from one another. Being able to handle defensive assignments across positions, different things, right? Because the one thing that we talk about is any player can switch. Kobe can switch on to anybody. But when we go to this particular category, handling defensive assignments across positions, if Kobe got switched on to Dwight Howard in the post, how well could he handle that matchup? Yeah, he could switch. He could look like he was defending it, but is it even effective? LeBron's the only player out of the 3 where he can switch onto centers and power forwards, and not just switch, but also be an elite defender and be effective while doing it. Kobe's just hoping to not get dunked on. Jordan's just hoping to not get shitted on if he gets switched on to an Olajuwon or a Ewing. LeBron gets switched on to a bigger player, and he has a fighting chance to get the stop. Let's go to the next one. And I think we did basketball IQ already, so we're going to go to playmaking for teammates in different lineups. Playmaking for teammates in different lineups. We got LeBron James number 1 in this particular aspect. Right? LeBron's ability to create for teammates, regardless of lineup. Listen to what I'm saying. Regardless of lineup or personnel on the floor, places him atop. Jordan was a capable facilitator when required. Kobe also took on a similar role later in his career. But when I talk about playmaking for teammates in different lineups, LeBron's ability, and I talked about this in the beginning, his ability to create for teammates regardless of their skill set or where they are in their careers. LeBron early on in his career did not have the most well-regarded lineup around him. But instead of moping and crying and asking for trades, what did he do? He galvanized those guys, and he had everybody playing well above their pay grade. Jordan didn't have the most optimal lineup around him. What happened? He was not able to play make within those different lineups. He wasn't. He cried about Orlando Woolridge. He cried about all these guys. He called them cokeheads. He went to front office, said, y'all need to trade these guys for the guys like Orlando Woolridge that can actually score the basketball. What did he say? He wrote in his book, he said, oh, they still in my shine. He didn't want to work with, people say that Jordan didn't have any help, but you had guys like Orlando Woolridge, who was a super athlete. You just didn't know how to work with him to win games because he did what you did best. And you allowing him to thrive meant that your points per game would go down. It's just unfortunate reality. It's just the truth. And this is not my words. This is what Jordan said himself. Ability to dominate in different eras. We got LeBron James at number 1 in this particular category. He's played through different rule changes and styles in the NBA. Jordan second, Kobe third. A sustained peak across positions. We're going to give that to LeBron James, right? LeBron has sustained his peak across different positions and responsibilities. Jordan was primarily a scorer throughout. Kobe's roles have also stayed the same. But LeBron's roles have changed everywhere he's been. And he sustained a high level of play the entire time, irregardless of age. We can get to the intangibles and the natural gifts as we start to round this out. Obviously, as we mentioned before, intangibles and natural gifts, athleticism, speed, agility, strength, that all goes to LeBron James. We talked about that earlier. Wingspan and reach, that goes to LeBron James. Wingspan and reach, again, it's a natural gift that these are things that you can't argue. LeBron's wingspan contributes to him being a much better post defender. His wingspan is 7 feet. Jordan's wingspan is 6'11". Kobe's wingspan was 6'6". LeBron's wingspan gives him just a naturally built-in advantage with regards to defense and rebounding. The same as Jordan's reach gave him an edge. We already talked about durability. LeBron will top out this list in durability. The ability to avoid major injuries. Same thing with Michael Jordan. And then Kobe's third on this list because we saw him go down. Look, here we go with Peter Bagjuice. Again, Peter Bagjuice. The title for this category was Intangibles and Natural Gifts. Right? Because intangibles and natural gifts tie into your skill sets. For example, Peter Bagjuice, you're not going to be an elite shot blocker in the NBA if you don't have an elite wingspan. It's one of the reasons why, even though Kobe was a good defender, he was never an elite shot blocker because he had a 6'6" wingspan. So your natural gifts tie into your skills and how effective those skills are. Peter Bagjuice. So when we talk about skills, what we're also talking about is some of the things that contribute to you being more skillful than other players in certain things, in certain aspects of the game of basketball. All I ask you, Peter Bagjuice, is just to think a little bit the next time before you actually type. Please. The next one we got here is mental toughness. Now, mental toughness is subjective, but I'll defer on the mental toughness, and we'll give that to Michael Jordan, right? That was an MO. That was a moniker attached to Michael Jordan from the start of his career. I'm not one to push back against that notion. The way he played the game, his approach to the game, some of the things he had to deal with took a ton of mental toughness. In 93, when his father was killed, took a lot of mental toughness. Again, just we give that to Jordan. I'm not gonna, and I'm not even deferring to bias because I've already given you examples, right? You know, I've given you significant examples of some of the things he had to deal with, right? Not to mention even later on in his career, having to deal with the mental stress of the Chicago Bulls front office, the uncertainty of the future. You're winning championships, yet the front office doesn't want to bring back a team that's playing elite. It does take a lot of mental fortitude and toughness. All right. Now, has LeBron dealt with some things? Yes. But I think my list is fair. You know, Kobe, I got Kobe second on this list. What did Kobe deal with? He was playing basketball, then also fighting a case in Utah. I mean, how much more mental toughness and resilience would you need to have to play with those type of circumstances? And this is also the man that had to play with Kwame Brown. I mean, how would you feel? And you throwing dimes to some dude who completely blowing layups. right? You got a guy saying, I don't want to be in the game, late game, because you feel like he's going to blow up the play. This your starting center. It takes mental toughness to play with Kwame Brown. You know how many times Kobe Bryant probably wanted to lay hands on Kwame Brown? He probably wanted to really lay hands on that man. But he couldn't lay hands on him. Why? Because he didn't have the physical intangibles. Kwame Brown was big and strong. That motherfucker was big and strong. So Kobe Bryant, because of the natural gifts that Kwame Brown had, the size and the strength, Kobe said, well, I'm not going to slap you upside your head, but I am going to get your ass traded up out of here. You're a big ass bum. That's what happened. But y'all see how the natural gifts play a role in that? All right, we talked about basketball IQ. Let's get to leadership. I'm going to give leadership to Jordan. I'm going to go LeBron second, Kobe third. Again, that's all subjective, just based on what you see in the game, right? I think leadership by example as a player is probably one of the best forms of leadership. Is there some truth to Jordan's example of dominance on the floor having some impact on Scottie Pippen's brilliance? Yeah, I believe there is. Not all, but there is. Did it help Phil Jackson excel? It did. His leadership, different form of leadership, but leadership nonetheless. I got Jordan. I got LeBron second, Kobe third. Clutch factor. I think clutch factor is another one. What do you define as clutch? But if we just go with the traditional definition of clutch, just the traditional definition of clutch, what we traditionally view clutch as, without getting into some of the more complex metrics of what clutch is or clutch isn't. I think if you just stick to just the most base definition of clutch, I think you just have to give it to Michael Jordan. I mean, it is what it is. Kobe second, and then I'm going to go with LeBron third. Does it mean that Kobe or LeBron are not clutch? No. These are three of the most clutch players in NBA history, but if you have to rank them, this will be my ranking. We can debate it later. Basketball instincts. I got Jordan, number one. See, I want y'all to notice something. And salute to Crooktown P. And salute to Class Clown. I want y'all to notice something. Do you see how when I go to clutch factor and basketball instincts, where Jordan is atop both of those lists, you don't see Peter Bagjuice in the comments saying, basketball instincts is a skill? Clutch factor is a skill now? Look, do you see Peter Bagjuice now? Do y'all still? He only says that in categories where LeBron is atop. But y'all see how Peter Bagjuice has stopped typing? And I'm Zomita. Yes, I have LeBron second in basketball instincts. And my rationale for that is Jordan's natural feel for the game, particularly scoring. That kind of what set him apart, right? LeBron's all-around instincts make him close behind. It's not an easy decision. While Kobe's instincts were sharp, but he just leaned more towards scoring, more than team facilitation. It's close, but you have to make a decision. Well, if it's contradicting, then come up here. I don't know what it contradicts. What does it contradict? Because there's a clear explanation for it. Just a natural feel for the game. Right? There was a lot of things that Jordan did, especially early on, right, that LeBron had to learn how to do. Right? LeBron kind of came into the league as a raw talent. His game looked raw. When LeBron first stepped into the league, physical dominance, but did it, if you're being honest, did his game look natural? It didn't. LeBron had to learn a lot. So I give the slight edge to Jordan there. That's all it is. And go James. That plays a big factor into it as well. The age. That plays a humongous factor into it. One of the reasons why Kobe, similar to LeBron, came out of high school. And I think LeBron obviously hit the ground running a little bit better than Kobe did. But there was a lot to be learned from both of those guys, right? Kobe kind of thrust into a different situation because Shaquille O'Neal was on that team. LeBron just kind of thrust into a situation where, all right, here's the team. We just need you to go take over and figure it out on the fly. Jordan came and hit the ground running, and it just looked like he was a natural at the game. He says, but you have to take into account understanding all of the instinct factors. What is, if you want to come up here and explain instinct factors and go that deep into it, fine. And at the end of the day, if you want to swap them and you want to put LeBron at number 1 and Jordan number 2, I'm fine with that as well. I don't care. I literally just said in my rationale, it's close between Jordan and LeBron. That means it's arguable. But go James Kingdom, I don't know what instinct factors are. This man just said instinct factors, man. That's crazy. And we got Hillary Clinton in the chat. Says Jordan was efficient in the finals. Well, we've already went through the efficiency numbers well before we get to this point. LeBron was atop all of the efficiency numbers. Fake Hillary Clinton. So we got a final conclusion right here. The final conclusion is what? The final conclusion is that LeBron James is the most versatile player in NBA history. He separated himself with versatility, positional flexibility. He separated himself with playmaking and court vision, his assist percentage. He separated himself with defensive playmaking, his ability to get deflections that led to turnovers. He separated himself defending the best scorers, top 20 scorers in the NBA in any given year, being elite at it. He separated himself with sustained peak and durability. That's how he separated himself from Jordan and Kobe with regards to skills. And not to mention the efficiency, the finishing at the rim, some of the other offensive things that I mentioned at the beginning. What are some of the things that hurt LeBron in this argument? Clutch factor, right? While LeBron has delivered numerous clutch moments, he has a more balanced approach, often passing to open teammates rather than taking the final shot himself. And as sometimes this has led to criticism. His clutch factor is often compared unfavorably to Jordan and Kobe, who seem to be more aggressive and in some cases more successful in game-winning situations. Free throw shooting, what Muggsy Bogues said. But even with those two factors hurting LeBron James, he still comes out in skills well ahead of Jordan and Kobe. And we'll get to the numbers. We'll summarize the categories later on. When we get to Michael Jordan, who finishes second in this particular argument. Scoring dominance. So, looking at all these skill sets, we can label Jordan as the greatest scorer and maybe the greatest leader. But scoring dominance, clutch factor, defensive intensity, and IQ, and free throw shooting. What are some of the things that hurt Jordan? Defending elite scores. Struggled his entire career. Off-ball movement. Struggled his entire career. Plus, he played in an era with illegal defense and playmaking. Kobe Bryant. We call him the isolation master and the perimeter defender. He's third on this list. Great ISO scoring and footwork. Great with mid-range shooting. Great with perimeter defense and fighting through screens. That's what he came out of top in with regards to skills. Some of the things that hurt Kobe, where he fell to third in this list, playmaking, court vision, defending elite scores, and positional versatility. Those are the things that really hurt Kobe going in. So what are all the elements as far as skills that put LeBron James atop Jordan and Kobe? Well, what we've shown is that his scoring efficiency is higher than Jordan and Kobe's. His finishing at the rim is better than Jordan and Kobe's. His playmaking and vision, his assist percentage is better than Kobe's. His off-ball movement, according to Synergy's, off-ball movement and points per game, off cuts and screens, is higher than Jordan and Kobe's. Passing in transition is superior to Jordan and Kobe's. Pick and roll offense, superior to Jordan and Kobe's. Offensive rebounding is superior to Jordan and Kobe's. His basketball IQ is superior His transition offense is superior. His passing accuracy is superior. His shot creation for teammates is superior. His efficiency in multiple positions, his efficiency in multiple offensive systems has shown to be superior. He's also superior in versatility and intangibles, right? We've shown that he's more superior with regards to positional versatility, offensive positional versatility, defensive switchability, effectiveness in transition, the ability to adapt to different roles, sustain peak across positions, durability, longevity, athleticism, wingspan and reach, basketball IQ, and adaptability in different eras and styles. He's superior in all those particular categories. And then when you go to the defensive skill sets, he's a better help defender than Kobe and Jordan. His defensive IQ, reading opponents, has shown to be higher. Defending elite scores by the numbers, he's much better in even a much more offensively driven league. Defensive playmaking, deflections, turnovers, he leads that by a large margin, a large gap. Switchability, he's shown himself to be superior at defending all 5 positions and not confined to just 1 or 2 like Jordan and Kobe. Chase down blocks, superior. That's transition defense, pick and roll defense. We just talked about it earlier. Superior in pick and roll defense. Help side shot blocking. He's the superior player with regards to help side defense and shot blocking. Defensive communication. He's the most vocal defensive communicator of the 3 and the best defensive communicator of the 3, just based on the output of some of the things that his teams have done defensively. Positional versatility and then defensive playmaking. All in to it. So my final summary, LeBron James excels in 35 of the categories that we discussed. It showcases his dominance in areas of versatility, playmaking, defensive IQ, positional flexibility, his adaptability across multiple areas, combined with unique athletic gifts, make him the most skilled overall player in this analysis. I'm going to go ahead and drop the link. Would like to hear some of you guys' arguments if you don't necessarily agree. But just at least if you argue it, at least try to make some sense of it. At least make some sense. He says the stream right here made me the GOAT, LeBron James. No, this isn't about the GOAT. This is just about who's the most skilled player. Being the GOAT has it has way more to do than just skills. And I've talked about that. There's a lot of other elements to being the GOAT outside of just skills. Right now, we're just talking about skills. And the lies perpetuated by a lot of people, because what they do is they try to confine skills to a few things that they like. Like when Muggsy Bogues was talking about skills, he confined it to free throw shooting. When we hear other people talk about skills, they're only talking about footwork in the mid-range shot. But see, when I talk about skills and I cover over 50 different categories of skills, well, you can't get mad because now I have a more comprehensive breakdown of all of the skills that are all crucial to winning basketball games in the NBA. And LeBron James came out on top of 35 of those categories. Put this link in the chat, man. Let's get you guys up here to cook. Hold on. Where's my link at? And also, while you're waiting here, make sure y'all become a member of the channel. If you want to become a member of the channel, you can become a member of the channel right there. Link is in the chat. About to drop the link in the chat for you guys to pull up, join the stream. You guys can come up here and cook on some of this. Joyman says, let the crying begin. I'm curious to hear it. But see, I don't like, I think what you guys need to do more is whenever you're talking to somebody that has LeBron James as the GOAT, you just need to start by asking them why they have LeBron James as the GOAT. Because a lot of times what you guys do is you will hear somebody say that LeBron is the GOAT, and you'll just completely poo-poo on it, not understanding that their criteria might very well, based on how they see the game, might very well have LeBron as the GOAT. See, what happens with Jordan fans is Jordan fans will say, I got Jordan as the GOAT because he's undefeated in the finals. That, to me, doesn't make sense because there are better people. There are players who have better records in the NBA finals who are also undefeated in the finals with similar numbers to Michael Jordan, yet they're not even in your top 20. So I know and I think that's what happens in these conversations. You guys will say something is your criteria, and then when we ask you about the Bill Russells or the Hondos or the Sam Joneses, then you get the copping deuces and bringing up all types of other stuff. We did have ball handling in here, MacDef. You just missed it. There was ball handling because at the top the ball handling, we had Kobe. I had Kobe as the number one. Kobe, Jordan, then LeBron. Yeah, Netflix, Tyson. What's wrong with that? And Netflix is way more than $5 now. Netflix is dang near like $30 a month now. It used to be $7. Oh man. Well, y'all gotta stop, man. Hold on, where's my link at? Let me copy it. Link is in the chat, y'all, man. Peter Bag Juice, Jason the Kid. Link is in the chat, man. Mingle Jester. Popeye's family meals. I don't eat Popeyes, so I wouldn't know about no Popeyes, man. I can't do Popeyes, man. I can't do it, man. It's too goddamn greasy. I can't do it. The ball handling responsibilities is different between those players, though. Yeah, it is. But I don't care what your ball handling responsibilities are. You can still look at the way people move with the basketball, handle the basketball, and you can kind of tell who's the better ball handler. You know, for example, when you got Mark Jackson of the 1990s turning his back, using his body to shield defenders away from the ball, he's naturally just not going to be as good of a ball handler as a Steph Curry or Kyrie. He can't even face up and attack. I mean, I don't need to see a ton of ball handling to know who's the better ball handler. I mean, it's pretty simple. I think Kobe might be the nicest with the ball. I think LeBron looks a little clunky. I think Jordan was solid, got to where he needed to go. And just shorter players are just better, just naturally. Just like height is more conducive to some of these, like LeBron being much better in certain things. I think in regards to ball handling, lower center of gravity, lower to the ground, makes you much better ball handler, just naturally. So sometimes that's just something, just those two guys being smaller than LeBron just lends more to them being better ball handlers. Come on, y'all. Man, I saw like 3 of y'all in the backstage and y'all hopped out. Is something wrong with my StreamYard, man? Y'all better hit that link. Come on back up. I just seen like 4 of y'all in there. I'm about to let y'all up. Then they just all disappeared. We got Claquino, says Lamont. LeBron James is literally the greatest all-around player of all time. Yes. Yeah, I know. We just came to that conclusion. We literally just came to that conclusion. And I think when in greater all-around player, and we weren't talking about all-around player, we were more so just talking about skills, which I think can kind of go down the same line. He says, well, no, Bill Russell, Hondo, and Sam Jones never had to do what MJ did. MJ had to be elite on both ends. Bill Russell was elite on both ends. John Havlicek was elite on both ends. What are you talking about? John Havlicek was one of the best defensive players in the league, and he was arguably the best offensive player for that team. What are you talking about? John Havlicek was one of the best defensive players in the NBA at that time. What do you mean? What do you mean elite on both ends? He was elite on both ends. And he's 8-0 in the NBA Finals. And he has just as many points as Michael Jordan. What do you mean? What do you mean he's carrying a significant harder load? How do you know? You're making this stuff up on the go. You're making it up on the fly. You haven't watched any of those games from back then. You sitting here telling me who had it harder. Zero says, he says, so Lamont, I need an answer on this. If LeBron is better at defending the least scores, how is he not better on-ball defender as MJ? I didn't say he was a better on-ball defender than MJ. What happened, Zero, was I said when we break down defense in certain categories, I said as in regards to on-ball defense, we had Jordan where? At number 1, 0. I said in help side defense, we had LeBron higher than Jordan. And then when we start going down all of the elements of being a great defender, and when you get to some of those other elements of being a great defender, Jordan has significant flaws. For example, in Jordan's Defensive Player of the Year season, in 1988, the year that so many people proclaimed Jordan was this great defender, why, when I pulled up all of his defensive matchups for that entire year, why did he give up on average about 22 points per game to anybody that he was defending? I don't care if it was an all-star. I don't care if it was a non-all-star. I don't care if it was a bum like Otis Birdsong. Everybody was getting off on Jordan because Jordan has tendencies on defense when he's not, when you don't have the basketball and Jordan's looking around off ball, he ball watches. He loses sight of his man. His man can get loose, get rebounds, get off on open shots because Jordan will ball watch a ton. When we pulled up the list of defending top 20 scores in any particular given season, LeBron James, when defending for the duration of his career, when defending the top 20 scores, he gives up 16 points per game. Jordan gives up over 20 points per game. Kobe gives up 19. This is when you're defending the elite scores, not just random bums. But see, Daryl Cover, y'all said I was making stuff up about the 1988 season. But then people started Googling the games. And when I start playing the games, I even started playing the games that I could find from 1988. And I had to literally show you guys that Otis Birdsong was burning Michael Jordan. I had to show you guys the game where Reggie Miller came off the bench and gave Michael Jordan 20 points in 12 minutes. See, I had to go play the game for y'all to believe it. I don't make this up because I didn't get the information from out of thin air. The information came from Synergy. And then when I just tell you the information, you guys just try to say the information is false. Well, look, I'm going to tell you this, Daryl Cover. If you don't think it's legitimate, go watch as many games as you can find from 1988. I want you to explain to me why, Daryl Cover, why Doc Rivers was able to drop a 29-point triple-double on Michael Jordan's neck. I want you to explain to me why when they were playing the Cavaliers, they played them 4 times that year. The first 2 games, Gerald Wilkins. Jordan was guarding Gerald Wilkins. Gerald Wilkins barbecued him over 20 points. They switched him off for the last 2 games. He's guarding Mark Price. Mark Price soufflés him, 20 points. Explain to me this. It's on video. He says, I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about the Hondo take. Well, I don't, unless you click the link and explain yourself, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. What am I making up with Hondo? Hondo's 8-0 in the finals. Hondo's career totals almost mirror Michael Jordan's career totals exactly. What you want me? I mean, look. Y'all can get mad at me because Hondo was nice. Don't get mad at me because you haven't ranked him appropriately based on how you rank Jordan. Don't get mad at me because you said Jordan was 6-0 and that's why you have him as the GOAT, but you give no credit to other guys that are 8-0 in the finals. And not just 8-0 in the finals, he was a bona fide all-star when he played. 8-0 and a bona fide all-star, yet you don't have him ranked anywhere. He says Otis Bird song wasn't a bum. He was a 4-time All-Star. Don't nobody know no Otis Bird song because I got some more names on that list outside of Otis Bird song that you can't explain. I mean, I still got it right here. Hold on, let me show you. I still got it right here. Y'all thought I deleted it? Watch this. Watch this right here. Here's the players. This list right here. Let me remove this off the screen. These are the players right here that in 1988, these were when Jordan was matched up against these players. This was his top 10 defensive games of the year. He held Dennis Hobson to 18 points. He held Terry Teagle to 14 points. He held John Long to 20 points. I mean, come on, man. I mean, look. So he played Dennis Hobson for 2 games. Dennis Hobson only averaged 9 points versus Jordan. He played Terry Teagle for 1 game. Terry Teagle only averaged 14 versus Jordan. John Long, 14 points. Joe Dumars only averaged 14. Maurice Cheeks averaged 14. Craig Elo averaged 15. World B. Free averaged 16. Dave Wingate averaged 17. Chris Mullin averaged 17. And Purvis Short averaged 17. It only goes up from there. But those were the best. These were the Jordan's best as far as being on-ball defense. This was his best outfit. The player that he was able to successfully stop the most in 1988 was Dennis Hobson. He held him to 9 points. Dennis Hobson was the only player that Jordan guarded in 1988 that he held to under 10 points for multiple games. Everybody else scored double-digit points. This is Jordan's best defensive year. So when Go James Kingdom start telling y'all that the Defensive Player of the Year award is kind of fake, well, because look, here go the best performance. This in 1988, Dominique Wilkins. Dominique Wilkins averaged 34 points per game on Michael Jordan. Ricky Pierce averaged 31 points per game on Michael Jordan. Clyde Drexler averaged 31 points per game, including a 40-point triple-double. Adrian Dantley averaged 30 points on Michael Jordan that year. Mark Aguirre, 29. Doc Rivers, 29. Larry Bird, 27. Bernard King, 26. Magic Johnson, 25. And Dale Ellis, 25. He wasn't stopping nobody. Right? When we go here, against the non-All-Star players that Jordan was matched up against. They played an average of 33 minutes per game. The non-All-Star players in 1988 averaged 19.1 points per game, 4 rebounds, 4 assists on essentially 50% from the field. The All-Star players did a little bit better. The All-Star players played 38 minutes, averaged 25 points per game, 4 rebounds, 4 assists on literally a little bit above 50% from the field. What y'all want me to? This was Jordan's greatest defensive year. And if you don't believe that Doc Rivers dropped a 29-point triple-double on Michael Jordan, go look it up. If you don't believe that Clyde Drexler deep fried and souffled Michael Jordan for a 42-point triple-double, go look it up. Magic Johnson, 25-point triple-double, easy. Reggie Miller wasn't even starting that year, came off the bench. Let me get 20, Michael Jordan. Give me 12 minutes. All I need is 12 minutes. I'm getting 20. Barbecue. What you mean? Y'all getting mad at me? That's what he did. And what did I do? I went and played the game. Since y'all didn't think Jordan was matched up on these players, I went and found as many games as I could, and I played the games. But see, when I play the games, y'all don't go watch. Them videos got like 1,000 views, 2,000 views. When I play the game, so y'all can kind of match up everything that I say with the actual game, y'all don't even go watch. Adrian Knight says, we don't care, bro. Find new material. I mean, look, you can always give me new material. You can just click the link. I can easily get some new material with you. Hit the link. Y'all keep popping in the backstage, popping out. Mike's not connected. 1991 finals is probably MJ worst playoff series defensively. I mean, it might be. Magic Johnson did whatever he wanted on Michael Jordan. All these people pretend, like a lot of people, this is what people will do. They say, yeah, Jordan was guarding Magic most of the time in 1991. Yeah, you're right. And Magic was barbecuing him most of the time. How do we know this? Because we played most of the game. We played the games. Like, yeah, these are things that you can't argue. Like, you can't argue 1988. I don't know how Jordan won Defensive Player of the Year. What did Rasheed Wallace say about it? Rasheed Wallace said, well, you know what they was doing. They was just giving him an award because they had to propagate him up. Yeah, that's NBA Jam. So, yeah, I mean, when you look at 1988, there's just absolutely no way possible he was a better defender than Hakeem Olajuwon. There's just no way possible. Unless you got a lot of people in the media super fanned out over Michael Jordan, and they were just thirsty to give him some type of award. And that's that. There's more evidence to support that than there is evidence that supports he was a defensive player of the year, a legitimate defensive player of the year candidate. He said, Rasheed sounds like a hater. I guess every time somebody says something that you don't like, they're a hater. All he did was gamble. The funniest thing about it is even GOAT James clipped a few of them. You literally hear announcers saying it in the 1988 season. Literally announcers will say, yeah, Jordan's not that good of a defender because he gambles too much. In multiple games in 1988, they said it. And GOAT James clipped it. GOAT James even clipped the one where John Stockton made Michael Jordan fall. But John Stockton then blew the layup. What's up, man? What's up, Peter Bag Juice, man?
Hey, what's going on, Lamont? I don't have no background noise, do I?
No, you don't have no background noise.
All right, cool. So, yeah, quick question. Who would you give the lion's share of the credit for the 88 or the 87-88 Bulls having a third-ranked defense?
Well, I don't give the lion's share of the credit to nobody. I give it to the team. You can't have a top-ranked defense without a complete team.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. But just similarly, like you said, you would give Hakeem. You said there's no way he should have won in 88 over Hakeem. So obviously, you know, there is something where, you know, you can appraise the level of impact that a particular player has relative to his teammates. No?
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
How often, and it doesn't happen very much, how often does the defensive player of the year happen to be on the team that has the number one defense in the NBA? Don't happen a lot. I mean, there were years when Golden State was doing their run. Draymond Green only got one defensive player of the year. But they were always a top defense. There were times when the Cleveland Cavaliers, number one defense with LeBron James in them. None of them guys got defensive player of the year. The thing is, being a great defensive team and being a great defensive player are two different things. If I'm saying that Hakeem Olajuwon was a better defender than Jordan in 1988, is because individually he was a better defender. I don't care about the team results because a great team defense has more so to do with coaching, scheme, players, guys staying healthy, good rotations coming in and out. It also depends on about who you're playing, because back even in the 80s, you played teams in your division a lot more. So I think during the season you play teams like the Cavs and the Bucks 6 times instead of 4. So it was a lot different. The being a great defensive team a little bit different back then. As far as being a great individual defender, me watching the games and watching Jordan play, I don't know where the hell people got the notion that Jordan was a great defender in 1988, because he wasn't.
How much stock do you put in defensive metrics like defensive box plus minus and and defensive win shares.
Very little.
So how do you appraise individual? Because it's like the hardest measurable of all, right? Measuring defense. So, when you say Hakeem was the best player, because you say you don't put much stock in overall team defensive rating, even though typically a defensive player of the year, they're pretty much, you're going to be top 5 defense. If you're outside of the top 5, I'm pretty sure off memory, there's going to be a strong correlation between being a top 5 defense and a guy winning defensive player of the year, right? So you say you don't put much.
There's not a correlation.
When
Rudy Gobert.
What word did the Timberwolves rank this year?
Watch this. I'll pull it up for you.
Rating.
Let me give you an example. Rudy Gobert, I think it was his last year in Utah, where I think the Utah Jazz had literally the best record in the NBA. I think they were just barbecuing everybody. And Rudy Gobert, that Utah Jazz team was not a great defensive team. Rudy Gobert was single-handedly belling all of those bummy defenders out on the perimeter. Mike Conley, Jordan Clarkson, Donovan Mitchell, all those guys that get consistently blown by, he was belling them out time and time again. They were not a very good defensive team, right? But you can clearly see that the things that Rudy Gobert was doing to completely save that team on the defensive end, even though they didn't have a really high or great defensive rating, we knew that he was one of the most impactful defensive players in the NBA. Conversely, even with Minnesota last year, and I can pull it up. I don't know where their defensive rating was. I don't know if they were the number 1 team in NBA. I don't know if they were the number 1 team in NBA or not, but I can pull it up and check. But I don't think they were number 1 defensive team in the league. I'm almost certain the Celtics. I'm almost certain the Celtics were the best defensive team in the league. I don't know who was second, but I'm almost certain.
In that same year as when Gobert won it?
No, I'm talking about last year because Gobert won it last year.
Oh, okay.
I believe that the Celtics. So when we go, if you want to go to defensive rating, team defensive.
But what do you think about individual defensive rating? You don't put much into that either?
No, because it can get conflicted. Like, for example, when the Warriors had a really good defense, there was like a period of time in the year where Steph Curry was ranked in the top 10 in defensive rating. What does that mean? Does that mean he really turned the clock and light years got light years better defensively, or is he really getting a strong kickback from a great defensive team?
Because he's on it. Yeah. But see, what I do is I would combine all of those things. You can look at things like on and off numbers. To me, it has to be comprehensive, right? So the reason why I gave, by the way, Jordan steals were severely cooked in '88. The steal stats were. I know you said earlier that there was no proof, but a guy named Johnny Arnett actually did the. He was actually able to find like a good amount of games, and it was really bad. But the reason why I'd give Jordan so much credit in '88 is because their front court, defensively, their front court was poor. And most of the times in the few games that I watched from that '88 season, I watched about 10 games or so. Most of the times they put him on the point guard and he dropped below the free throw line, like basically completely ignoring the point guard, because back then point guards just would not shoot the ball for whatever reason. I think that's just a philosophical thing, right? And because of the floor being more compressed, he could have that much more impact running around and getting involved in everybody else's business. So
hold on 1 second, Peter Backjuice. Let me correct everybody.
Yeah.
So if we want to go to defensive rating for last year, the Minnesota Timberwolves were the number 1 defensive team last year with Rudy Gobert.
Yeah.
Last year.
It's not going to be every year, but I'm pretty sure if you were to go through the list of all the defensive player of the years, I'd venture to say, I don't know, maybe 85+% of the time, because a great rim protector, typically they're going to have big time.
Hold on. Let me ask you, Peter Backjuice.
Yeah.
What's the number 1 sentiment that people are saying about Rudy Gobert right now? What are they saying? What's the number 1? Does he get his flowers? Does he get his flowers for leading to the Minnesota Timberwolves for being the best defensive team, or because of the flawed way in which people look at defense because they are heavily invested in the numbers?
Yeah,
or
you
the
know what that is,
optics.
Lamont. You know what that is. A lot of that is aesthetics because when he run, he looks like like an injured deer running around sometimes out there, and he's clumsy looking, and then he's French. Americans have that bias about French being soft and all. A lot of that is just a lot of aesthetics.
So what were
No,
you
he
saying?
doesn't.
Go back to what you were saying about Jordan in 1988. What were you saying about
Oh,
him
in
being a
'88,
great
I was
defender?
saying that defensively, the front court wasn't doing shit.
Who was the front court?
Who was that? See, they had I think it was Corzine. Who started? Let me think. I know Corzine played the 5, right? Sellers played the small forward. I think he started at small forward. Well, that's a wing player. I think it was Corzine and Cartwright, right?
Okay, Cartwright was a good defensive player.
At that point in time?
Yes.
Nah, I mean, Lamar, he was on the tail end of his career, man. I mean,
Cartwright was a good defensive player in the 80s.
Yeah, he's a good post up defender. Yes, he's strong. He's gonna contest a shot, but he wasn't. He didn't have any. All right, that team didn't have any rim protection. You got to agree with that.
Okay,
Bill Cartwright
okay, so who were the rim protectors? Because I don't even know if Bill Cartwright was there that year. He won Defensive Player of the Year.
Let me look it up right now. But that's what I'm saying. I know for a fact that he didn't have any rim protection.
Okay, so you say that, but you don't know the centers. Sporting Page says Oakley, Corzine, and Horace Grant were the bigs. Horace Grant's a hell of a defender. Scottie Pippen that year came off the bench, was a hell of a defender. That's why at the end of the year he was starting, because he was the only one that could guard Larry Bird. Brad Sellers wasn't a slouch defensively. He was 7 feet tall, but he wasn't a slouch. He was still a bust, but he wasn't a slouch defensively. I mean, I think it's easy to say that Dave Corzine was a bum because nobody knows who he is, but did you even watch enough Dave Corzine to even know? And then you're starting with the flawed philosophy of a whole bunch of good defenders always make a good defensive team. You can have a good defensive team with 10 marginal or average defenders if they all lock in and defend as a unit. You don't need elite defenders to have an elite defense. You just need guys that are going to buy in. That's just a fact. You don't need 9 Scottie Pippens to be great defensively. They help, but you don't need them. I mean, the Bulls lost Jordan in '94 and still were an elite defensive team.
I mean, they had one of the best defenders of all time in his prime.
Yeah, one defender. One defender. One great defender. It's going to be hard for one good defender, unless you're talking about Victor Wembanyama.
No, they had Grant too. Grant was a very good defensive player too. Absolutely.
Okay, but you're talking about rookie Horace Grant and rookie Scottie Pippen. They bought in. They were good players.
I was talking about 94. 94. Okay. You're saying that they were still great defensively even without Jordan.
Okay, so where was their rim protection in 94? Who was their rim protector in 94?
Who started in 94? Was that Wennington?
What I'm saying is similar to 88, because they had a good defensive team, you can compensate for not having an elite shot blocker by just being a good defensive team. And yeah, Ben Wennington is not the flashiest name, but he did his job. Dave Corzine is not the flashiest name, but he did his job. Sometimes you just need somebody that's going to go in there and just do their job. And I think y'all conflate good defenses. Like, to be a good defense, you have to have you have to have 9 Drew Holidays on something on the floor to be great defensively. Like, Bill Cartwright is not a flashy name, but he could defend. He had an ugly shot. I don't know about the scoring, but he could defend. All Gravy says Lamont's over the place now. No, I'm very clear with what I'm saying. But I can drop the link and you can come and explain it to me, All Gravy. I keep dropping the link, but y'all won't come up here. You gotta, like, y'all gotta stop conflating. Y'all gotta keep saying just because the team was good defensively or they had a good defensive rating, that's why he got defensive player of the year. That's not why he got defensive player of the year.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't.
People were saying he got defensive player of the year because he led the league in steals because of all the steals.
Yes,
and then when people said that the steals was fictitious, and they started talking about how a lot of the steals was doctored, that's when people were saying, well, maybe he shouldn't have got that award because he was solely given that award primarily because of the steals, because he was not an elite on-ball defender that year. He was a horrible off-ball defender. He just went for every steal and went for every block.
Nah. Bad take. A horrible off-ball defender.
You want me to play video? You want me to? No, he was a horrible off-ball defender. He was a horrible off-ball defender. How does your man? How does Peter Bagjuice? How does your man on all 82 games of the season, night in and night out, average over 20 points per game? Your man, not the point guard, not the center, not the power forward. How does the shooting guard or whoever Jordan's guarding on a night in, night out basis for 82 games score over 20 points? Explain that to me, especially in a league that's more ISO driven, where you defending your individual matchup is more important than ever because there are no zones. There's illegal defense. There's not a ton of help defense.
Hey, can you hear me?
How does your man barbecue you like that? No, I can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
To just now. Oh, we got Mingo Jester in here.
Yeah. I was saying, brother. I see the little 3-card Monty you did with that little list. Listen, he was not guarding. Jordan was not guarding Bernard King. He was not guarding Larry Bird. Like 80% of your list was small forwards, dude.
Hold on, but we played. Hold on, Peter. Just stop. We played the game already, so we know that first matchup versus Larry Bird and them Celtics, he guarded Larry Bird and Larry Bird went off. The second matchup, what did I tell you happened? They put Scottie Pippen on Larry Bird because towards the end of that year, when Scottie Pippen actually started to kind of figure it out, Scottie Pippen ultimately cracked the starting lineup and he became the defensive stopper. So all the players hold on, Peter. All the players that early on in the year Jordan was struggling to stop, they used Pippen. But what happened early in the year? So later in the year, they used Pippen to slow up Gerald Wilkins. They put Jordan on Mark Price. So what happened? Gerald Wilkins gets stopped and stifled, but Mark Price now barbecues Michael Jordan. Every switch that they make, every time they use Pippen to go to the guy that Jordan couldn't stop, the new guy Jordan's guarding also then goes to barbecuing. This is all 82 games. And then to support this, I went and found as many games from 1988 to support. So when I see David Wingate barbecuing Michael Jordan, and people said David Wingate didn't guard Jordan, the first thing we see when we play the game, David Wingate and Michael Jordan defending each other, and Jordan defending him. They said Brothers Birdsong. They said Reggie Miller didn't guard him. But every time we played all these games, the matchups were as is. But you cannot, don't come. I know, but the problem is, Peter Bagjuice, I already played the game. It's on my channel. You need to go watch.
No, I watched it. And
the fact, no, you did not.
I watched that live stream when you
stop. We stop lying. All of the games are on FYF Sports. They're on the channel. I played this, and the fact that y'all did not go watch, and now you want to lie, right? I didn't say Jordan guarded Larry Bird every single time they played. But that in that one matchup when Larry Bird went barbecue mode, Jordan was trying to defend him. And he got barbecued. That one game where Magic Johnson had a 30 or 25-point triple-double, Jordan was defending him. He got barbecue souffle. That one game where Doc Rivers had a 29-point triple-double, who was guarding him? The one game where Clyde Drexler had a 42-point triple-double, who was guarding Clyde Drexler that night? Michael Jordan. Every time he was getting barbecue souffle, we go to the highlights, we go to the games, we see Jordan guarding these guys, and then you guys have new excuses every single time. It's okay. He just got barbecued. The games are out there. I'm the only one actually saying this and then playing the games. And then you guys come back and tell me, well, I watched the game. It didn't happen that way. What game? What games are y'all lying about? I put the games out there. It happened. It's okay. Everybody gets cooked. But he got cooked. And I don't know how the hell he won Defensive Player of the Year in 1988, unless the league was really trying to give him something, because he was not a Defensive Player of the Year that year. Not close. He was not. It was not close. Jordan was, he was a good defender in the 90s. But in 1988, he was not close to being a great defender. The league gave him an award that he did not deserve. That's a fact. That's just a fact. I don't know what standards y'all looking at. Even the announcers in some of the games. There was announcers during that Laker game, during the Laker and Bulls game. GOAT James Kingdom clipped it. What did they say? Yeah, Jordan ain't really that good of a defender. All he do is gamble. Why would the announcer say that about a guy that's supposed to be in the running for Defensive Player of the Year? Somebody please explain that to me. How the hell? Why would an announcer say that? Then they also said it. They actually said it in another game. It was 2 games where the announcer said that about Michael Jordan. All he does is gamble. He just keeps gambling. He goes for steals. I think it was a Celtic game and a Laker game. I can't remember 2 games, but I listened to it. I'm sorry, but he wasn't no Defensive Player of the Year in '88. MacDuff, what you got? I mean, Mingo Jester, what you got?
About it, like what we gonna do? It ain't nothing we can do about that. We got no award. Ain't nothing gonna change. It is what it is. We gotta move on, man. Ain't no point in sitting here crying about him getting the Defensive Player of the Year award. I mean, he got it.
I didn't bring it up, Mingo Jester. That's not me talking about it.
I mean, he got it. I mean, we can't change that. Y'all these people that got these awards, we can't change it. It is
I didn't bring the conversation up.
But all I'm saying is but now I will say this. Me personally, I'm one of the ones that believe that Scottie Pippen was the best defender on the team. I'm one of those ones. I never said that Jordan was a better defender than Scottie Pippen. On no screen. You can't find no screen where I said Jordan was a better defender than Scottie Pippen. But now, y'all trying to say that Jordan defense is overrated now. I can't really get with that because Jordan was a pretty good defender. He wasn't better than Scottie Pippen.
Who's that overrated?
But how you look at all that stuff you're saying? That's not overrated to me.
Okay.
That's a little over. You said every time one of these players had a good game, Jordan got barbecued.
You co-sign Rashid.
Listen to what I said.
Was overrated.
Hold on, listen to what Rashid. That's not what he said. So this is what I said. What I said was in 1988 specifically, I don't think Jordan was a Defensive Player of the Year. I said he was a much better defender in the 90s, right? Much more locked in and not as prone to mistakes because he had a much better defensive team around him. But in 1988, Jordan was a bad defender. And I don't know how the hell he won Defensive Player of the Year other than the league just wanting to give him an award because he led the league in steals. Because there was nothing he did on the basketball court outside of steals that was good defense.
Steals ain't the only thing he led the league in.
So what about his 1.6 blocks? You know that.
No, because you got to think.
Too?
Because Peter, think about this, Peter. As my perception on steals and blocks as a coach are much different than just the casual fans. I believe that blocks and steals are 2 of the most fraudulent categories ever because we've seen time and time again guys lead the league in steals and blocks and not be the best defenders. We've seen a guy like Jaren Jackson Jr. lead the league in blocks. He's not near the defender of Anthony Davis. We've seen guys like Steph Curry, Allen Iverson lead the league in steals, but they weren't near the defender of Ron Artest and Tony Allen and them boys, or even a Kobe Bryant. So leading in steals and blocks, that steals and blocks is the most fraudulent category in regards to defense ever. It don't tell you nothing because even Steph Curry can lead the league in steals. Allen Iverson led the league in steals. Magic Johnson can lead the league in steals. And you're talking about all 3 horrible defenders. So why are you giving me steals and blocks when I know it does not equal great defense? It just tell me you're either the beneficiary of a great defense deflecting the ball, or you're just over pursuing, playing passing lanes, or you're just running up, jumping at everything until you get some blocks. Like, because that's exactly what Jaren Jackson's Jr. problem is. That's why he fouled out a whole bunch of games the year he won Defensive Player of the Year, is because all he did was jump in the air and go for everything to get blocks. And that's why they couldn't beat the Lakers in the playoffs that year, because he became barbecue chicken for Anthony Davis.
Hey, you do know defensive BPM, is based on the amount of points your team gives up with you on the court versus you off the court, right? So I don't see how you could throw that stat out just completely like that. I mean, if you're looking at it comprehensively, from a defensive standpoint, when you look at the fact that, and what's the name? Cartwright wasn't on that team. It was Corzine, weak ass Brad Sellers.
Why was Brad Sellers weak? Brad Sellers wasn't weak. He was a bust, but he wasn't weak.
6'9". He was
7 feet
6'9"
tall
and weighed 180 pounds. That's why.
Right.
So if you look at, you know, the defensive metrics, defensive blocks plus minus, defensive win shares, right? The defensive rating overall of the team, all of those, then you add in the blocks and steals, watching the actual game, all of those do favor Michael Jordan.
Okay, let me tell you.
Right.
Hold on, let's do this.
Hold on. Was a power forward though, right?
Peter, tell me this. Without telling me about stats that didn't exist in 1988.
Yeah, but he played. He's a power forward, but he played.
So hold on, check this out. Without telling me about any advanced metrics that didn't exist in 1988, describe Jordan's elite defense. In 1988, not 1996 or no, because I feel like Jordan's best defensive year was 1996. But in 1988, tell me what made his defense great. And if you can remember any moment or any sequence or anything, because generally great defensive players usually have some type of memorable performance that ties them to that particular year. I know Rodman with the Pistons had a lot of those moments. Ben Wallace during his run had a lot of those moments. Dwight Howard had a lot of those moments. I vividly remember Rudy Gobert with the Utah Jazz is bailing them out time and time again. Jordan, Defensive Player of the Year in '88. Talk to me about his defense. Give me any memorable defensive moments that just stand out.
And the impact and, you know, defensive rate. I favor that stuff over anecdotal moments. I don't put much value in that.
Well, describe his defense. Was he a tenacious on-ball defender? Was he holding guys to under 10 points?
No, he wasn't. He wasn't really playing a lot of on-ball defense. That's what I was saying. The defensive plan going into the season was literally to have Jordan roam around. That was literally the plan. Like, if you watch a lot of those games, Mingle Jester, a lot of the times what they do is they put Jordan on the point guard, because back then point guards would stand at the top of the circle and they dribble the ball looking to feed it to somebody coming off a pin down or looking to feed it to the center, and they literally could have a wide open shot and they will not shoot the ball.
Bro,
right? He didn't. Hold on, let me finish. So because of that, because philosophically how point guards played back then, as a Jordan, you could literally just drop below the free throw line, right? And just roam around playing in the passing lanes, double teaming the big. That's how he got a lot of his blocks. When he got dumped into the big or the power forward, he'd come from behind, block it, he'd get in the passing lanes. Because of philosophically how teams approach offense back then, that style of play was extremely impactful.
Give me another player that just randomly roamed around like that.
In 88?
In any year in the 80s. What players was out there? Well, all the good defenders from the 80s, you telling me. Give me another good defender whose job in the 80s or 90s was just to run around, roaming around, especially at the guard position.
I can't think of one.
Bro, Jordan's job in a league where there was a legal defense ain't no running and roaming around. That's a lie. You're confined to certain things. What Jordan would do was Jordan would stay in his vicinity. When the action was elsewhere, Jordan would turn and ball watch. The only time Jordan would actually get involved is once the shot was up, especially on like offensive rebound putbacks. That's where he would run in and go get those blindside blocks. But he did it at a detriment, because what did it cost him? It cost his man. It cost him because they paid somewhere else when he ball watched. It paid by his man scoring a ton of points every single night. And you're telling me that the coach starts the season by saying, Jordan, you're going to be a roamer. Your man can score 20 points tonight as long as you go roam. That, I don't know any coach in history where that's been your defensive scheme or plan. That makes no sense.
No, but his man wasn't going to score 20, Lamont, because
his man scored 20 on every night. I got it right here.
No. You made that a bird song and all them niggas. He wasn't guarding people like that.
I played the game. I played the game with Otis Birdsong.
Anytime I watch him play against the 88 Celtics, they'd have that boy on Dennis Johnson, and he would be playing that Rondo defense.
And the game where Jordan
10 feet away from Dennis Johnson.
And the game where Jordan guarded Dennis Johnson. What did Dennis Johnson do? Tell me. You remember that stat line Dennis Johnson had? Because they switched him and put him on to Dennis Johnson. What did Dennis Johnson do that game?
See, but that goes into what I'm saying, though. You're saying that I'm lying and making it up. But
No,
I'm literally
telling
you that he would be 10 feet away from.
No, that's stupid. You cannot be 10 feet away in the 80s because of legal defense. You're lying. You cannot be away from your man. The illegal defense rules tied you to your man. So when I say he was ball watching within his vicinity. Bad defense. He would always turn his head on his man. His man is going back door. His man is leaking off, getting open shots, mid-range shots here, there, barbecue session. If you watch that first game against the Wizards and it's Sixers with David Wingate. That's how David Wingate scored all 17, 18 of his points. Jordan turns his head, staring at the action, not doing anything. Wingate literally just moves 2 to 3 feet over, wide open pass, mid-range jumper. 17 points just like that, not even really trying, not even an elite player, but 17 points just because you have one guy not roaming, not doing all this other stuff because you couldn't roam with illegal defense. That's all a lie. He was just a bad defender because he ball watched. And it's a habit that young players tend to have. He started to break that habit as he got older and got with better defensive teams and coaches. But early on in the 80s, he was a ball watcher. And he went after every steal. And even the announcers are saying he was a bad defender because of it. You're sitting here pretending as if this is something that no coach in their right mind at the NBA level is saying, go get beat, allow your man to get 20. I just need you to go roam, and with no organization or no structure whatsoever, just be all out of position and just get barbecued. Who does that? There's no defensive scheme ever that teaches that, ever in life. You're just making it up. There's no rotation like that. There's no defense like that. There's no man-to-man. That's never, ever existed in basketball history. The only thing that's existed in basketball history is that bad defensive players generally have the same bad tendencies. One of those tendencies is you ball watching. Not seeing man and ball will lead to your man scoring a lot of points. So instead of y'all just saying maybe Jordan was just not that good of an on-ball defender in 88 because his man barbecued every single night, you're willing to try to make up some lie that the coach, who's you've never even heard him say this strategy, told Jordan to go leave his man, roam all around the court, be a help defender as a small guard, and allow his man to drop 20 points every single night. And then you want to pretend as if none of these guys Jordan was. I can literally pull up the Sixer game. Who do you think Jordan's going to be guarding when we pull up that Sixer game? Do you want to bet money? When I pull up the game with Otis Birdsong, do you want to bet money he was guarding Otis Birdsong?
He wasn't guarding Birdsong.
Okay.
Didn't that Birdsong do it?
I'm not.
Hold on. We played the game.
And you know what, too? There's no way Jordan could be as bad as you're saying with that horrible front line that they had. Like Mingo Jester said, Dave Corzine, a natural power forward, playing center. Right, with Brad Sellers at 180 pounds, 7 foot tall, playing power forward. There's no way that's not going to reflect in your defensive rating. The
Bulls had the best defense in the 90s without a center.
There's no point.
The Bulls had the best defense in the 90s without a center. They didn't even have an elite center. They never had an elite rim protector. Never. Not 1 year in the 90s did the Bulls ever have an elite rim protector. They never did. And they had the best defense of the 90s without a rim protector. Why do you keep beating up on Dave Corzine just because he's not a popular and flashy name, trying to pretend he's so sad out here? No, I just told you, a great defense does not require great defensive players. A great defense just requires 5 guys that buy in. But you keep saying Dave Corzine was a bum, yet you don't know what college he went to. You don't know what type of player he was.
Call him a bum.
No, hold on. Hold on. First of all, you can't tell me anything about Dave Corzine because you don't know who he is. But
I said he was playing out of position.
Because he is not a household name, you're just willing to make it pretend as if he wasn't decent on the defensive end just so you can make your point that Jordan was doing everything defensive.
I said he was playing out of position.
But you don't even know Dave Corzine.
There's no point in having people on the panel if you're going to talk over them and continuously mute them, bro. If you think what I'm saying is that remedial, don't engage with me. There's no point.
It's remedial. Because unless you
there's
can
no
tell me
point.
who Dave Corzine is.
Stop muting.
Tell me who Dave Corzine. Don't talk about players as if you know them. Stop lying about guys. 88 is a long time ago. You don't know Dave Corzine. You don't know none of these guys. No, Adrian Knight, I mute stupidity. I mute people that just come up here making up stuff as they go. You people like that. You're throwing these other guys under the bus because they're not household names. Jordan was the only household name on that roster. So what you can do is you bury everybody else and you pretend as if it was Jordan's defense where you say he was running circles around the court like a chicken with his head cut off, getting weak side blocks, playing passing lanes he shouldn't be playing, while his man on average was dropping 20 points per game. You want to pretend like I literally played the game where David Wingate barbecued him. I played the game where Otis Birdsong cooked him. I got like 10, 12 of the games from 88 where Jordan's getting barbecued on possession after possession. And you want to pretend like these matchups ain't real. Y'all got to stop, man. Y'all got to stop. Thank you, Dan. The Juan boy. Just lying. I got nothing against Jordan. He was not a defensive player in 88. He got the award. He wasn't the best defender. He was not a better defender than Hakeem, for sure.
So let me ask you this then, Lamont. So Jordan got the Defensive Player of the Year award in 1988. You say you don't think he deserved it. Do you think Marc Gasol deserved it in 2013?
No, but he won it. He didn't deserve it. He won it.
Who you thought should have got it?
It literally could have been anybody on the defensive first team that year. But when you sit there and you give it to a guy that's on the defensive second team, that's just blasphemy right there. Right? That's just blasphemy right there. There's just no way possible that even should happen. I think Pippen should have at least had 2 defensive player of the years in the 90s.
Nah, I agree with that.
He don't got none.
I definitely agree with that.
That's how you know the way they've given out defensive player of the year awards was flawed, and it was more so connected to stats like steals and blocks as opposed to real defense. Real defense doesn't really accumulate to a lot of stats. Real defense, when you playing real defense, you literally sacrifice stats. Like you giving up like a ton of stats. So but people will never that's why good defensive players never get the credit they deserve in this particular era. Draymond Green is never gonna get the credit he deserves because people just gonna complain about him missing 3-point shots. Like when you're a good defender in this era, only thing people are gonna do is complain about what you can't do. When Rudy Gobert is a great defender, all they do is complain about what he can't do. Oh, he can't guard Luka. Can't nobody guard Luka.
Yeah. But then that's a center and a guard.
He says, in fairness, Lamont, Jordan was good at digging down, gambling, and doubling when Pippen would turn and make people pick up the dribble. Digging down and gambling. First of all, Tyson, gambling on defense is never good. So a good defense doesn't gamble. So, I mean, whenever you throw the word gambling in and you try to mix it in with good defense, sometimes good defenders. So when you gamble, bad defenders will gamble. And that one steal that they get out of 10 tries, they try to use it to justify why they're gambling. But they don't want to talk about the other 9 times when they got barbecue soufflé because they gambled. You're going to, just like in the casino, when you gamble, you're going to lose more than you win. That's just what gambling gets you. Gambling and defense don't go together. It don't. I mean, I don't know where basketball y'all play where the coach is telling you to go out there and gamble. Maybe your team was always down at the end of the game and you needed to gamble. You needed to gamble to get a steal or something. And I really hope that if y'all are saying gambling is good defense, please stay away from coaching or teaching basketball anywhere. Please. That's all fake news, man.
Well, so Lamont, basically your argument is Jordan wasn't a good defender in the 80s, not the 90s.
Jordan was not a good defender in the 80s.
I
don't think he really started to really crack the code on defense until like 92.
Oh, okay.
And that's when I believe he really cracked and became what you would call an elite defender.
So even those first 2 years in the 90s, he wasn't a good defender, 90 and 91.
Because he still didn't have the discipline to like guard players like Magic. Like if you watch how Magic would beat Michael Jordan, he just beat Michael Jordan with patience. He would get him on the block and just be patient, because all he needed to do was, because he always knew Jordan's always going to make the first move. He's going to gamble. He's going to put himself out of position. And even though Magic was slower and wasn't as athletic, he could always beat Jordan to the rim because Jordan was so jumpy and did not know how to sit. He'd make Jordan move or jump certain way. Gone. He's spinning baseline layup and one foul. Couldn't contain him. Come on.
So does defensive awards count? Like when you get defensive awards, does that count?
I mean, if you get the award, it counts.
No, I ain't talking about the defensive player. You're talking about like all defensive teams, all that kind of stuff like that.
Anytime you are you given an award, it counts. I don't mean I have to agree with it. Like when Jaren Jackson won Defensive Player of the Year, I didn't agree with it.
Oh, okay.
He won it, but what ultimately happens is your tendencies are going to expose you at some point in time. Like imagine with Ben Wallace, when Ben Wallace was Defensive Player of the Year, there was never a time where you felt like his defensive liabilities became some type of issue where they lost the series because of Ben Wallace. His defense was always elite. Win or lose, he was still an elite defender. Right? Jordan in 88, he compromised the Bulls because of his defense. Kane Markle says you don't coach your teams to go for steals, blocks, or deflections. First of all, you can coach deflections. That's by just keeping your hands active hands in passing lanes. Right? No, I don't teach my team to go for steals. I teach my team when there's a loose ball. Yes, you go get a loose ball, but I teach my team to stay in front. Right? When we play in a game and there's a shot clock, the more that shot clock ticks down, the better chance we have of getting a stop, because y'all got to panic. We don't got to panic. We on defense. Man, come on, you sit. You don't have to gamble on defense. Gambling on defense is trash. Nobody sit there and gamble on defense. There's ways to pressure. We play no middle defense. That means we're pressuring everything away from the middle. We send help from the weak side. Everybody knows where their rotations are. Everybody does. So if that weak side help comes from the low end, after we didn't force the guy baseline, well, if he drives baseline, then we know that the high man on the weak side has to go protect the baseline pass. Everybody has a job. Ain't nobody running around gambling.
Didn't Jordan them used to play that? What you just said?
No, you could not do that. But you couldn't do that in the 80s because of illegal defense. You couldn't do that in the 90s.
I'm talking about the 90s.
You could not play like that in the 90s because of illegal defense.
So I read. The reason why I asked that, because I read somewhere where they said Scottie Pippen and Jordan were playing the bulldog defense. Now that was they said they was picking up full court. They broke it down like what it was and what they did and all that. So you saying that's lying? That's a lie?
No. So picking up full court is a different strategy. So remember in '96 when the Bulls had the best defense in the league. The reason why the Bulls picked up full court is because in the half court they were one of the worst teams at defending the 3-point line. So what did they do? If we can speed teams up, pick them up with full court pressure, get them to make bad decisions, then we don't have to play a ton of half-court basketball where teams could barbecue us from the 3-point line. All Phil Jackson did was recognize their weakness and then play around the weakness. Their weakness in '96 was the 3-point shot. They would be prone to giving up threes in the half court. How do we fix that? Let's just pick your ass up in this full court press and see if you can get some threes off. Now you cannot. Now it ain't so easy to get these threes off when we picking you up full court, and we're running more shot clock. Now you done wasted time just to get the ball up court. And then even when you get the ball court, you're still trying to get out of this pressure. Now you only got about 8 seconds left on the shot clock. Now you playing with a time bomb. That's what you do. All you gotta do is understand your weaknesses and play around the weaknesses. That's all Phil Jackson did.
Okay.
Peter Jackson says he says the impact of illegal defense rules is grossly overstated. I didn't grossly overstate it. Rod Thorne of the NBA grossly said that teams were abusing the illegal defense, making a mockery of the NBA, and that's why they got rid of it. So talk to Rod Thorne. I didn't say it. When you talk about the illegal defense and things like that, it was players of the 90s that talked about it. All the good defensive. Look at what happened, Mingle Jester. As soon as the NBA took the handcuffs off of coaches and said, y'all can play whatever defense y'all want, what happened? The league instantly overnight turned into a defensive league. Could nobody goddamn score.
Oh, you talking about the 2000?
Yes.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying? Like the league overnight, once you take the handcuffs off, oh, we can do whatever now? Oh, now you about to not move. So then it took 3-4 years just for everybody to adjust, because now you need a new set of personnel to beat all these defenses. You got to stretch the floor. Now you need shooters. Here come the Steph Currys and them of the world. We about to bomb your lights out. If you trying to play all this help and pack the paint in and make it tough, we about to shoot your eyeballs out. And this is what it evolved into what we see now. But there was a period of time in the league where them games was low scoring, 70s, 80s, and that was a normal game. That's because these coaches, you take the handcuffs off of them, they about to go crazy. That's just a fact. 96 Sonics and the Bad Boy Pistons bent the illegal defense rules. I mean, you can at the end of the day, Fabian, check this out. You can try to cheat the system, but you still are limited because you're playing defense trying to cheat the system. You're still always thinking about, well, make sure I don't go too far over here. Make sure the ref don't see me here. You still playing at a disadvantage because you always thinking about not breaking the rules. The league completely changed overnight when they said, all right, illegal defense is gone. And almost every team in the league significantly got better defensively because now you've unleashed the coach's entire defensive playbook. And nobody had an offensive playbook that could prepare for it. The only team that was prepared for it were the Phoenix Suns. And that's because their owner was on the competition committee. And so he knew years in advance what they were planning and what they were doing. So the Phoenix Suns and Steve Nash and them boys, they had that 7 seconds or less offense tucked in. That's why they was bringing in all them 3-point shooters. So that was the only team that was equipped for it. And that's why they look so special. Late 90s with legal defense was just as low scoring as the early 2000s. Well, the 90s low scoring and the 2000s low scoring are completely different. Lamont Dunn, aggressive defenders who gamble frequently can force the ball. Aggressive defenders don't gamble. Tony Allen didn't gamble. Tony Allen would sit in front of you and he ain't going nowhere. Ron Artest would sit in front of you. He not going nowhere. All the good defenders is going to sit in your face. They're going to slide with you. They're going to meet you chest to chest. And they're going to do something to make you lose the ball. And once that ball is loose, they're going to dive and fight for that loose ball like no other. Good defenders will sit down. That's what have you heard the saying sitting on defense? You're supposed to sit. We ain't going nowhere. The guys that gamble are the guys that end up on their neck on the ground somewhere crossed up. With the elbow, a little extra push in the back, they done flying one way and the guy going the other way. All the best defenders, you name them, would sit in front of you. Scottie Pippen wasn't out there gambling. That man was sit in front of you. He ain't going nowhere. It's me and you. What good defenders is gambling? You're right, Fabian. Yeah, Shaq foiled the plan too. I mean, I don't know why y'all are just in bed with this idea of gambling on defense. It's just never been good defense to gamble. I mean, just because Jordan did it a ton, just because you said Gary Payton gambled, Gary Payton did not know gamble. What are you talking about? What do y'all be?
Gary Payton was a cold-blooded defender. That's another person. I think he should have more than one too.
And what's the traditional Gary Payton stance? Him sitting right in front of you.
Yeah.
Gary Payton ain't going nowhere. Like the traditional Gary Payton stance. He's slapping the floor.
Yeah, I was about to say he's slapping that floor too.
The slap the floor mean I ain't going nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
The slap the floor mean I'm gonna be right in your face. The slap the floor mean, yeah, you know what it means. Like, man, come on.
Yeah, man. I mean Gary Payton. They even gave Gary Payton the nickname to corroborate his defense. That's cold-blooded. The glove is that's.
He said Mike, Fabian Savage. He said Mike and the GOAT are synonymous, and so is gambling. Yeah. Jordan was definitely a gambler.
That's funny.
Definitely, you right.
But I mean, but in order to lead the league in steals, you have to gamble. That's basically what leading the league in steals is: gambling. You have to gamble, stay the passing lane, that type of thing.
Sometimes, I mean, but see, I don't consider Steph Curry a gambler. I think when Steph Curry led the league in steals, it was a byproduct of great defenders around him who could get deflections. And he was really good at cleaning up loose balls, being the first to the ball, being quick, right? Even Allen Iverson, when he led the league in steals, when they went to the NBA Finals, that was a hellified defensive team around him. Eric Snow and them boys, that was just great defenders. And all Iverson with his quickness had to do was make sure he took advantage of any deflection that they made, because they had great defenders. Or anytime, let's say Mutombo gets a block or creates a block, I'm cleaning that up. You know, Iverson was great at that.
Yeah.
So, but you know, I mean, I'm not saying leading the league in steals is not nothing. That's still an accomplishment. But I'm not about to over bloviate on it and pretend like if you lead the league in steals, you a top 10 defender.
So it doesn't mean anything that Michael Jordan was the all-time leading, you know, when it came out of blocks for shooting guard before Dwayne Wade came along?
Well, I think the blocks for guards matters more than blocks for centers.
Yeah, okay.
You see what I'm saying? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like blocks for centers, it's just hard for me to value that more than like a guy like D Wade or even a guy like John Wall who had a lot of blocks, and even Jordan who had a lot of blocks. But see, when I did my list, what's the first thing I said about Jordan? I gave him props. I said, as far as on ball defense and even contested shots, I had him ranked over LeBron James in contesting shots. He was a great shot blocker from the guard position. I had him over LeBron James as an on ball defender. He was tenacious when he was on ball, when he was locked in and not gambling. Give him credit there. But there's more elements to defense than just on ball defense.
Mm-hmm. I guess that's the whole term of versatile defender, I guess.
I mean, you got to be versatile.
Mm-hmm. You think Rudy Gobert is a versatile defender?
No, he's not. And I think that's what's getting him in trouble, because he's a little bit one-dimensional, which when you're 7 feet tall and you ain't got a lot of lateral movement in this era, it's just only so much you can do. Because, you know, in today's game where they can stretch you out and bring you to the perimeter and you got to go defend, it's nasty.
Yeah.
It's nasty. I mean, I think Rudy Gobert, and I said this on somebody else's stream, I said I think he just is a really good defensive player in the wrong era. Because if you put Rudy Gobert in the 90s, he a monster.
Yeah, really good
in this era, but if you put him in this era, like Mutombo, like if Mutombo, let's say Mutombo's a rookie in 2020. He ain't Mutombo no more. He ain't the same Mutombo out now. You know, it's just different. So I just think he just wrong era. That's all. Wrong era from him. But he's still a great defender. He's always going to have value. But
he got 4 of them things. So I don't know. Y'all can say what y'all want to say about Rudy Gobert. He got 4 Defensive Player of the Year awards. That is insane.
He's still nice though. He's still nice, but teams are starting to figure out how to beat him though. And then with him, and I think what hurts him most is that the fact that he's not an offensive threat. Like if he was an offensive threat on the other end, that would make him way, way more valuable. Like if he just developed a 3-point shot at the top of the key, kind of like a Sam Perkins or something. I mean, do something that stretches the defense.
Oh, okay. So he basically, okay, I get that. Like an Anthony Davis. I get
something that makes you more than just because what makes it even worse for him is the only thing he's really blocking are layups. And you really ain't winning and losing games in the NBA today off layups. You really winning and losing games from the 3-point line. So you just really gotta, you blocking shots, but you really ain't. I mean, that's why a good guard, a good defensive guard today is more valuable than a good defensive big.
Okay.
That's what I believe.
Yeah, I can see that though. I can see where that's going at. I can see that. So in today's NBA, you got in some of the top defenders in today's NBA.
Man, it's crazy. Obviously I got Anthony Davis. Wembanyama, you got to give it to him.
Yeah.
He got to be the top dog. Defenders, real quick. I don't know why I'm at a loss for defenders right now. I think who the Pelicans? What's his name?
Like Tyus Jones. I mean, not Tyus Jones. What the other guy named Herb Jones?
Herb Jones is nice. He nasty with it. It's a lot. I like what's his name for the Lakers? Vanderbilt is nasty. I like him defensively.
Okay.
I like Paul George when he's healthy. I like Jimmy Butler still when he's healthy. I like Giannis. Giannis is a beast defensively. Bam is solid. I like Bam. Drew is nasty. I don't know. Suggs was good. Orlando was a good defensive team. I don't know. Suggs. I mean, but it's just. But we're gonna be naming a lot of guys.
What about Jaden McDaniels?
Jaden McDaniels. That's what I'm saying. But we naming a ton of perimeter guys. Like guys that have to defend that perimeter.
You name Bam. Bam ain't a perimeter. Well, he can guard a perimeter.
Bam can guard the perimeter though. That's what makes him valuable.
But
him, yeah. Tatum is a good defender. I like Tatum. Oh, Porzingis is an underrated defender. I think he's nice when he's healthy. But my prediction though. I think Embiid. I don't know if it's gonna be this year or next year. But I think Embiid about to fall off a cliff, man.
What that mean?
I think his game just about to fall into the garbage can. I think Joel Embiid is done.
Why you say that?
I don't know. He just don't look right.
You say how you look in the Olympics?
He don't. Something about his game to me just seemed like this about to be over pretty soon.
Damn.
I think Embiid, like when I saw him in the Olympics, that was just the first sign. But he looked like walking garbage can in the Olympics.
And that's horrible because they just got Paul George and they just read up their team. And if you fall off a cliff, that's not good.
I would have never built a team around Joel Embiid. Never. Never. I think that's the worst decision in the world. It's like you might as well always chalk up a loss before the season even start.
Damn.
Like I feel more. Don't you be honest? Do you feel if you had to bet money right now that who goes farther in the playoffs? The Lakers as mismatched up their roster and coaching is, or the Sixers? Do you trust Embiid?
Nah, I will pick the Lakers.
I'm not trusting Embiid, man.
I will pick the Lakers to go farther. I will pick the Lakers to go farther than 76.
I can't mess with him no more because his game, man, is just like I don't know, man. I can't mess with Embiid no more, man. It's over with, man.
Yeah, damn. Well, I mean, I thought I had a little faith in the 76 because they they got Caleb Martin, they got Paul, they got all these guys, they brought all these guys in over there, and you telling me now you said Joel Embiid finna fall off a cliff. That is unfortunate. That is unfortunate.
And I could be wrong. Like, and if I'm wrong, I'm fine with that. But that just, the one thing I know for certain is that as long as you have Joel Embiid, it's gonna be hard for you to be a contender. I know that for certain. I can't take you serious. Like I watched him for the last couple of years, and I fell for it for like 2 years in a row. And it's just like, nah. And I think he's I think he like drains the energy from the team because he shoots so many bad shots. Like I'd be watching Maxey and them. I don't even think they fuck with him like that.
Lamar, you better go check on your dog. It might be in the yard.
No, they just stupid, man.
So like they just really.
Them dogs dumb, man. They crazy as hell. So
Somebody might be in the yard, man. They see him.
Nah, bro, they barking anything, man. It's probably food.
Bark at anything.
Dogs barking anything.
Oh, Lord.
And now we got a new puppy, right? So the puppy just be setting off all types of stuff half the time. Causing all types of problems.
That's crazy, though. That's crazy.
He says, okay, now name a top center name a top center that's top 30 who doesn't run an offense, can't shoot, can't handle, nothing. Offensive rebounds are cool, but you're not going to be top 30.
Top 30. But the name, I got to read that again. And my name was top.
That's what I'm saying. I don't understand what he asking. Name a top who doesn't.
What? Wait. Doesn't run an offense, can't handle, can't shoot, handle, nothing offensive rebounds. Wait, what? I'm not understanding what he's trying to say.
Oh, hold on. I think he was talking to somebody in the chat. He says, we are discussing Rodman in today's era. Me and all ball. Rodman in today's era would be a bum.
I disagree with that.
I just don't see his value. He would be a complete bum. He would get barbecued.
He wouldn't get barbecued. And I think the thing with Rodman is, Rodman was a good offensive player. See, no team ever put Rodman in a position to be an offensive player. If you look at how Detroit played him, they didn't play him as an offensive player. You know the Bulls didn't play him as an offensive player. But Rodman was a good offensive player, though. If you go back and look at Rodman high school days and stuff, go back and look at those games.
Hey, so was Pat Beverly. Pat Beverly was a good offensive player in high school, too.
But see, in the NBA, they use players differently, though. When they get to the league, they use them different. You know, they use it for what the team needs.
Bro, it's hard for me to trust. It's hard for me to trust a guy that celebrates a layup like a game winner. That man made a layup in the first quarter, and he'll run up the court like he made a game winner to win the NBA Finals, man. I can't trust that, man. I can't trust that.
Well, I mean, I think Rodman got a better offensive game than Rudy Gobert, and Rudy Gobert playing this era.
Rodman don't got a better offensive game than Rudy Gobert.
I think so. Rudy Gobert offense is trash, Lamont.
No, it's
Rudy Gobert offense is not good.
Look, Rodman, at least Rudy Gobert is a lob threat. Rodman wasn't even a lob threat.
And Rudy Gobert be missing wide open layups and all kind of stuff.
No, he don't. Rudy Gobert, just walking in the door gonna give you at least 10 points. When Rodman walk in the door, you don't even know if he's gonna give you 2.
And Rudy Gobert giving you no 10 points. That's cap.
Rudy Gobert's what he averaged last year. He averaged like what, 15?
Where the points came from? They must have just gave him some points. I ain't never seen Rudy Gobert score like that.
Watch this. Rudy Gobert last year averaged 14 points. The year before that, he averaged 13. The year before that, he averaged 15, 14, 15, 15, 13, 14. He a walking double-double. Now, let me pull up Rodman. Watch this.
Mm.
Now, watch this. Okay. 2.8, 2.1, 4.7, 5.7, 5.5, 7, 4.7, 7, 9.8, 8.2, 8.8, 9. And his second year was the Pistons. Highest he ever averaged was 11 points per game.
I told you, man. They use Rodman different, man.
And look at the field goal percentage. How do you average 2 points per game on 38% shooting? And all you shooting is layups. He averaged 2 points per game on 34% shooting. He averaged, hold on. Yeah, that's how you know he don't have no offensive bag at all. He averaged 4 points a game on 40% shooting. These are all layups. Nah, hell no. Hell no. I can't mess with Rodman.
I can't. Rodman was a good player, man. He got 5 championships for a reason.
He got 5 championships. He was on some great teams.
No,
he was lucky as hell.
Yeah, they won. According to y'all, that last 3-peat with the Bulls. That's the reason why they won that last 3-peat, because they got Rodman.
I mean, he was an integral piece.
Say?
He was an integral piece. He definitely fit perfectly into that Horace Grant role. I'll give you that. If they don't replace Horace Grant, they don't win. That's a fact. So I'm not saying he's not good in that role, but if you asking him to do more than that, if you telling me that he can come into this era where he would struggle to defend the pick and roll, he would not be a threat on the offensive end whatsoever. Nah, he ain't even a lob threat. You can't even use him in the pick and roll.
Man, I still think he's better than Rudy Gobert, defensively and all.
He had a better career than Rudy Gobert. He's not a better player.
I think he's a better player.
No, hell no.
You don't think he's a better defender than Rudy Gobert?
No, I think Rudy Gobert's a better player.
I'm talking about defender. Just strictly defender.
He's not a better defender than Rudy Gobert.
You don't think so?
No.
Oh, I disagree with that. I definitely disagree with that, because I don't think Rudy Gobert doing nothing with young Shaq or prime Shaq.
Rodman didn't do nothing with Shaq.
He slowed him down.
He didn't.
Slowed him down a tad.
He never slowed Shaq down.
Look, he slowed him down a tad. I ain't saying he stopped him. He slowed him down a tad.
Look, the game there where everybody say he stopped Shaq, and I looked at Shaq's stat line. That man still
stop him. He didn't stop him. I don't know.
Shaq had like a 28-point quadruple double. They talking about Rodman stopped Shaq.
He didn't stop him. He slowed him down. Not stop him. He ain't stop him. You can't stop an elite player.
Imagine going to the locker room talking about I slowed Shaq down. He had dang near a quadruple double.
Man, you ain't stopping the elite player. You can't stop guys like LeBron, Kobe, Jordan. You ain't stopping them guys, Luka, Giannis.
Who did Rodman ever stop? Man? Like everybody talks about Rodman's defense, like it was. Who did Rodman stop?
I mean, Rodman won 2 Defensive Player of the Year awards, though.
No, he was a good defender, but people be talking like Rodman was like that dude. Like when people like the story, like if you let people tell the story. He literally held Shaq to 2 points. Like if you don't go watch the game or see the stat line, they make it sound like he held Shaq to 2 points.
Nah,
the only person that could stop Shaq legitimately was Ben Wallace.
I don't even think Ben Wallace didn't stop him. Ben Wallace didn't stop him.
No, that was the fun.
And against the Pistons, but like he averaged like 26 and 14?
Yeah, but they fed into the game plan. Chauncey talked about that. L, what's going on, baby?
What's good, man?
What's my man's name over here? I'm sorry.
That's Mingo Jester, man.
Justin?
Mingo Jester, one of the OGs, man. He been around since we first started this thing.
Bro, come in with the shades on instead of blaze shades. Okay.
yo, Lamar, let them know it's Nick's rehab, man.
Yeah, that's Nick's rehab, man. Make sure I go check him out, man.
All ball TV. Listen, I always had that. People hate me when I say that. We spoke to Kenny Anderson before. He agreed with us. I said, it's not that Rodman would still be a superstar, but Blake Griffin was a superstar. It had nothing to do, like superstardom to me has more to do with popularity.
What?
Was Rodman a superstar?
No. Blake Griffin. Was it?
No, Blake in his prime was a superstar for sure.
Yeah, but I'm saying you wouldn't take him over. Who's the power forwards back then? Like Chris Bosh had a better game, more skilled. So you'd rather have Bosh, right? But just like
hold on, you talking about prime? You're taking a prime Bosh over a prime Blake?
Remember, we never got to see a prime Bosh. Really, he was in Miami. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying that even if let's just concede that point, right? if Bosh is more skilled, it ain't got no, Tim Duncan is not a superstar in terms of off the court. If Tim Duncan's in New York, all the parks are big to play ball, right? If Tim Duncan's at Brooker Park, you know what I'm saying, and Shaq is at Dykeman, everybody's going to Dykeman. We know Tim Duncan can play against Shaq. He had success against the Lakers, but superstardom to me has more to do with who does your girl know their name. I'm not letting my girl go to VIP with Allen Iverson. You crazy? He's a superstar. He got charisma. It has, like I always say, the Shaqs of the world, LeBron, more so Jordan, Iverson. We hate to say it because we dudes, but these are the guys with charisma that you don't, they had to, that affected them off the court. Remember, that's why Kobe was mad at Shaq. Yo, if I was you, nobody would talk about Jordan. There would be no conversation. Imagine if Shaq had Kobe's mentality. There's no conversation. They would end the NBA. They probably would have assassinated him. In all reality. But back to my point, Rodman, I'm not trying to dispute his greatness now. I think L's going crazy. Yo, Mingo. Yeah, he is. But as a perimeter defender, he was bananas. He was an antagonist. Like with what Draymond does. Draymond gets away with murder, but I love it because he exploits the game. He knows he does this for clicks. Bro, he assaulted people on the court, Lamont.
All Ball TV.
Fabian.
Imagine this right here.
Yes.
Should be in jail.
Yeah. I would not wish that on him. Mingo.
Imagine this. I want you to
sorry. It's Mingo?
Mingled. M-I-N-G-L-E-D.
Mingled. Oh,
mingled.
This guy's he's an antagonist, Lamont.
No, he is. So hold on. I want you to picture this.
Yes.
Off a pick and roll. You got Kyrie Irving coming off a pick and roll and Dennis Rodman on the switch. 10 out of 10 times, out of 10 possessions, what's going to happen?
Now, see, in this era, Rodman has he has less of a chance. But remember, Rodman's ability. See, the thing we're going back to the Michael Jordan thing too is, remember, they got the recovery ability. That's really their superpower. Remember, Rodman's 6'7"? He can miss the assignment and get back and trap you and double you in the paint. Don't get it twisted. These are super athletes, bro. Now you playing games, Lamar. You playing a dirty game right now, right? But to your point, in this era, it's way harder to do that shit. That's why they don't play defense. They don't play defense, bro. But
they do play defense.
Nah, that shit is way harder to play defense, Lamar.
No, it's way harder to play. What I'm saying is they do play defense, but what happens is we're in an era now. Like if you've ever worked out with an NBA player over the summer, all summer long, all these trainers have these guys working on is counters and counters and counters to great defense. If this guy do this is how you react. If you beat this first guy and the second guy steps up here, this is how you react. All they do, they don't spend. There's no training camp over the summer for great defenders to go to work on how to defend and stay in front of the Kyries. You got to figure that out on the fly. But all summer long, I'm talking about guys 1 through 15 on the roster is going to the best trainers in the world trying to figure out how to beat the best defenses. And so as an individual defender, if you don't have an elite team defense right behind you, you as an individual defender are about to get barbecued by the even the seventh and eighth man on the bench in these one-on-one settings. And I love Dennis Rodman. Like I got nothing against him, but as an individual defender, if he doesn't have an elite team defense behind him, he barbecue chicken.
It's harder for him, but another reason why it's harder for him because those stronger perimeter players, bro, that hand checking is serious.
No, it's not.
Nah, come on,
that's
man.
Fake. That's fake news.
That shit ain't fake.
That's fake. I'm telling you, it's fake. You hand check me. You hand check me. It's the beauty of the hand check. James Harden showed y'all this. The beauty of the hand check is when you put your hand on a great ball handler, all you're doing is tipping the ball handler on where you gonna be after they make their move. So if you put that forearm or that hand and that ball handler can feel your weight, a little oomph and a little bump this way, and and you flying to the ground looking like a damn fool. So the thing is, all the guys that hand check now, they get barbecued.
No, but you can't hand check now.
You can still hand check.
No, the hell you cannot, Lamar. They got rid of.
They did not get rid of the hand. So the refs call it. The refs call it in the paint for the most part. But out on the perimeter, they allow you to put that one arm out, and the refs will literally and I know this because I coach, because the refs will literally say to players, if that second hand touches the guy, it's an automatic foul. The ref will tell guys, I'm gonna allow you to use the one, but if that second hand comes up, it's an automatic foul. So the refs allow, like I can play video right now, all types of crazy contact, but guys getting the ankles toe off the frame because they want a hand check.
But I don't like this. That whole evolution talk is bullshit, Lamar. Because now you're talking about the same thing they allow right now, or they don't allow right now. They allowed it back then, partially because of what you're saying. They opened the game. Michael Jordan changed the game for the good and the bad because they wanted to promote that kind of player, and Magic and Bird.
It wasn't even Jordan. It wasn't even Jordan, though.
Who you blaming on?
No, what exposed the player that came in the 90s and exposed the hand check and showed that the hand check is fake defense.
Grant Hill.
Grant Hill. Because remember, Grant Hill was like he was like the version 1 model, the fake tester model. If we put a 6'7" guy with a handle in here and he facing up attacking these hand checkers, what this look like? What's the first thing that happened to Scottie Pippen? Right. Barbecue chicken. What's the first thing that happened to Jordan? Barbecue chicken. This is just version 1. Then Allen Iverson comes. Now he model number 2. I'm gonna face up. Let's test it on Michael Jordan. Hand check. Ankles just gone. Come on.
No, you're going too far because I believe, in my opinion, Michael Jordan is the most influential player of my lifetime, right? And second is Allen Iverson. Allen Iverson is the first guy to go from point guard to 2 guard. He's the first guy to do it before Steph Curry and all that. They all influenced by him. They named the damn action after him, the Iverson cut. It was really like what's it called, a horns play? That's what you say. You the coach. You tell me, Lamar.
What about horns? What about it?
But that the Iverson cut is a version of
I love the Iverson cut because it's right? ISO play. We barbecued last year with the Iverson cut, yeah.
Right, but that was around before him. So my point is, he's the guy. It's not people keep saying culture. He influenced. No, he didn't just influence the culture. He moved the guy from one position to the other, to 2 guard, chucking 30 shots a game. But part of the reason why he was able to do that, they started letting people carry the ball and all that too, bro. Like now you do, and they're traveling. Like the shit you saying right now is pissing me off, Lamar. What you talking about right now? The handshake that they allow is way different. And yes, you are correct.
It's not.
Hold on. You are correct. The athletes did get better after Mike. Why? Because all the damn drug money was gone in the 80s and 70s, and the athletes started coming playing in the NBA. They started they're paying for the kids around the way to start playing ball. We'll keep it thorough. We're gonna keep it thorough. Because I talk, shout out to Dime Drop. I tell him all the time. I said, bro, all the real basketball, Dr. J, before Mike, is the most influential player ever. Why? Because he was at the Rucker, and everybody, he brought the whole park to him. He brought the streets and the NBA together. That is real basketball. That's black basketball. Is real basketball.
Mingo Jester knows a guy from Ticket TV who's Dr. J's nephew.
Oh man,
he caught him on the stream. He caught him on the stream live.
Listen, Dr. J, what he did to the game. You know, remember when Dr. J was up, he was at Rucker and everything. The newspapers and shit, they weren't even talking about him.
Man, he don't know no Dr. J. Man, no, you don't. Man,
hey, all ball. Check this out. This dude said he knew Dr. J. We said call him. This man fake calling numbers. He had some dude pick up. Some dude picked up. Was like, what the hell are you talking?
Yeah, he don't know no Dr. J. Man, get on out of here.
Listen, man. But going back to the point, Dr. J influenced it. You know, Frazier, all them guys couldn't carry the ball like that. Then Magic started carrying the ball. Go watch. Magic was carrying. Then they started. Remember, then Jordan comes in the game, and they're like, "Yo, fuck them Pistons. That ain't how you play." They wanted the mice of the world. Then they started loosening everything up, including the handshake. I can't believe you saying this. Handshake is real. Derek Harper is real.
I know, but the hand check only worked against guards who played back to the basket. So the Stocktons, all the guards that had to turn their back, like Mark Jackson, and dribble like that worked against them. But anybody like Muhammad Abdul-Rauf or Rod Strickland, if they turned it forward and said, I'm not about to sit here and keep doing it. As soon as Rod Strickland faced up, Tim Hardaway faces up, ankles just barbecue. So as soon as all these guys said, you know what? I'm not about to sit here and let you put that forearm on my back and push me anywhere. I'm just going to turn forward. Because there was a video I even showed where talking about the hand check where guys would hand check John Stockton when he had his back turned. But as soon as John Stockton, because they knew his quickness, faced up, bag back. Let me bag back now. You know what I'm saying? So that tells you right now when you got all these guards who ain't coming at you with that back trying to run a play and they facing up, and you know that these guys, a lot of these guys that score first. So you about to be barbecue chicken. Like in the 90s, the point guard, it's rare to find a point guard that would score first. So you already knew going in, I can play him a certain way because he's thinking run the offense as opposed to go cook. And it wasn't until Tim Hardaway's and them started coming in where even Isaiah Thomas obviously was kind of a scorer too, and he would barbecue. But he barbecued. He faced up and he went to work with his handle. So
right.
The hand check to me is overrated, and it don't work to me.
But I think what we're missing out on, you could say it's overrated, but it was a lot of point guards who had to do what you just said, right? And on top of that, why was the point guard not looking to score? Because the traditional center was around. The traditional center and the traditional point guard is gone right now. Why? Because we don't need centers anymore. That's not what the game brings. Why would I need a point guard to come and do an entry pass if there's no big man for the post up? Why would we work on it? Because people hate that there's no entry pass. I'm like, why would you need to work on it? Who's posting up?
Zone.
Right.
The traditional back to the basket post up got phased out because the zone. It's too easy to defend it.
That's why I said in the comments, and I always say that Shaq single-handedly slowed down David Stern's plan about getting the perimeter guys in the game because he played outside of the the golden era for the centers was in the 90s, early 90s. They were gone. Shaq was the last of the Mohicans. So by the time the 2000s came around, you had the Shaqs of the world. That means every other team had 2 or 3 guys to guard Shaq just for 6 fouls. And then you had Tim Duncan, Kevin Garnett, Rasheed Wallace, Chris Webber, all these dudes. Even Pau Gasol was still there. But then in the 2010s, all them guys are gone. Imagine if KG played today. He'll be bananas.
Yeah, but I just think I don't like using Shaq as an example because Shaq is just
he's an alien.
I mean, he's an anomaly. Yeah, we never in our lifetime gonna see another Shaq, like a guy that big, that strong, and that athletic. And it's just like that's like a LeBron and like a Jordan. Like the guy, like we got like every so many years, some weird anomaly just appears out the blue, and we just like, damn, we can't do nothing with this one. I think Shaq was just one of those, but.
Lamar, I'm surprised we totally agree about these things, man. You a smart dude, man. Out there in Phoenix. That Phoenix sun got you, on the New York level. So back to Rodman to finish that up because people hate when I say it, but Rodman was a top 30 player in his day, bro. He's top 30. Today he is not top 30. Name a defensive player in the top 30 with no offensive game. It's not happening. Gobert is in it because he's like you said. He scores the ball, offensive rebounds. And now, if you compare Gobert to his era, that's the problem that we make. When you compare the players, you can't just pluck them up and say they're going to play one-on-one or whatever it is. They don't play in the same era. What rules are we playing? That's when you ask me with Kyrie or Rodman. Mm-hmm. Kyrie or Rodman back in the day got to worry about getting past Rodman, and there's a big man there. That's a problem. That's what slowed the game down. They would like to promote the Kyries of the world. That's why they slowly got rid of the big man. But that game, if your job as a little man is to get the big man the ball, period. And if you ain't doing that, bro, you know this better than me, Lamar. You're not playing in high school. You're not getting on the court in college. And when they started getting rid of that was like you said, the athletic players, they started getting more funding through, via other avenues. So the LeBron, like you said, Shaq and Michael Jordan, that's when people have that argument trying to include Kobe. I'm like, listen, bro, I love Kobe, but we got to stop. Oh, he was more. Yes, he was more skilled than Mike. Yes, but Kyrie's more. They say Kyrie's the most skilled player in the world. You know why he has to be skilled? Because what else is he gonna do? He's gonna try to jump over you? Not happening. Could he post you up? I'm 6'6". Not happening. He could some of them. You saw what happened when Kobe locked him down. So Kobe's not the alien they were. I'm motivated. I'm inspired by Kobe every day because he's David versus Goliath. That's my thing with Kobe. Like he didn't care what was in front. I'm still gonna go gun. That was my thing with him. So. Mike, we in total agreement, bro. Mike, Wilt, Shaq, LeBron, Wemby now's in the conversation, right? Alien? The hell is that?
But I'm also one of those people that believe if Jordan played today, people don't like my comparison.
Don't you do it. I'm gonna flip this computer.
He said Jordan played today, he'll be DeMar DeRozan.
Hell no. This guy's crazy. Listen. I totally disagree. Mike had a 48-inch vertical.
No, he didn't, man. That's a lie, man.
Whatever the hell it is. He jumped mad high and his long ass arm.
He really didn't jump that high.
Stop it.
He really did. He didn't really.
I think Lamont tapping on that.
He just jumped high compared to the other bums in the 90s.
No, Lamont jumped. I mean, Jordan jumped from the free throw line and he popped it and then dumped it.
Everybody now can jump from the free throw line today.
Ain't no everybody can who.
Mingle,
I know Zach LaVine. Who else?
Exactly. And where's Zach LaVine's game at? That's what I'm saying.
No.
Everybody can jump from the free throw line. No, they can't.
Y'all make it seem like jumping from the free throw line is some superior athleticism. Well, you got Derrick Jones Jr. jumping from the free throw line in game.
Okay, Mingle. Look at listen to your man. That's one aspect of him. That's one. We talking about one aspect of him, bro. He's also skilled.
No.
What are we talking about?
Well, listen, Fabian, check this out. Jordan's game is predicated around where teams defend the best in today's era. So today, the hardest thing to defend is the three-point line and attacks at the rim because of the spacing.
Yes.
The easiest thing to defend in today's game is the mid-range. Jordan lived in the mid-range. It would be very easy if Jordan chose to live in the mid-range again with that fadeaway. It would be much more difficult in today's game with the zone because he wouldn't get all those one-on-one fadeaways. It wouldn't be that sweet.
No, you can't because Kawhi does it, but he picks and chooses. But we're forgetting Jordan in transition. He's creating a lot of stuff, man. He gets a lot of easy baskets, and he's getting to the basket, and he's strong, bro. These guys ain't finishing strong, bro. They're not tough. That's what you disappointed me, man. That's the thing about the era I hate. It's the era of basketball we watched, right? Is indicative of
Jordan was good in the 90s. Let him be good in the 90s. You start moving them around.
Listen, I disagree.
That shit ain't working, bro.
I disagree too.
Yeah, these two.
He would be good still, but he ain't gonna be Jordan.
He's skilled. He's even with the mid range. He's not getting stuck there. The beautiful thing about Michael Jordan, you don't talk about, and like you said, the reason why the 90s makes sense is because that's when he honed his skills and he came into his own. He finally listened to Phil Jackson, pass the damn ball, bro. What are you doing? We got good teammates now. What the hell's your problem, right? He didn't waste time. There's no stop. That's my biggest.
Jordan did waste time.
Wait a minute now. That wasn't.
All he did was hold the ball.
That wasn't necessarily Jordan's fault right there. Now that coach, what his name is, Doug Collins. Doug Collins, the one had Jordan playing that way. That offense that he ran had Jordan playing that way. Really, it wasn't really Jordan himself. It was that offense that Doug Collins ran back then. Everything run through Jordan. Just get Jordan the ball and get out the way. That's basically what his offense was.
Ishmael, he probably the closest removed from high school to know. High school is jumping from the free throw line right now. Ishmael, get up here, man. I'm talking about this.
Can these high schoolers hit a layup from like 10 feet under the basket, whatever the hell he was doing?
Jordan wasn't doing that.
Lamar, can you stop the bullshit, man?
They like fundamentals in this game.
He was strongly skilled around the rim.
Jordan, first, let me go. Just I'm afraid. Everybody who says Jordan was fundamental is a lie. Jordan was not fundamental. Jordan was a whole bunch of street ball kind of mixed into his game. Yes. A lot of flair. Jordan's jump shot is not fundamental. He jumps way too high, shoots at the peak. Nothing about Jordan's game was fundamental. Everybody says Jordan has good fundamentals. Jordan was just a super athlete who attacked the game with a kind of a street ballish mentality, a one-on-one, you versus me mentality. And because of his athleticism and strength, he was able to dominate. But even Larry Bird was not fundamental. This motherfucker shot slingshots from over here. Did y'all see the instructional video when the coach was like, show everybody how you shoot Larry Bird? And Larry Bird is slinging it from here. He's like, I just kind of throw it up there. He's like, I just kind of throw it up there. I'm like, that ain't nothing fundamental about that, man. What do
you know what else I hate? When they say they were all fundamentals, they didn't finish with their left like that back in the day. It was very few. You heard what Doc Rivers said? I'm not going to go left. What? I thought it was a fundamental error. So it's all a lie. That shit is a lie. But Mike, he was. Remember, he's the first of his kind. But in this era, I don't see it like that with these guys. Who's in the top? SGA, right? He's a top 2 guard in the game. I guess he's a hybrid. Keeps his dribble up, goes to the paint. That's the game. Mike ain't gonna keep. He's not gonna have a handle like SGA either, though. That's the one thing about Mike. He had a okay handle, but it wasn't. He would have to have worked on that shit. But the thing with Mike was he was competitive like that. That's why I love D Rose. When they talk about D Rose, I'm saying, that's when I say competitive and tough-minded. How much more tough-minded can you get than him? And he's up there with, to me, as Kobe and all of them. He was just, I love that clip when they had the All-Star game and LeBron and Dwight Howard dancing like a couple of you-know-whats. And Derrick Rose just comes out like, what the hell are y'all doing, man? We playing ball. What is wrong with y'all? Mike was like that. But I disagree with you about that. And did we finish the Rodman comment already? Like, he wouldn't be a top. Yeah, we finished that shit.
No, I agree with that. Rodman, I think a lot of the players from the 90s, I think it's only a handful of players from the 90s who would translate. I think Pippen would translate because he's a point forward.
And then he would look kind of normal.
I think Pippen would be better in this era than Jordan.
The game would be easier for him. Translate more.
I think Pippen, if his career started in this era and Jordan's career started in this era, all things equal, I think Pippen would turn out to be the better player than Jordan. Because of the rules of this era, favors 6'7" point forward with the floor all spaced out. It just favors more what Pippen does better. That's what I believe. No. But Jordan is a 6'6" guard that shoots a ton in the mid range. No, you ain't.
But remember, everything you're saying is correct because there is no more point guards, like we said, and Pippen's the first of his kind. Well, not the first, but pioneer to his kind. The pioneer to this era is Scottie Pippen. What's going on, y'all?
Khalil Ishmael was good.
Feeling
Yo,
yeah,
you hear me?
Yeah,
man.
Yeah, Lamont, I don't know, bro. I think Jordan would still be great. He just wouldn't go 6-0. He would never do that in this era. They'd gear up to stop him after 2, maybe even 1.
I hate that 6-0 shit too, by the way.
But I believe he would be just as effective. I remember you did a string a long time ago. Mm-hmm. You said DeRozan was his comparison. Not you per se, but when you typed it into Chat GPT or whatever you did.
Yeah.
That was his player comparison in this era. He just what's DeRozan's career average?
He's in the 20s.
So Jordan would be a lot better than him, like if that's his comparison as far as how people perceive him. But I think he'd be just as good offensively. Like, just think about it, bro. Who in this era stopping him from doing whatever he wanted to do?
One-on-one? Yeah. I don't think he's saying one-on-one. He's saying that the way you can funnel the defense now, they could cheat as opposed to back in the day, legal defense prevented you from, doing, like, look what Brunson, like, I'm a Knicks fan. So with Brunson, they cut off the Philly did a good job of cutting off the left side of the court and made him go right, and they kind of stifled them. Eventually he figured them out, and he was tying Jordan's records. So Jordan will have to figure that out. But this is where I agree with you. Jordan's gonna figure that out. The competitive
figure what out?
How to score at like 40 points a game, 50 points a game in the playoffs, Lamont. What you mean figure what out? How to kill.
If this the same Jordan, bro, he gonna be talking shit and all type of stuff to these dudes.
Exactly.
A lot of these niggas be sensitive as hell.
Hold on. Okay, so you telling me Ant-Man matched up with Jordan. Ant-Man ain't gonna just back down. Ant-Man about to shit all over Jordan.
That's one guy, Lamont. I'm talking about the entire NBA, the whole landscape of the league. When you look at all the 2 guards in today's NBA, okay, Ant-Man may be one of the exceptions, but who else you got?
Donovan Mitchell?
Hell nah. Get the
What? Devin Booker? Devin Booker?
Barbecue chicken.
Them dudes is money. That's
hold on. Jordan gonna score on them. But see, one thing Jordan didn't have in the 90s, he didn't have nobody going right back at his neck. See, the thing about Donovan Mitchell is that these guys, you gonna score. Yeah, Jordan might get Jordan, but we about to come right back down and we about to make you play deep.
That's what you got. They gonna make Jordan look human on defense.
Yeah, I mean, because you got it's a plethora of guards. That's
James Harden. What Jordan gonna do with prime James Harden? I want you to really think about that. James Harden about to have Jordan looking crazy.
But what are they gonna do?
Prime James Harden.
That's what I said, Lamont. I think he would still be great. He still would be great. He just wouldn't go 6-0.
But Jordan's impact wouldn't be as devastating as all those guys because as we see today, even a couple years ago when DeMar DeRozan averaged 27 a game, the Bulls wasn't a devastating team. It didn't feel like them 27 points had as much of an impact because DeMar DeRozan really didn't attack teams from the 3-point line. It's the players that really could devastate you are the players that can also attack you from the 3-point line as well, because them 3-point shots is what really break the game wide open. You're not going to beat a team today with 2-pointers. They're going to let you score from the 2 all day. It's the 3s that blow the game wide open. And so Again, Jordan, they gonna allow him to go crazy from the mid range if he want to do that. But the guys like the D Books, guys like the James Hardens, prime, and they gonna bomb him from the 3-point line. And I don't even know if he gonna have the gas to keep fighting back.
Right,
Oh,
he will have to.
Come on, this is becoming disgusting.
No, he wouldn't be able to guard.
Jordan is human, and you got to think. And you got to think in today's game is more casinos and more cigars.
Oh,
man, get out
wow.
Let's go.
He gonna up his take on cigars and alcohol and casinos.
No, I would love to see him against these guys because these guys wouldn't be able to do nothing with Jordan. Derrick Rose just retired. Imagine a prime Derrick Rose in this generation going up against Curry and all of these guys.
He'd have been killing.
Lamar, Mike was
wouldn't
crazy,
none of them
bro.
dudes be able to guard him.
He
Michael Jordan would be going off on these dudes. Yeah, you're right, Lamont, because you got the matchups every single night with a different guard. Like, so I get where you're coming from that standpoint. But I done seen some of these dudes get stopped and all that stuff. Like, and I can imagine Jordan was a better defender than some of these guys. And he will be able to do a much better job.
Yeah, but
especially in a 7-game series.
His defense would not be like what y'all think it is because you're going against superior scorers. You're going against guys that can really handle.
That's not even why either, Ishmael. Jordan's defense on them would be nothing because what do they do today? Soon as you got a good defender on you, pick and roll, get them up off me, pick and roll. Now you ain't a good defender no more off the pick and roll.
But I will learn how to be a team defensive player.
You got to be a team defensive player. Jordan did not know how to be a team defensive player.
You got to learn how to play all ball. And the thing is that Jordan wouldn't be able to guard players like Devin Booker and all that because he has to learn to play off ball and learn to deal with catch and shoot guys, which they stretch the floor a lot more than just shooting around the free throw line. They shoot around like the 3-point line nowadays, and they run screens all day, and they're going to exhaust you. So it's just that if he's going to be, he can't be both. He couldn't be an elite defender and elite offensive player at the same time. He would have to be caught up with like playing team defense and let somebody else.
I disagree with that because Anthony Davis is the lead on both sides.
Yeah, but when you talk about just
big man,
purely,
Anthony Davis is not guarding.
well, no, it don't really matter.
But Anthony Davis still guard like other. He guard a perimeter.
Yeah, no, it's the premise of
Ain't
what
like that, man. Come on, man.
He's just saying an elite two-way player. Like Anthony Davis is one of the better. I would say he a top 3 or 4 elite level two-way player in the NBA. Would y'all agree with that?
Yeah, I agree. All
right.
You talking about Jordan? You saying Jordan has to score like 30 points and stuff like that. And he's going to give these guys buckets and also play great defense at the same time. That's not happening in today's game.
Well, not today because he had Scottie Pippen that did all of that extra shit that'll freed him up to do all that. But so what I'm saying is, I believe he would have a team structured around him enough to where he can still be Michael Jordan and play some level of defense.
And not Mingo, but Khalil. That's the tricky part because in today's era, there are so many teams and players where I say we judge them off not winning championships when the organization don't ever want to really build a winner around them the correct way. And so in this era, like Jordan got lucky with I tell people, Jordan going to the Bulls was luck. He got put to the right organization at the right time. The 6-0 is luck, right? Mm-hmm. That's why we got to stop judging these players off just solely championships because where you get drafted is luck. I tell people, I use my example all the time is James Worthy and Dominique Wilkins. The Lakers take Dominique Wilkins instead of James Worthy. Dominique Wilkins is on the first top 50 team, and James Worthy is off of it because he with the Hawks.
Yep.
And we look at him in a different light, but even though Dominique was giving people 30s and scoring, he was left off the top 50 the first time around because he wasn't on a winner. And James Worthy was on a winner. So,
I mean, if you minus the championships, I mean, I think it's pretty obvious to anybody who knows basketball that James Worthy was a better player. I mean, what's the name was a better player than James Worthy.
Worthy.
Hold on. So if you remove the championships from Michael Jordan,
is a better player than him.
So if you remove Jordan's championships, he's DeMar DeRozan.
No,
that's insane. That is
because
insane.
If you listen, Lamont, look, if remove the championships, he still got 10 scoring titles. He still got a lot. He still got 9 first-team All-NBAs.
Okay,
Jordan still got stuff.
So that means he's wilt.
That's why he's place him. But that's what I'm saying. That's why a lot of people place him as the GOAT. Because even when you strip away the 6 rings, you still got accolades upon accolades for Michael Jordan. That's better than mostly everybody else. With the exception of like LeBron and maybe Kareem.
All you got is the scoring titles.
No, you got the statistics. You got points per game average. He the highest points per game average scorer.
Okay,
right?
but that's all you got
at 50% as a two
guard.
So
he got 9 All-NBA first team selections.
No, he
That's
got
tied
9
for
all
Florida.
defensive. He got 9 all defensive first team.
Pippen got more than that. That ain't impressive.
That's what I just said.
Oh, NBA, he got. I think he got.
What's wrong with you, Lamar? He said that's not impressive. He said that's not impressive.
Wow.
9. My son is 9. What's wrong with you, Lamar? Lamar is crazy.
No, look, no. What I'm saying is, you strip away the 6-0. Jordan is just a really good player. Like, hold on. If you take away the 6-0, do you look at Jordan as a generational talent like a LeBron or a Shaquille O'Neal?
They wouldn't do that. Oh, hold on. I would. I
wouldn't. Because at the end of the day, Lamont, the goal is to win the games. And in the finals, outside of Bill Russell, nobody won more than Michael Jordan as far as his sheer dominance and the amount of what's the names he won, finals MVPs and everything else. He won the most out of anybody in NBA history. So I mean, that's hypothetical. You stripping it away. Like, I still think people would regard him as a great player over a lot of these dudes. Because if you stripping it away from Jordan, let's just strip everybody's championships away.
But if I take the championships away, then he's not a Finals MVP.
So same.
Okay. So strip that away. But as far as so take everybody else's away too. Then since we doing this,
right? So you're right. So if we take away the championships, Wilt's better.
No, he's not.
What?
No, he's not, bro.
What?
Yes.
If you take away the championships and you're just looking at Wilt's numbers versus Jordan numbers, Wilt is the better player.
Wilt numbers better than everybody numbers. LeBron and Green.
Listen,
you gonna do that?
No, it's not.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar is better. Strip away if you Shaquille O'Neal's better.
Kareem is better.
His numbers not better than LeBron James.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. Career-wise, no.
Bro averaged 50 points in the season, 24 rebounds. What are you talking about? And for his career, he averaged 30 points. Will averaged 30 for his career.
Oh, man, you talking about average, bro. We talking about
what are you talking about? If you ain't talking about average.
Because average is not the only indication. We're talking about pure production. Is LeBron James?
That is production.
No, you're talking about LeBron James averaged 27 points per game on nearly 1,500 games, bro. That's way more significant on Wilt Chamberlain, what he played, averaging only 30. That's a huge difference. And you're talking about also.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No,
to be able to maintain, bro, to be able to maintain nearly 30 points per game on hundreds of more games is a big difference.
No, it's not.
You see how hard it maintains it, and also you talking about 28 points per game on like the most playoff games played too. Bro, there's you can't compare that when it comes to average. And then you look at the total production. LeBron James nearly top 10 in everything in terms of production. Like, you can't compare that. Career production is LeBron James. He's the greatest productive player of all time.
I disagree with that. I wholeheartedly disagree with that.
It's a fact.
No,
who's a more productive player than Mingo?
40, 11, 11, bro. 40, 11, 11. Like, you can't disagree.
I mean, but see, now you're going on career. You said averages don't mean nothing, but then you go total points.
No, I'm saying
like
your
total
averages
stats.
can't be compared like that.
No, you just said averages doesn't mean anything, but then you go to totals.
I never said averages don't
yes, you did. You said yes, you did. You just said averages ain't really that don't mean. Then you went to totals. You said 40, 11, and 11.
You can't compare it like that, bro.
You just did. You said I can't do it, but you just did.
Listen, you're not hearing me.
What are we doing?
You're not hearing me. You're not hearing me. You're not
Bro,
listening.
I'm listening at you clear. I'm listening. That's why I know you're doing that.
Okay, let me reiterate what I'm saying. LeBron James averaged nearly 30 points per game on 1,500 games, bro. That's a difference. He's been able to maintain almost 30 points per game. That's you see the difference in that comparison, what you're talking about? Do you know how many games Wilt Chamberlain played?
Hold on, you said LeBron averages 30?
No, he averaged 27. For his career, he averaged 27
per game on 1,500 games.
How did this shit turn into a LeBron?
How it turned into a LeBron thing? Because I said Will is because he was like stats, and I was like stats Wilt got more better stats than everybody. That's what I was saying.
So let's not get into the
And then he said, no, he don't. And that's how
So
it came to
Lamont, okay, Lamont, where do you rank Michael Jordan if you strip away the championships? What's his ranking? If you strip away everybody's championship.
If you take away everybody's championships, then Jordan would probably be close to where I rank Kobe.
Like a 10th or 11th or something?
Yeah. Because
I ran Kobe as well.
Because the career
that ain't why I went Kobe. That is
the career. Because like I said, I tell people the top 10 is not fair because some players are just afforded a better career because they're on a better organization than others, like Bird and Magic, just getting put in the perfect situations at the right time. And Magic's career just with the Lakers because they was one of the best organizations at the time. Just he had one of the best careers. I think if Magic gets drafted to the Dallas Mavericks, we don't know nothing about no Magic. We know Irvin. That's it. We know Irvin.
And he was blessed to be 6'9". Like that's the thing. Shaq, Wilt, LeBron, even Mike at the 2 guard. That's the other thing people don't talk about. God blessed you with these different level. You were alien out there. They just different, bro. What was it, bro? What was an Olympian? Will slammed the ball on the floor and broke somebody's hand, foot or some shit like that. He's crazy. That dude was.
Will was incredible. Nobody's taking away from him.
I'm sure. But I really came up here because Lamont said so. Because like you guys are talking about like Jordan and Duncan and stuff. All I'm saying when I said that stuff is just like I know from high school. It's the reason why I stepped out of basketball because I knew basketball wasn't for me. When I played AAU, guys I don't know how it was back then, but guys was doing East Bays and shit and when I was playing AAU and all that stuff, and I was like, God damn,
that made you quit. You said, "Oh shit, that's crazy."
So like I'm telling you, and guys that was 5'7" and dunking. I mean, that's how.
Bro ain't want to get dunked on, man. Y'all leave that man alone. He didn't want to get dunked on. He didn't want to be on nobody post. Yeah. I agree with you.
Listen, salute to you, man, for having a reality so short in life.
I don't want to be on nobody post season. Everybody laughing at me. That's cool. No, we ain't doing that.
When people are saying like
we ain't doing that.
And jumping from free throw line, it's like I'm seeing guys from 6'3" doing that. So that's what I was just saying. Like it's a totally different ball game nowadays.
Right, no, but Rice, so now you mentioned athleticism with him, but then he has other skills. That was my point. He has a whole combo, and he's strong-willed. Everybody's not strong-willed. Look at Paul George. He threw his career away. He's a bum. And I used to
strong-willed. Who do you say was strong-willed?
No, wait. Paul George a bum. Now.
What makes Jordan strong-willed?
What? He was out gambling till 6 a.m. and went to go play ball, dog. Paul George ain't doing none of that. Your man is out there.
The only way, but see, that tells you how weak the 90s was. If you can gamble all night and be drunk and step onto a court and cook, that's your comp is trash.
Nah, AI was going out too. There's a lot of guys that were going out and come out there and balled out. Everybody can't do that, bro. AI's an alien. AI's another alien.
Line. Hey, whoa. Lamont line. James Harden used to be out with little baby all times of the night. Instead of come back and clear the NBA. But we ain't doing that.
Hey,
Lamont, a little baby.
Hold on. Check this out, though. If you strip away the championships, who's better?
Yeah, good. I'm glad
James Harden or Michael Jordan?
Michael Jordan.
Michael Jordan is way better than James Harden, even without the championship.
No way.
You talking about talent? No, Lamont. Are you talking about
numbers? If you just look at their numbers, you don't know. If you take away the championships and you take away the championship resume, and you just put James Harden's prime numbers up versus Jordan's prime numbers, and you have to go blind. Who you gonna say the better player?
No, wait. See, you trying to shrink it.
Okay,
so
no.
Hold on. Let me ask because I'm not done with Lamont. I'm glad he brought this up again. So let's just strip away the championships, Lamont. Right?
Yeah.
And now you want to pull James Harden into the equation. So you just strip away the titles. Jordan still got 5 MVPs. He still got 11 All-NBA teams. He still got 10 scoring titles. He still got 3 steals titles. More than James Harden. He's still the rookie of the year. He won defensive player of the year. James Harden ain't got none of that on his resume, so I don't even know why you brought him up.
You know what else he left out?
Dang.
The playoff performance.
He just smoked the
No, what I'm saying is, but what all you did, but the thing is, but what I asked you, because again, as human beings, we normally do what first? We normally look to the production first.
To the bling.
And what I'm saying is, of course we're going to go to the awards and stuff. But if you look at James Harden's production versus Michael Jordan's production in their primes, and you don't see all of the other fancy awards and stuff that came after the fact, it's not going to be too many people that take Jordan over James Harden.
See,
what's their prime? Hold on, wait.
Listen, bro. I don't
We
like
got to
this
figure out what their
argument because
prime
all you
years
doing
is. What's their prime
all you
years?
doing
What's
is
James
just
Harden?
stripping Jordans. You stripping everything away from Jordan, and then you trying to just break it down to like this small little like James Harden just a better. I mean, he's not a better basketball player than Michael Jordan. He's just not. Like you can't keep stripping stuff away from
James
Michael
Harden's a
Jordan
better
and
offensive
saying
player
if
than
you
Michael
take
Jordan.
this away,
I
then
disagree
this
with
gonna
that.
happen.
He's
No,
not.
he's not, man. Because
He's not.
Hold on.
Jordan, all that.
Jordan is a better player than James Harden, but James Harden is a better offensive player than Michael
I
Jordan.
disagree with that too.
Three-point
He's
shooter.
a better
as
passer.
far as
That's it. He's just a better 3-point shooter. That's the only thing I agree with.
Now he
He's
got
just a
better
better
handles.
3-point shooter. That's
He got
it.
better handles. He can drive to the.
Jordan can do all that.
He's not better than James Harden. That's the point.
And better. Man, Jordan was a great driver to the basket.
Yo, real quick,
I'm not going to be influenced. No,
Hey, y'all don't let Fabian go. Go ahead, all ball.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm all ball Fabian perspective. Tap into all ball TV. I'll tap into all y'all stuff. Mingled. You have a hell of a name. I'm going to be very wary of you on the internet streets. Lamar, appreciate you letting me jump on. I left the contact in the private chat. I got to holler at you, Lamar.
Yes,
I got that from a Batman episode, man. That's why I got that number from.
Yeah. I'm gonna tap in with you after
Batman. Hold on. What Batman episode?
I got that from it was on the little. It was like I don't know what it was. It was like a little comic thing, and I had saw it up there. It said Mingo Justin. They had the Batman shit up there, and I watched it. That's why I stole it. That's where I got the name from.
The one I thought you wanted the one back in the day with pow, boom, bat. That one?
Yeah, no, I know it was like a comic thing.
Oh,
like a little script thing. And I had saw it up there and it said Mingo Justin. They had Joker up there and Batman and all that shit. And yeah, that's where I got it from.
Mingo sounds like a southern pimp out in these streets. Lamar, I'm gonna holler at you, baby. Hit me up.
All right, I got you.
Have a good one, fellas.
Lamar, you bogus with this conversation. You keep stripping everything away from Jordan and then saying, okay, so now James Harden is better here because it come on.
But because Jordan was afforded all those awards because he played in a soft comp era.
No.
I think if you swap James Harden and Michael Jordan, James Harden clean up on all the awards.
No, you won't.
That's unfair though, Lamont. You play who you're in front of though. For real though.
That's Lamont's biggest argument for Jordan is the fact that he dominated his competition more.
He dominated his era because you can't control it. But we're just doing hypotheticals right now because I feel like it's a ton of players who could swap places with Jordan and dominate the 90s.
Yeah,
Jordan just happened to be the lucky great player guard to be born into the 90s, and he was able to go dominate. He was kind of the chosen one to go dominate the 90s at the guard position.
Yeah, so Lamont, who else dominated the era? Besides Jordan dominated the 90s, all right, who else dominated the era?
I don't know if anybody dominated the entire era. I think there was like shorter stints. Like Shaq had a dominant run, but I don't know if he dominated the entire era. I think Bill Russell dominated his era.
Okay.
But just in a different way.
Kareem in the 70s.
Kareem in the 70s was dominant. I give him that. So
it's super dominant.
It's hard to dominate an entire era the way Jordan did because one, the rules just happened to be bent in the perfect way to where the Bulls could finesse and keep Pippen longer than normal, and he couldn't go nowhere. They had, they was able to finesse. They had Jordan under, hook for a long time for literally no money. I mean, all the other teams was also kind of handicapped to a certain degree because nobody could really leave in free agency without significant penalty. It's like everything just kind of fell into place at the right time for the Bulls to go 6-0. That's all.
Yeah, no, I 1,000% agree, and I agree. Jordan definitely benefited. He came in at the right time, but the way he played and his movement and just his whole everything, bro, I still think he would look like that in any era. I think the 90s helped him win more than everybody else, more than anything else. But as far as just talent for talent, ain't none of these guys stopping Jordan. Yeah, I could see the James Harden, the Devin Booker, and having to face all these guards every night. But just him as a player, ain't none of these dudes messing with Jordan, bro. He blowing right by him. And
I don't see Jordan's talent, like just sheer talent, walking in the door.
Well, what do you see, Lamont? You don't see sheer talent. What do you see?
Like if you stack his talent up against the best guards of the day, it don't look as nice.
Mm-hmm.
It looked kind of mediocre. Like it looked like DeMar DeRozan is, which we look at DeMar DeRozan like he a good player, but we ain't really thrilled and awestruck by no DeMar DeRozan.
I'm not impressed by Jordan's dribbling, to be honest with you. Like a simple jab step and stuff, just coming out of the post. I mean,
he didn't really have to do all that, bro. He was just blowing right by people.
Yeah, and that's what
he had a quick first step.
He was gonna have that in this era.
He had a quick first
step.
step.
Gonna be getting blew by too, because I mean, you got some defensive minded guards like a Colin Sexton or a Patrick Beverly and guys like that, Marcus Smart. But the guys that y'all naming, these dudes don't play defense.
They're too small.
They play
all the guys you just named are too small.
James Harden played.
All the dudes you just named are too small.
Except James Harden, they play better defense than what Jordan faced. I'm just saying that.
Yeah, but that ain't enough to stop him, though. That's just saying,
he's not gonna stop
they was
him
a little bit better, but
he's
just gonna blow right by these guys, bro. They ain't gonna be able to mess with him.
Yeah, but at least they got people that could have like a fighting chance. Like in the 90s, teams couldn't even deploy guys that had a fighting chance to stop Jordan. Like you just sending guys, just little tiny guys out there, the Mark Prices and the Craig Elos and just guys that you knew was going to get barbecued. I mean, at least you can send somebody out there with a fighting chance. And you got a team that can load up and your team can have a fighting chance instead of being handicapped with illegal defense. Like
y'all like the 90s had the only era that had small guys. I mean, you had Isaiah Thomas, you got JJ Barea, all them guys were little too.
Yeah, but I'm talking about shooting guards.
The 90s only had small players. Like I'm talking
about the guys. I'm specifically talking about the guys that was forced to have to defend Jordan one-on-one in a legal defense era where they would literally ISO Jordan on the block, and you got to sit here and try to defend this turnaround fadeaway that he done spent all summer shooting thousands of shots, and he already bigger and more athletic than you, and you got to go try to stop him in a one-on-one setting with absolutely no help. I mean, it just ain't happening.
I agree. That's what I'm saying, Lamont. He ain't going 6-0. Like the extreme Jordan fans, they can get that out their brain. He'll never do that in this generation here.
Oh, bro, somebody will put a nasty super team together on his head.
But what he will do, I think, is still be like, I don't think he will win 10 scoring titles, but he'll win like 8 or something like that.
8 scoring titles?
No, he couldn't do it.
He'll still do that. I believe he'll still do that, bro.
Nah,
that's gonna be his whole focus, bro. It's gonna be too easy for him to score.
Nah,
like,
it's not. No, it's not. You're gonna cause your team to lose.
Yeah, if you scored that much, you would lose.
You have to change your game. If your premise, like, you know how many guys can win a scoring title, bro?
I mean, who cares about the losing? Lamont just stripped away the title, so we're just talking about just going out there.
He did do
numbers. Then he gonna win 8 of them. He gonna win 8 of them.
He did do that.
I just don't see how you win a scoring title in today's game and you can't shoot the 3. I mean, even Joel Embiid can shoot the 3, and he's won it. I think he won the scoring title. Did he win one? I think he did.
He won. Well, if you're trying to win, won the one last year, but he got hurt.
If you're trying to win, you cannot just put your game on emphasize and try and win scoring titles. You can't. You got to learn to get your teammates involved, and they got to be They got to be warmed up in order to.
Yeah, no, I agree, fam. I know that. I'm just going off Lamont's whole premise. Like, he took away the championship.
Do y'all agree what Vibe Star said? He said Vernon Maxwell is a better defender than anyone now. You must be smoking crack.
No way.
I disagree with that. Nah,
he would get the shoelaces crossed out his shoes.
Nah, I don't think he's not the best defender of anyone in this era, but he up there though.
Put him in front of Kyrie.
Who, Vernon Maxwell?
Nah, he was a decent defender though, Lamont. I mean, pretty good.
You said he was up there.
No, he was pretty good. I would say pretty good. I reduced it to pretty. He was pretty good. He wasn't the greatest defender like a Gary Payton or Scottie Pippen or one of those. He wasn't none of those guys, but Michael Cooper or none of those guys. But he was.
Yeah. Hey, shout out to Liddy, bro. Earl Boyk is my homie, bro. He dropped 45 on us in a summer game.
Man, I don't even like Earl Boyk because he had George Taylor.
He dropped 45 on us extremely fast too. It was like before halftime.
It was Earl Watkins.
That's when he first got that contract from the Milwaukee Bucks.
I'm thinking about Earl Watson.
What up?
Bees,
brother. Bees. Long time
What's
no
up,
here,
man?
bro.
How y'all doing? What y'all cooking on?
Man, just same old, same old.
Lamont the lobby and strip away all of Jordan's abilities just to make James Harden better than him.
Handicap Jordan to make
before in my life.
Handicap Jordan to make Harden better.
Oh, Harden better than Jordan?
No, I said Jordan's a better player. I said Harden's a better offensive player than Jordan.
I ain't gonna go there, bro.
No, Lamont.
Just
Lamont
he's
took away
saying
his
skill wise.
championship.
He's not. He's saying you
He
just look
took
at the
away
skill. You
everything.
just analyze him. James Harden in his prime.
Prime Harden is
more
a better
skilled than
offensive
Jordan.
player than a prime Jordan.
Yeah,
That's nasty.
That's
I don't know
tough,
how that.
right?
I don't know how you can debate that.
Without the 3-point shot, Jordan loses a lot on the offense,
he
and
does.
without the playmaking.
Better passer, better ball handler, better driver to the rim.
No, he's not.
He ain't a better driver to the rim.
No, he's not. Stop.
Yes, he is. Jordan don't even know. Jordan don't even know what a Euro step. He don't even know what a Euro step is. They thought that was a travel. Like, come on.
You know what James Harden
bro.
does is travel. That's what he does.
This is
Jordan
insane,
traveled.
bro.
That's what he did. He moved
Bro,
his pivot.
you did not just tell me, bro, that James Harden is a better driver of the basketball.
I didn't say that. That was
I said
Stop
that.
it, bro.
I said that. Jordan just had the athleticism. That's what he did.
don't like
Michael Jordan. You never saw him. He never saw him, Bees. That's why. Because if he did,
I
he would
watched
never
games,
say
man.
that.
I saw the game.
He
I
would
saw the
never
jab
say that.
steps, bro.
Bro, I don't even know where you could come up with something.
I saw that spin move, ballerina spin move that he did, bro.
This
I
nigga
watched
said
this game.
James Harden is a better
Bro
driver
said
of
ballerina
basketball than
spin
Michael
move is
Jordan. I've
insane.
never heard that before in my life. That shit
Lou,
crazy.
and Lil Smith, I saw his step back too. You compare that to James Harden, bro. That look.
James Harden step back his travel, so we ain't even worried about that.
Hold on, Mingo.
It's cold, bro.
I got a question for you then. Ishmael, that's your name, right?
Yep.
Yes. Yeah.
So you rate James Harden over Dwayne Wade?
No, we're not talking about rankings.
No, it's a question I ask you, brother. Hey, we not on CBS.
In my criteria,
Not Kamala Harris. Just answer
that's
the
different.
question.
That's different. My criteria, no, because he don't got a ring, so no. But is James Harden career better than Dwayne Wade? Probably so. Yeah.
So you think Dwayne Wade is better than James Harden?
No, I didn't say that.
I'm asking you.
You just said his career was better. That's exactly
yeah. I'm
what
saying
you're
James Harden's career is better, but he's not.
How?
No, Wade got a better career.
If you're talking about having rings, yes.
No,
the
bro.
rings.
Bro, who mentioned rings? He didn't mention rings. He said, "Is he better?" He ain't mentioned nothing about rings.
Yeah, James Harden's better. Yeah, I think James Harden's better.
Yeah, it's time for you to go to sleep, homie. just apologize to everybody, hit the like button, and leave.
You know what? I ain't gonna push back on that.
Hit the like button and leave. That is insane.
Make that argument.
Wait, why is Dwayne Wade better than James Harden? Why?
No, I said you can make that argument. I've made
Yeah,
it
you
before
can.
myself.
You can make that argument.
It's arguable. I think that's more arguable than anything. I think
Yeah,
you
it
can
is
argue
arguable.
that.
That's what I'm
Wanted to
saying.
see
Like,
what he was. I was just checking his oil.
yeah, I was so much
think
older.
that's arguable.
I realized, yeah, you can make an argument.
In my
for that.
opinion, I don't believe it's arguable.
Wade a better defender, but Harden is definitely the better offensive player.
He's the better.
Wade a better impact player. James Harden would never be able to do what Dwayne Wade did in 06.
But we never saw James Harden prime next to LeBron either. Or
No, I'm
Shaq.
talking about in 06 when he won with Shaq.
But he never had a Shaq though, man. That Shaq playing with Shaq.
I mean, dude, he done had some of the most talent ever. Look at who he had on this squad.
He had KD. No, he didn't have Shaq.
Okay, would y'all believe he had enough to win a championship?
Yeah, I do.
The year he should have won it, his next running mate got hurt.
Well, that's too damn bad.
He had KD. James Harden had a lot of players in his career. He had KD.
When
twice.
they had KD, he was still a young player. He was basically
No, I think he had KD twice. He had KD twice. Kyrie Irving.
Yeah,
He had Russell Westbrook. He done had a lot of guys on his team.
He done
Dwight
had
Howard.
everybody. That's why it's hilarious to me when people say LeBron played with all these players. Look at how many dudes KD played with.
Yeah,
And
KD
then
done played with a lot of guys too.
Like this dude done played with every great guard in the NBA except for Luka.
Man, where everybody coming from out the woodwork? We got Big Art in here now. What's good, Big Art?
Oh, Art, what up, Art?
What up, Lamont? What up, Bees? What up,
That's
what
insane,
Good,
bro.
homie.
That's insane.
Long time, man. I just want to say what's up.
How your new job, bro?
It's going good, Bees. It's going real
Good
good.
for you, man. I'm happy for you, brother.
Thank you,
shout out to you for that, bro.
Hold on, Bees. You still working at the oil company?
Yeah.
Oh man, you gotta stop. They killing you, man. You gotta get out of there, man.
Who they killing me with what?
I thought you. I know they paying you. I know the bank account look nice.
Man, B's retiring there, man.
What you mean they killing me?
Because I thought you like they had you working all types of crazy hours.
Oh, I do shift work, yeah. But summer I've been working in a different job this summer, so I just been working straight days. But I'm going back to shift. I'd rather be on shift right now. I have to do less.
Yeah, I feel that.
Everybody want to do less.
Hey man, going in there in the daytime, your bosses, you got to work, man.
No, he works
Well, B, that's the reason why you're at work. To work.
No, I'm there so I don't get fired.
The less work you do, the more you get paid, though. I mean,
Yeah.
you a manager and a
Hey,
director
tell them
at that
again,
point.
Khalil, because they ain't been paying me my work these last 3 months.
So you're a supervisor, or manager, or something?
I ain't been doing.
Yeah.
I tell my team to do shit.
Man, you ever heard me talk?
No, not really. Not about your job.
No, I'm saying just talk, period.
Yeah.
I talk the way I talk on here. I talk that way in real life. You think somebody gonna make me a manager?
Hey,
okay.
Now, let me see how much y'all know about basketball, because I'm gonna see if y'all can put y'all minds together to help me out, right?
Right.
So Saturday, I got a rematch against the team that beat us by 50 last year.
Damn. What the hell was y'all doing?
Y'all got y'all ass smoked.
We was nice. We was 30-5. We was nice, but they definitely beat the life out of us. So what's the strategy, man?
You got beat by 50.
Whatever y'all did to get beat by 50, don't do that.
So my first question about would be, what did they exploit?
This is what they did. Okay. So every coach that I spoke to last year said they're gonna press you. And so I'm thinking, all right, we done seen presses before. This ain't nothing. But they did something weird in they press that felt like they had 8 players on the floor. And so I'd never seen this type of press. It was a 2-2-1 press, but the one in the back was their point guard, and he face guarded my point guard the whole time. Wherever my point guard went, he just face guarded him. So you have 4 guys pressing. It was the weirdest press I've ever seen. We was down by 30 at half. I think we might have been down by more than that at half.
So you don't have a second competent ball handler.
No, all my guys is good ball handlers. It was just that they had, so obviously they outclassed us with talent because, they had a guy that also transferred out to North Carolina. They had another guy that went to Northern Arizona. I mean, they had talent. They starting lineup was 6'7" and up, except they point guard. And so they outclassed us just with sheer talent alone. He always gets good players. It was just that press because they stopped pressing us in the second half.
I got it. I got it. I know what you need to do.
What's that?
Don't schedule that team.
Hey, Lamont, have you been practicing breaking the press?
Oh, no. So last year I just had like one little simple press break because I've never, like, when you know how they say coaches need to get their players to run through a brick wall.
Yeah.
I don't know what this dude be giving his players, bro. It felt like they was all on methamphetamines or something.
Like they get paid or something?
Bro, they were flying, man. And I'm talking about they did not let up off the gas at all, man. So I'm like, dang. But this year, no, we've been working on ever since the first day of practice. We didn't started putting in. I think we got like 6 different press breakers versus zone presses. I think we ready for the press. But he read up with even more talent than he had last year.
I was gonna ask that. Is it the same player?
You don't have no ball handlers? You ain't got no ball handlers?
I got all elite ball handlers.
All his players is ball handlers.
The problem is against the press, you can't dribble. Nope. Ain't no dribbling versus no press.
Nah,
let me take a crack at it.
Who you got, man? I know.
I can show you film of the team. I mean, when they play other like super high level teams, they look kind of human. But they good. I mean, they was good last year. I think they finished 9th in the country at the D2 level.
I know guys. Big Art. I know guys.
Let me take a crack at it real quick, fellas.
Go ahead, Big Art. Hold on, let me show you the score last year.
It's a few different ways you can break a press. You can match them 2-2-1 with your 2 best ball handlers and your best inbounder. It's your best inbound to your big?
No. So the way I've been working the press now, the majority of our press breaks, I got my point guard on the inbound, and I got my taller players on the wings because we're looking to get the ball advanced. At least we want to get a quick advance up the sideline, and then from the sideline, a quick pass back to the middle to our point guard where we can center the ball because we got to get it out them hot zones. So we got side, middle, back. We always got side, middle, back. We're not trying to throw it back. We're trying to get the ball to the side, get the ball to the middle, and just center the ball as quickly as possible. But, I mean, it's just a different beast when you're in the moment going up against them.
When does the press start? During the inbound or once you inbound it?
They press start before you inbound. They got somebody on ball. I think it's me thinking back on it now. I think it's a 1-3-1 press. And I was reading online how some coaches can disguise a 1-3-1 press with a 2-2-1 setup.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm thinking he had a 2-2-1 setup, but was running 1-3-1. And I saw that video on YouTube the other day, and I think that's what he was doing.
You got to go 2K, bro. You got to go 2-2-1 and have them break it one way or another. If y'all ever notice on 2K when you inbound the ball, the two guard is always right there. That's what I mean by that. You got to have your two guard down there with them. I would switch one of your wings who's on the wing and put him as your inbounder because he's taller. He'll have better options passing the ball.
That is true. I thought about that too. I tried that last year. This shit didn't work.
That's why y'all got beat by 50.
Yeah, Lamont, show some footage of this other team.
Hold on, let me show you. I'm gonna show y'all some footage of them because I'm talking about. I've been watching them going to sleep at night. Now I have nightmares of this team, man.
That's great.
I've been watching so much film on them trying to figure out.
Lamont, quick question: what's the tallest player on y'all team?
6'8".
And what's the tallest player on their team? The team that beat y'all by 50.
Last year their tallest player was 7'2".
Oh, see, that's why they were just giving him the ball. I bet he had about 38.
Nah, they best player was this guard named Dylan Baker who went to University of Arizona.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Lamont, when you and this ain't me trying to be funny either, but when you a coach and you get blew out like that, like what's going through your mind and like your thought process as you getting blew out like that? Because that's a lot of points.
That's a lot of points.
Like,
that
just
is.
seriously, though, like, because you a coach, and I respect your basketball.
Well, see, it's hard. You know, I'm gonna tell you why that's hard. And it's hard. It was different for me because we normally the team doing the blowing out. Like if you look at our schedule, I'm talking about we didn't give out some. I mean, we was nasty last year. So for the flip the roles, like my point guard always messed with me because I went in there at halftime. I didn't know what to say. I was like, y'all need to just make this respectable. You know, I was like, damn. But I didn't even have a plan. That was really my fault because I didn't have them prepared for the press because in the second half when they stopped pressing, we played them even. And so
no, go ahead, bro. My bad.
I just think that my thing is this. Teams that press like that is trying to hide something. And I think he's trying to hide that they're not that good in half-court offense. So he's trying to speed us up to make dumb decisions. That's what I'm thinking. So I'm thinking if they go press crazy, I'm going to press them back to slow them down. I'm going to hit them. I'm thinking I'm going to go, and I'm going to work on with my players tomorrow. I'm going to go 1-3-1 full court press, but we going to fake trap. We not really going to trap, but we going to fake trap to protect the sidelines because they like to play at a frenetic pace because they led D2 basketball in scoring last year at 104 points per game. So their goal is to score quick. They like 7 seconds or less. They play super fast.
So ain't that playing into their hands though?
But if I go 1-3-1 full court, right, I'm not trying to trap. I'm just trying to fake the trap to stop them trying to advancing the ball to the sideline so quick. I just want them to slow down and play half court. I trust my defense in the half court. But when they get to flying up and down the court with all them D1 athletes, that's when the game get crazy.
So you say y'all, when do y'all play them again, bro?
Saturday.
So if y'all lose again by, let's say 48, how do you address your team in that event?
No, I don't. I don't know. I don't think I have a feeling because of our preparation, it's not going to be like last year. I'm thinking of ways to win the game. I'm not thinking of ways to survive. I think we can win the game if I do this right. That's what I.
Did all their players come back from last year?
No, they got a completely new team. Other than their point guard, which their point guard is nasty. This little point guard, I just the fastest white dude I've ever seen in my life.
How tall is your fastest defender?
Your best defender.
Okay, so all my defenders is fast. So I got Uriah. He's 6'6". He can move. He in better shape this year. He can fly. He should be D1 somewhere, but he with us. I got a new guy named Kent. For his size, he really fast. Our point guard is lightning quick. I don't know, man. I have a feeling if we do this right, we can win.
Y'all better have stamina. You better be putting them dudes on a treadmill and all that, because you're gonna need some stamina to beat this team. If you're trying to apply that defensive strategy, they're gonna have to be in good shape, bro, to sustain that for an entire game.
But I think the 1-3-1, it would have, when we're faking it, it's not going to exert a lot of energy because they're not trapping and flying all over the place. What the main thing is so when I say 1-3-1, you think of an extended 1-3-1. You got point guard, obviously on ball. You got three guys. Instead of keeping them in front of the half court line, I'm gonna back them up beyond the half court line. And the main thing is protecting the advanced passes up the sideline. Like, I'm gonna show you this video. I want y'all to watch them play. The number one thing they do is they swing the ball up the baseline fast as hell and try to score. I need to stop them advanced passes. If I can stop them from advancing the ball and playing fast, then they ain't got shit in the half court for us. Let me share my screen real quick. Hopefully it don't start buffering.
How long ago y'all played them? So y'all playing them this Saturday here coming up. You said y'all played them last week.
No, we haven't played them yet. We play them Saturday.
Oh.
We played them last year.
Okay, got you.
It's the dark blue team. You see how quick they got the ball up, but they turned it over that time. It's the dark blue team.
Also, number 4 is the quick point guard you were talking about.
That motherfucker is fast and a motherfucker, yeah. And he can shoot.
These niggas look like Princeton or something. Y'all niggas lost to an Ivy League team.
It didn't feel like it, though. I thought they was all black in a moment. I didn't look, and check this out, Cliff. I was watching it yesterday, and I'm thinking to myself, they got that many white dudes.
Hey, I'm glad y'all caught the reference because I wasn't gonna say it.
Because in the moment, I was like, I ain't recognize that, man. It didn't feel like that, man.
That's nuts. Yeah, y'all gotta get there. They don't even look that tall, bro. They look like
they tall, bro. They tall. Like this makes them look smaller than what they are because everybody on Chandler Gilbert, they tall. Right? So number 24 in the white, he like 6'11". Let's see. So look out. So right now it was half court. So watch them in the half court right now. So right now they stuck in the half court. So watch how they play in the half court. They do a lot of staggers across the top. They not that good. See how sloppy they are in the half court?
How'd you lose them to 50 though?
How they beat y'all by 50 if they ain't that good?
So mind you, the team that they're playing right now, that's the number 1 D2 team in the country, Chandler Gilbert. This is the only team all year that gave them problems, that beat them twice, actually. This is the championship game of their conference, and the Pima actually beat them finally in the championship game of their conference right here. But this is the only team that gave them problems all year. So I'm trying to figure out what were they doing consistently to give them problems. See, they're not pressing this team, and that's how you know they respect them, because they're not even pressing this team because they too nice. You can't press a team that they know can beat the press every time.
Lamont, did you try any hard picks at half court?
I mean, we were struggling to even get the ball to half court. So
basically, y'all ain't got good ball in you.
No, we had good ball handlers, but
you say it's the dark blue team. Is that what you're saying?
yeah, there's Aztecs on their jersey.
So this the team you be having nightmares about, Lamont?
No, it's not like that, man. It's look, listen. No, ignore the race, man. Ignore the race, man. That's supposed to be helping me come up with a solution, man.
They got a bunch of white dudes in this dream. Hey,
look at number 4, bro.
I told you it didn't feel like it. I promise you it didn't feel like it, man. Oh, bro, boy, right here is nice too. The black dude with the ball right there. He nice.
Nah,
he was another guy we couldn't do nothing with.
Fade me, bro. I'd go out there and get faded too.
They look like they might be more physical.
They are physical as hell. They are physical. I give them that much. This
patient,
team,
they patient too. Look at this team with the white. They patient with the ball. Like
yeah, they're not rushing. They're not allowing the team to rush. Yeah,
they just waiting on the shots to come and then they take them. That was an off shot, but he was still wide open. Your team just got to calm down, bro. They can't panic.
That's what
probably,
I'm thinking.
That's one of the biggest things.
Yeah,
when you get beat by 50, you panic.
Yep, you all right. I'm giving the other team too many possessions somehow. Because that's not even natural to score that. I mean, they didn't really. I don't know. We cut into it. I don't think we lost by 50 because we cut into the lead in the second half. I think we might have lost by like 25 or something. That's still bad, but we were down a lot.
I don't really have no solutions for you losing by 50.
Yeah, I mean, did they score every possession?
No, they did.
A lot.
50 points is a lot.
Sound like your team low key gave up though. Like,
what was the final score?
They didn't go.
What was the final?
The final score really. I think the final score was like 110 to like 80 or something, or 80 something like that. Like we didn't let like when we played them early in the season, they was averaging 154 points per game. So for us holding them to 110, that was. They coach came to us after the game, was like, yeah, y'all was y'all best competition yet. And I'm like, damn, y'all just beat the life out of us. What are you talking about?
This dude said in the chat, that's just bad coaching.
Hey, no, hold on. But look, I tell my players, I said we lost. I said that was on me. I said we ain't losing again like that. I said I'm gonna make sure we're ready because I didn't have them ready for that press. That was me. Because outside of the press, we played them even. So that's how I know it was on me. I just didn't have them ready. I didn't look at enough film or none of that. I didn't take that press seriously.
That's what I was just about to ask you if you looked at it on film.
See, that's the thing. It's hard for me to find games where they running that press. I keep finding games where they're playing good teams like this, and they don't press the good teams like this.
To me,
like
look at Joe sorry tape there.
We didn't know we was playing at their place. We didn't have game film.
Oh, you don't got the tape.
No, I won't have the tape. If I had the tape, I'll be watching it. I promise you I would.
To me, it's not that they white. It's just that they don't look like they just.
Bro, think about it. Hold on.
Just talking shit, bro.
Everybody that you see on this court except number 4 went to a high major D1 basketball program this year.
You could have fooled me with that.
So what? Number 4 is a walk on?
No, number 4 is just short. I mean, it's just hard for him to get recorded because he's small. He
22 is too.
And 22 went to Arkansas.
It could have fooled me
because he a sniper. He a sniper. 21 went to the NAU. 10 went to North Carolina. I mean,
they had
D1.
I mean, that's why I say I stopped. I'm from Indiana. I stopped judging white boys in Indiana. You mess around with the wrong group of white boys, you getting blown out. You from Ohio too. You know, you run into the wrong group of white boys.
Too, Lamont. It's like that here too. The white boys will light your ass up. It won't even look like they
won't even look like. I tell people if you in the gym and like LA Fitness and like 5 white dudes all walking together, I said they all know how to play with each other. I said you better get on top of your shit immediately. They're gonna shoot you out the gym.
That's insane to the word.
But they just play fundamental basketball, and now in this court, this group of white players coming up, they have way more athleticism. Like these dudes, like Cooper Flag and all these white boys, like they can jump.
Hey, come on, you can't be saying that word. You gave Mingo Diddy flashes.
Wait, what happened?
Whoa!
Damn. Hold on, I'm trying to catch them when they speed up their tempo because they down right now, but they actually take the lead, or they take the lead for a little bit, and they
Did
started.
they win or lose the game?
They're losing right now. It's 22-16.
No,
Their
did they
name is.
win or lose this game?
They won this game. They won it on the last two possessions.
So they got pretty much some of the same players from
No,
last year?
the only player they got it back is that white dude and some of their bench players.
All right, fellas, I was just stopping by, man. Y'all have a good night.
All right, B.
All right, B.
Number 4 be pulling that guy.
No, number 4 is nice. I ain't gonna lie, he nice.
You said this is like one of the top D2 teams in the nation?
So Pima, the blue team, they were number 14 in the nation, and Chandler Gilbert in the white, they were number 1 in the nation at the D2 level.
So they basically, you just got to have your team space them out and put them on individual islands and be patient, of course, and then move the ball around. Like, y'all can get quality looks all y'all want. They defense ain't all that.
I don't think so either.
Like, they gonna be there, but like you know what I mean? You can
like we can contain this, like this half court right here. We can contain that. Like they're not doing anything special in the half court that we can't stop. That pass right there, we be all over that. Like you're not ever getting that through to us a multiple times. It's just when they that press when they sped us up, man, and got all those turnovers. Because all they did in the white, they burnt them with ISO matchups like that. They cooked them. That's how they stayed in this game. That's how they beat them twice earlier in the year. They just cooked them on the ISOs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because they was putting them on islands, bro. I mean, that's all you got to do with them. And that's going to tire them out, too. You got good ball handlers and all that on your squad.
All gravy. When you say they look like middle school players, that's just because you old. When you old, everybody younger than you look super young. You just old as hell.
He said they all look super young.
He said they look like middle schoolers. What type of middle school you been to? Why I give us full beers out there and shit?
This efficient basketball, both of the teams is playing for real. I'm just saying here watching.
These might be
both pretty good.
Yeah, these might be the two best D2 teams in Arizona. So they was both nice. Number 11 is real good. He's a shooter. He's a sniper for a white team. Like every time the white team makes a mistake, watch how fast Pima plays getting the ball up the court.
It's a good defensive series for the team in blue, the Pima team.
Yeah, they're defending now. They're defending well. But see,
that
at this stage,
that was elite defense.
At this stage, you got to understand that they've played each other 2 times already. So the familiarity, they're super familiar with each other right now.
Yeah, that was a really good defensive set for them. Their whole team played rock solid defense there. So, I mean, I don't know, Lamont, because you said this a whole new squad that y'all dealing with. So if it ain't no real footage on them, I mean, you can't really.
Oh, and that's what they do a lot too, right there. That's what I'm gonna practice on that tomorrow with my players. They love to throw it over to the post. Like teams that front the post, you gotta have that backside help there because they gonna throw it over every time.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they got us like that when we played them a few times. But see, you got to realize, Khalil, this is how crazy this game is, right? Like we're just considered a college club basketball team, right? For them, you know how at the beginning of the year, like D1 teams will play like a low-level team and just beat up on them.
Yeah.
And when they lose, is like crazy. Like if we beat them, like the ramifications for them is like detrimental. Like if we beat them, they probably won't even be eligible to go to the national tournament. Like it's a lot at stake if we make this game close or if we beat them for them. And I don't think they realize how much talent we brought in this year because this might be the most talent I've ever had.
You just got to have them focus and focus on the task at hand, bro. Like it ain't about individual and shining and all that. Like just stick to the plan and we will win this game if y'all give maximum effort.
Yeah. I think I have a good game plan. I'm about to really put a nail in the coffin on the game plan tomorrow. I think I know what to do. I just got to trust it.
Man, good luck to you, bro. Like, I'm rooting for you. You can't watch it nowhere. Y'all ain't got like no channel or something people can watch it on.
I think the game. I'm gonna find out. I'm gonna go to their website because this is their opening game of the season, so it's gonna be kind of like a big game for them. So I think you can watch it on their website. I'm gonna if there's a link to it, I'm gonna definitely put it in the Discord. I could text it to you.
All right, that's what's up.
Definitely can though.
Don't get blew out by 50 again, LeBron, because if you blew up, I'm subbing from your channel.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Nah, hey, look, I'll tell you one thing, man. The one thing I'm gonna tell you, it's hard to beat us twice. I'll put it to you like that. I ain't took a lot of losses in the last 3 years. I ain't lost a lot of basketball games. I think I'm like 122-15 or something crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, man.
I heard you say the other day on your other stream, you think this is going to be one of the funnest seasons, NBA seasons.
Yeah, I think this NBA season is about to be crazy. I just think it's so much talent spread around. Like these teams, like every team, like has like a lot of more teams now got like a duo or a trio of guys that can push them over the top. Like I think the Bucks still got a nice little duo. I think Philly got better if they can make it work. I think Orlando's better, and they're gonna be tough. OKC, the Lakers is always interesting because if with this new offense and this new style, they can still be a threat. You still got Minnesota that's gonna be nasty. Cleveland's gonna be better.
Lamont, first father and son duo championship.
Hell,
I don't know if they win a championship, but see, the thing is, I think as is, and I just think that as is, the Lakers got a shit ton of talent. I just think that fans have been so down on them for the last couple of years that they've just given up on the guys that they do have. But I mean, if you really think about it, it's not too many teams with a better offensive third option than D'Angelo Russell.
I don't disagree with you.
Like it's
Philly
just
got one. Boston got one.
Philly. Hold on, who's Boston? Oh, Porzingis. Yeah, I'll give you that.
I didn't think D'Lo was that bad.
But it's not a lot of teams. I mean, you go to the top, yeah, but like the Clippers are weaker. I mean, OKC after their top two guys, I don't think they have anybody better than D'Lo, offensively at least.
The Knicks.
I don't even think the Knicks third guy is better offensively than D'Lo.
Really?
Who you think? Who is it? Mikal Bridges?
Yeah.
He's not better. He's not. He's
Obi or what's his face?
I don't think OG or Mikal is a better
OG
offensive. I think they're better defensively, but I don't think they're better offensive players than D'Lo.
Just as a player,
as a player, yeah. I mean, like I say, it just depends on what you value because there was a point in time when the Lakers had a whole bunch of defensive guys that couldn't shoot, and them guys was killing them just as much as D'Lo is without his defense because they had all these defensive guys. I think it was like the year when they lost to the Suns, they had all this defense, but none of them could score. So now they got guys that can score, but they struggle to defense, so it's just a different struggle.
I think they'll be a better team this year.
Well, I just think LeBron is just going to be re-energized because he's going to look a lot different because he's playing in front of Bronny.
Well, I think, and he came
well,
from the
since
summer.
Bronny's strong suit is, what would be Bronny's strong suit? Defense?
Yeah.
I kind of think his offense is one of his strong suits his
identity, as I should say. His identity in the NBA as a rookie playing alongside an all-time great player. His dad.
It's supposed to be
what would be his identity?
Yeah. I don't think he's ever going to be 3-and-D because I don't think he's ever going to be a great three-point shooter.
So next.
Is he a better shooter than LeBron was when he came in?
Nope.
Probably. He's definitely a better shooter coming in.
So you don't think he would get better through time shooting a three? Given
I
that
think
this league is predicated off threes.
No,
you have
he
to
can
adapt
get
to
better. It's just small guards, man. Just consistency. I mean, even Trae Young is starting to struggle with efficiency from the 3-point line because he's small guard.
I agree. I mean, the Lakers Anthony Davis is he's the best player on the team to me now. I mean,
I agree.
So, and last year he had an amazing season. A lot of people don't talk about that. He had one of his best seasons, if not, especially with the Lakers since 2020. Like defensively, he just about as good as anybody is in the NBA. I think he probably was the best defensive player last year.
That was nice right there. He just threw him a lob.
The best two-way player in the league.
I think he's the best defensive player outside of Wemby. I thought last year he was the best defensive player last year. But Wemby about to start eating those up. I think Anthony Davis should at least have 2 Defensive Player of the Year awards. I thought he should have won last year, and I definitely thought he should have won in 2020.
He says Bronny standing in the corner every game. I don't know. I think this new offense with JJ Redick, I think he's gonna have these guys. I think he's gonna maximize. I think he's gonna get Bron off the ball and put the ball in D'Lo hands more.
How you like his 9-man rotation?
I like it because it's just gonna get LeBron more built-in rest if you stick to it. If you stick to it, LeBron should naturally be playing 28 to 32 minutes a game if you stick to it. That's ideal for the Lakers. They just keep making it hard because guys get injured, and then they perform so poorly that LeBron have to go out there and stretch himself thin and play 39 minutes just to stay in the game or win it. So Vandy got to get healthy. Rui got to step the fuck up, man. Rui can be he could be a dog but the thing is, I think the coach has to take the handcuffs off of him and say, look, you need to play like you a 2 or 3 option, man. Stop all this catch and shoot stuff, man.
But what does that look like, though? We've seen Rui try to put the ball on the court, man. I ain't gonna say he was Torian Prince, but he was almost like Torian Prince.
More reps doing it so he get confidence because he got the skill, and you got to give him the spacing. You got to run sets for him that put him in places on the court that's favorable to his skill set. I think you got to start utilizing these players. You got to start maximizing them.
What's up with Van, though? Is he still injured?
Oh, no. Yeah, man.
They say that he may not start the season off in the beginning because of his injuries.
Lakers might get rid of him.
Yeah, you have to at this point. He's just too injured.
I mean, I agree. I thought the Lakers did a good job as far as keeping the team together. Like, I mean, you played last year, you got beat in the first round again, but at the end of the day, like, they really couldn't do a whole lot. So they stood pat basically. I think that Dog Connect kid is decent.
I forgot about him. I think if they let him play his game, because he's not a typical rookie, because he's coming in older. And I think if you let him play too, I mean, at 6'8"?
No,
Shooter?
He's 6'6", I think.
Dog Connect is a hooper, man. He's a hooper.
He's a 9-man rotation. He's gonna find his way out. He ain't gonna make that 9-man rotation.
If you don't have him in a rotation, you must be crazy.
Because it's gonna be Jackson Hayes, Gabe Vincent.
Ain't no way Jackson Hayes is in a 9-man rotation.
We gotta have a backup center, bro. Come on, man.
No, you don't need a backup center.
We gotta have a backup center, bro. Come on, man.
I mean, you don't need it. You not if it's Jackson Hayes.
And him and JJ got history, man. They played together.
Like y'all can't force just because a guy is big and he's a center. I learned the hard way. You can't just throw him out on the court. Like sometimes you just got to say, go with the talent. The talent generally beats out. The talent will beat out just if you're just trying to play guys according to position. Good players can kind of conform and get the job done.
So AD playing 48 minutes?
He won't play 48 minutes, but you can go make shifts. You can make shift some stuff by using Rui temporarily in certain situations. Who else you got?
Been there, done that. Been there, done that with Rui. Been there, done that with Brian.
And you got y'all to the Western Conference Finals.
No, hey.
Playing
Jackson Hayes as a backup and playing backup bigs behind AD guys.
Bro, I'm going to tell you right now, high minutes for Jackson Hayes equals a whole bunch of L's.
I just said a backup center. I ain't say a gang of minutes.
A backup center plays a lot of minutes.
He was our backup center last year.
I know, and y'all was getting smoked. Man, come on, man. Don't go with that formula. Jackson Hayes formula, that's washed, man. Don't play that, man. He's good, though.
Didn't the Lakers just sign a center?
You said who?
The Lakers. Didn't they just sign a center like a couple weeks ago or something like that?
I thought they waived him already. Koloko?
No, they ain't waived him. He hasn't even been approved by the board, by the NBA board.
The health board because of them blood clots.
Yeah, he ain't even been cleared yet. So he had practice watching. So yeah, we gonna see Jackson Hayes, bro.
Nah, I don't know. I think y'all see something in Jackson Hayes that ain't there, man.
Now they might.
No, man, because all the Laker channels I go to, they all talking about, and I think sometimes y'all like seeing the guys that don't play as much play more because that's just a different option. Like you giving up on the guys that have been out there, so just might as well try somebody else we don't see as much. And I'm not messing with no Jackson Hayes. I'm
not playing on 5 little niggas neither, bro.
You can still play a big lineup with Rui, Vandy.
Doesn't he always get in foul trouble though? Like Jackson Hayes and stuff.
He did a good job last year in his backup role. I ain't feeling y'all hate on Jackson Hayes, bro.
He always get in trouble or something. I don't know.
No, that was his rep. That was his rep when we first got him. But if you go back, especially towards the end of the year, he did a decent job.
I'm mostly watching the Lakers for the narrative.
No, the Lakers, I ain't gonna lie. Lakers is a fun team to watch, though. I ain't gonna lie.
They get the most highly rated team. Don't they got the most national televised games this coming up season?
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't care what anybody say. I'm just watching to see LeBron and his son.
That's why when these people say LeBron, like I was watching this one channel when he said LeBron ruined the team. And it's just like, bro, y'all was at the bottom of the NBA before LeBron came over there. Now y'all getting like 30 plus nationally televised games. Like, how is he ruining anything? He won y'all a championship. He set all these records in y'all shit, made y'all relevant again. Without him, y'all would probably still be at the bottom of the NBA. Y'all definitely wouldn't have won a championship. And Anthony Davis wouldn't be over there.
Mm-hmm.
So what part of the Lakers did he ruin? Like,
that's just LeBron haters saying that.
That's just it. Or Mama Nights, Kobe fans.
He had a group full of people in there regurgitating the nonsense. Like, I don't get that. And then you get people that say this. I'd be happy when he not on the Lakers because I ain't rooting for him because he over there.
Yeah. See, you're going to be down there with us at the Portland Trail Blazers. We're going to be laughing. I'm going to laugh at you. So, be a laughing stock.
I don't get it. I do not get it, man. I mean, I hope they do well. I mean, shit, if they run into Denver again, that's a buzz off of them. But
I don't think so. I don't think Denver's nearly as good. I don't know.
So Joker, a one-hit wonder, he ain't going to never win again?
No, Joker's going to get him another one. He'll get him another one.
Nope, he just like Giannis, one and done.
I don't know. They got too much in front of them. For me to say they're not going to get another one, they got too much career in front of them. They both under 20, ain't they?
It's too much in front of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, they both under 20. They're going to get one for sure. With free agency and stuff moving around, I don't think Jokic staying in Denver. Yeah, they're going to get one. It's too easy to move around and get to a competitor.
Giannis maybe, but Joker ain't going nowhere.
What about Luka? Think he gonna win?
He do got a relationship with Luka though. I'll take that back.
Yeah, I think Luka gets one too. I mean, it's just we got a lot of talent in this league, man. That shit's crazy.
One and does.
But no, it's just hard. It's just hard to go back to back.
It is hard.
It's just hard, man.
It's hard in any era, not just in this one. That's why you don't got too many teams that did it. What you got, like 5, 6 teams that ever went back to back? Not very many.
The Lakers right now need to swallow their pride and sign Dwight Howard. That's what they need to do.
That would be
great. I don't know why their pride is getting way of the most obvious, easiest, cheapest move that could fix and solve a lot of problems. He know the system. You know how to play with Bron and AD, right? He's not going to take up a ton of your cap. You get him a minimum deal. He has playoff experience. He knows how to defend Jokic. Like the most obvious solution is right in front of your face, and you just letting him walk around and do podcasts because you on some pride shit.
He talked his way out of it though.
You think someone like Dwight is the simple missing piece to a contender?
I just think when you don't have much money and flexibility, and you got a guy with that type of experience just walking around, and he wants to be in LA, he wants to come back and play, and he's won a championship with you before with your two top players now, like it's just. And then even if he's not the same Dwight as he was back then, the experience that he can give to a guy like Jackson Hayes, the tips that he can give to Jackson Hayes as far as instructing him how to defend a Jokic is going to be valuable. But the fact they just don't make the most obvious, simplest moves, it's the biggest hole you got right now, especially if Vandy's hurt. Just why not do that? Like, it's not going to hurt you. It's not going to cost you no money. If you got to waive him. It's not going to hurt nothing, but at least try it. And the fact that they're not even trying it tells me how stupid this front office is.
What about DeMarcus Cousins? I've been watching videos.
I don't think he can bring what they need, which is defense at the center position. I think Dwight can still bring a level of physicality and defense at the center position. And he's good enough to where, he still has enough left in the tank where Bron can still facilitate points through him because he's still a lob threat.
Yeah.
But I don't think DeMarcus is a lob threat. I think he's more of a scorer. He's definitely not a defender. So bringing another scorer just ain't gonna help. I just think they got obvious solutions in their face. They had so many obvious signings and they passed them up, man. Like last year, they could have just signed Kelly Oubre for the minimum. Easy fix for a lot of your problems. But you just let him sit there. Philly gets him for the low. Like Oubre, one of the best guys, just sitting out there. Get him. Like, but they do dumb stuff, man. Like,
yeah, we messed up with Valanciunas this offseason too. We could have had Valanciunas. He ended up going to Washington for the same thing we could have signed before.
They do. I don't know. I don't get that front office, man. I don't get it.
Maybe they tired of changing players.
But that's not a significant change. Like if you bring in a Dwight Howard, that's just bringing in a guy that was here when we won, who we know for certain has the physical presence to at least contain or stifle Jokic for a few possessions, at least make life hell on him for a little bit. Because the way it's looking now, Jokic just be looking like he breezing through the Lakers.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking about it ain't no resistance. Only time it looked like he struggled a little bit was when they put LeBron on him. And Brown is too old to be sitting down there fighting Jokic for possessions in the fourth quarter, man. Hell no.
No, man. This pass, I know it was a gentleman's sweep, but AD was giving that nigga the business, bro.
No, but then they stopped in the fourth quarter going through AD. They would stop giving him the ball. AD was barbecuing Jokic. I'm talking about.
Yeah, he was. That's how you got to play him, though, bro. If you can't stop him defensively, you got to go at him off.
Barbecue. And he was getting tired.
And
he was getting tired too.
In 2020, it was just imagine having somebody like Dwight, because AD was cooking him in 2020, right? But then you had Dwight to beat up on him a little bit to play himself.
Yeah,
right.
That's what Minnesota did to Denver. They just kept attacking Jokic.
Yep, they did.
Just went straight at him. Wherever Jokic is, drive right at him.
So off ball for LeBron Lamont. So that means he's gonna be in the post more.
Nah, just facilitate. Like, so I'm a big believer in like guys like D'Lo. You just gotta accept who he is. He's a guy that will check out on you offensively if he's not touching the ball. And I think there were too many times last year where there would be possessions would go by where they're just stick him in the corner. He's not even involved or touching the ball. He just needs to touch the ball to feel like he engaged. And you're going to get a little bit more out of him defensively. He'll be better offensively. So I just say start with the ball in his hands. Just be smart enough to find a way to get things facilitated back through LeBron and then just play from there. But don't start with LeBron bringing it up the court, LeBron running pick and roll with AD, LeBron making a shot or passing to AD, and nobody else is touching the ball. Let the ball do what it does, have energy, get them other guys engaged with some touches, and then facilitate through LeBron. But
who's on JJ Redick's coaching staff?
He has some. No, he got some elite coaches. He brought some heavy hitters.
Nate, what's his
name?
name?
Nate McMillan. He got another one too. I forgot. He got 2 heavy hitters. He brought 2 heavy hitters with him.
Scott Brooks, I think.
Yep.
I thought he wouldn't should have got Rondo personally.
No, hell no. You can't get another. Nah, hell no.
Rondo is at the Bucks now.
I wonder where did Phil Handy
Scotty
go?
Brooks.
No.
So he got Nate McMillan, Scotty Brooks, Bob Byer, Greg
Lindsey
St. John,
Harden.
Lindsey Harden, and
he only signed Lindsey Harding to mask all the Duke's allegation stuff. So he went and signed a Duke player, a black woman player from Duke.
Oh, that's a female?
Yeah, Lindsey Harding played at Duke and she black. So I think he to put to cancel out all that stuff they were saying about him, he just said, "Let me go get a black woman from Duke."
That's wild.
She was a hooper when she played, but coaching, I don't know if she qualified as a Laker coach. That's wild right there.
So that'd be the second team in the league with a female outside of the Spurs with Becky Hammond.
Yeah. Hey, but I'm about to go ahead and shut this one down, man. I've been live. I got practice tomorrow. I'm gonna go. I got one more day to figure this thing out. Make sure we don't get ran through again.
That's crazy.
So, we gonna have. I'm gonna come back with a win. Why? I don't know how, but I'm gonna come back with a win. Watch.
Good luck, brother.
Well, if you said this stifled their ability to get to the attorney or something.
And look on the screen. Y'all see on the screen? Look, you can't see it very well. See this little dude right here by the scoreboard? Look, this little dude right here.
Mm-hmm.
That's the dude that scouted us out early, man, and they was able to pick us apart, man. So what he did, this is how sneaky he was. He coaches another team, right? A prep school, and he brought his team down to GCU and played us like 3 times. And I was like, why you keep bringing this trash team down here to play us? We barbecued the shit out of them 3 times. That man came back. Next thing I know, I turn around, he on the whole assistant coaching staff of this school. I said, oh, yeah, you done came back and gave them all the secrets.
He like that Connor Stallion.
I'm sorry, but man, 50 points, you don't need no secrets for that. I'm sorry. It just...
Hey man, sometimes you gotta shake their hand. That was on me. I tell all my players that. I said that loss was on me. I said we ain't losing again because of me. That's like I told them when we lost that first national championship. I said that was on me. We ain't losing again because of me. Ain't no way in hell.
Mm-hmm. All right, man. What would happen if you lose by like 10 or 15? Y'all I guess.
I mean, one, at the end of the day, this game for us is just a non-conference game. I think this game last year when they beat us, it helped us out because it just woke them up and they just knew, all right, we ain't as good as we think we are, even though we had a good record. And I think right now it's just a good gauge to see where we at. And if we beat them, if we come close to beating them, then we know that at least at our level, we know we're an elite team, but these games right here show us how elite we are. So, no, we nice. We'll be good. I'm not worried about it.
So I'm confused. Is this a different? This is not the NCAA, but what is this?
No, so this team right here is D2, right? You see up here, Region 1, Division 2 championship. So D2 basketball is called NJCAA, as you see at the top. So
I thought there was a D2 NCAA though.
Right. So D2 NCAA is what you would call JUCO.
What?
Yeah. It gets real confusing, man. So you got D3, you got D2, you got NCAA D2, And then you got NAIA.
Yeah.
So you got a lot of levels to it. So they all progress in levels. So you have NJCAA D2. That's the closest to D1. Then you have NCAA D2. Then you have NAIA. And then below NAIA is something else, but I can't remember what it is.
I think there is a D2 NAIA. I think so.
I don't think there's D2 NAIA. I think all NAIA is all the same.
Oh.
Yeah, I think all NAIA is all the same together.
Well, like I said, I mostly came up here like, the talent of basketball is so different. I don't really know how much it was, but it's just like when I played in high school, man, when I was playing AAU, it was this guy that I knew immediately basketball was not going to be my thing when a dude did an East Bay in the middle of the game. And I just said, okay, that's
Well, you need to stop talking about it because you the person that said James Harden drive to the rim better than Michael Jordan. I never let you let that down. Never. Every time I see you on the panel, I'm gonna bring that up.
That was
you was dead serious.
You don't have to disprove it. What makes
Don't fight that one, Ishmael. Don't do that. Don't fight that fight. That's a lose. I can't help you with that fight. I don't even know if there's film you could finesse. There ain't nothing you could finesse to even make that. Not a jump shot or something like that, maybe, but going to the basket, it's over with. That's Jordan.
It's over with.
Because Jordan literally up there with like the likes of LeBron attacking the basket.
Well, he's a better finisher around the rim.
Who?
Jordan.
Better than who?
James Harden.
No, Jordan's better at driving to the basket. Anything that requires driving to the basketball with the basketball, Jordan's better.
Well, I mean, we talking about skills, or we just talking about because of his talent, like his athletic?
Just driving to the basket. I don't care.
We talking about dipping your shoulder, bro.
Just
you talking about
attacking the rim.
Yeah, but I don't care how you get to the basket. Jordan's better at getting to the basket and scoring than James Harden. I don't care how you get there.
MJ used to dunk on centers all the time.
Yeah, I'm saying.
I don't know if they was bona fide centers, man.
Yeah, I'm saying he was.
Hey, rest in peace to Mutombo. He dunked on Mutombo and did his own figure wag in his face.
He did.
Everybody got dunked on by Jordan. Like, I mean, if you want to down that James Harden hill, feel free, bro. You ain't gonna go to sleep at night though.
But that's another indicator that Jordan didn't play defense like that. Because if you play defense like that, you're gonna get dunked on at least once. And I ain't never seen Jordan getting dunked on. That's another indicator, man. He ain't really defending like that.
That's fair. That's actually fair, Lamont. I never thought of it in that way, but that's fair.
He never got dunked on.
I mean, you got to think about it. AD, Rudy. I mean, all of them. I mean, all the best defenders. Pat Beverly then got caught. If when you really defending, you're gonna get caught. Jordan ain't never got caught.
Kobe didn't either.
I mean, John Starks on the little slide.
I was so going to say. I'm so thinking.
But that was more so on Horace Grant. Jordan came from the side late.
Both them niggas jumped. If he jumped, he get it, bro.
That poster looked crazy because John Starks looked higher than a motherfucker in the air. That poster looked crazy. So yeah,
It's
John Starks got him.
nobody, dude. It's another nobody. I cannot think of his name. I'm gonna Google it after the stream. So.
I can't remember. All right, y'all. Let me shut this one down and get up out of here, man.
All right, Lamont, man.
Yes, sir, man. I appreciate y'all pulling up, though, man. Having some of the OGs on the panel, man. I'm gonna try to start going live a lot more, man. Hopefully, keep it going, man.
Appreciate you, man.
Sometimes it depends on how I feel. With this game don't go right Saturday, I'm not going live. Fuck that.
Hey, listen, bro. That shit gonna look.
Yeah, we know that. Yeah, we'll know for sure.
Bro, I lost the game last year. I probably didn't talk for 24 hours, man. I was mad as hell, bro. I hate losing. I'll tell you that.
That's why I asked you what was going through your mind when that 50 ball got dropped. I know you was over there like, what the? I can't wait for this shit to be over with.
No, I just knew that was one of the rare ones where I just felt like, damn, this was my fault. I knew it was my fault. I couldn't blame my players. As much as you want to sometimes, it wasn't their fault. That was on me. If we lose this year, it's on them.
Yeah, man. Good luck to y'all, man. I hope y'all pull that shit off.
Yeah, hopefully I can find. If it's live, I'm definitely gonna put it in Discord, man. It should be a good one.
Yeah, for sure, man. Salute to you, brother Art, too, bro. You be over there cooking too, man.
Appreciate you, Khalil, man. Always, bro.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm with you on the KD though. All right, Lamont. All right, y'all.
All right, Big Art. Ishmael,
I'll say nothing like that again, bro.
Keep doing your thing, Lamont, bro.
Yes, sir, man. I got you. All right, y'all. Look, y'all. FYF Sports. FYF Sports. Another great podcast episode, man. Appreciate it. All right. Appreciate y'all pulling up, man. Another great show. Probably went a little longer than I wanted it to, but at least we was able to cook on a couple of different things, man. That's the main thing right there, man. And, the facts are the facts, man. Y'all can't fight it, man. But look, y'all, FYF Sports, another great podcast episode. We're going to try to keep it rolling, man. The goal is to get another live stream off Sunday. No. Yeah, Saturday or Sunday. I don't know what day yet, but we're gonna run another one pretty soon here. I just want to see how the end of zone stream goes, or not the end of zone. The full court press show goes on Saturday. I think the crossover got pushed back. They had some delays, so I got to figure something out with that. But it shouldn't be too difficult to get this figured out. But FYF Sports, another great podcast episode. We're gonna be back with more sports and news. Till then, man, it's FYF Sports, and we out.
Yeah, we done came from the bottom, mad that we up, but I don't hear him talking. Started with knowledge inside of my noggin. We took a dream and then we started vlogging. Put my city on the map now. I'ma say how it is and I don't back down. On the road to 100K, we finna act out. We gon' show them that we not just in the background. We the main event, we the main show. We the one that people always gonna pay for. FYF, we the best, no debate though. Number one sports channel, every angle. I'ma show them all how we ride. Best sports talk show, we not like them guys. We playing it safe while they feather the lines. We pushing the narrative all of the time. Like who to go in the game is not MJ. Kobe Bryant top 10, not what we say. I keep Elijah one is very overrated. Keep it real, if it ain't fact, we don't say it. Now it's stable, we won't be ignored. We number one, especially when coming to sports. FYF ringing the heat here, of course. When everything backed up with actual source.